everybody. Welcome. I'm happy you all are here. Welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And right now we have Sam and Taylor with us. Hey, guys. How are you all doing?
Hello, hello.
Hi. Hey, Taylor. I don't think you can hear me. Anyway, hello, everybody. Hi. Yes, and let's go ahead and take a look and see who all is here with us, because I saw we had some people already hanging out waiting for the show to start. So
reminds me to click over on the comments.
Tonight was T. Racy. T. Racy was number one this evening. So good here. Let's see who else we have. Michelle. Hey, Michelle.
Hello.
And Rick Smith. Hey, Rick from Tennessee. I didn't know that about you, so now I know. Rick in Tennessee. Experimental Elemental. Hey, hello. And of course, Truth Spreader. We know he's here, but he can't hear me. Oh, he can hear me. We'll do sign language tonight. Okay. Let's see. We have, hey, Maria. Stopping by to say hi. That's her code. Maria.
Hi.
Okay.
Hey,
Maria. Yep.
We're here clicking. And
he worked it out. Hi, Nicole. Hi, Nicole. Hey there.
Hello.
And Wendy is here. Hi, Wendy.
Hi, Wendy.
Happy you're here. And Claudia. Hello. And all right, so that's what we have going so far. How was your last few days, Sam?
Quiet and normal, and putting out the site drawing. Of course, today is the site drawing day.
Here's Jesus. Let's get him out on the board. Hey, Jesus.
Hello, guys.
Yeah.
I figured you were probably walking in the door.
Yeah, I sure was.
It's okay.
Rushed up the stairs, and I'm a little bit out of breath, but I think I'll be all right.
Right.
How's everybody doing? Are we?
We are good.
Are we live already?
Oh, yeah.
We are live. We just started about 3 minutes ago.
Gotcha.
So you're good. No, not at all.
Hello, Taylor, Samuel.
Hello.
How you guys doing?
I was sneezing from the cat before we even started the show. So.
Yeah. All right. I find it kind of funny that somebody who's allergic to cats owns a cat, but I mean,
we had two.
I guess when you have kids, I mean, it's kind of
right.
It's kind of not your choice so much.
Yeah, I was quite happy when I moved into this house some 20 years ago that I didn't have any animals, and then my ex came up with a cat one day, a big old long-haired black and white Mancoon, and he was a great cat. He was a pain in the butt too, but just walked in, dropped him on my lap first thing, and then she got mad at me later that he wanted to live with me the whole time and not her. So that was my fault because she dropped him in my lap the first moment she walked in the house, and he was a kitten. And then later on, we found another kitten
she discussed it with him.
Stuck up in our tree, and it was meowing really bad, and it was this tiny little itty bitty kitten, and we had no way to figure out where it came from because it was right at the crossroads in the middle of the intersection in the corner tree. So I told Nova that we were going to take it to the Humane Society, and then 2 days later she said, "No, Dad, you can't. You saved her. You're responsible for her." And I went, "What?" And then it ended up as Nova's cat, and then the big black and white cat ended up getting really sick and very old, and we ended up unfortunately having to put him to sleep. And then we saved the skinny cat, which is the one we have now, who is now a big monster ball. That's Nova's cat, and we ended up saving her, and thanks to the Sky Watchers who sent in donations to get her to the vet.
I remember that.
3 separate vets to keep this cat alive, and now responsibly Nova really stepped in and sat there and spoon fed her and water fed her with a syringe for like 3 days.
Wow.
After we got it back from the vet, and it just laid there, and she actually worked on it very diligently to keep that animal alive, and she saved it, and she's very proud of it to this day. And that, of course, is why we still have that cat.
Oh, so we made it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's fine. It's huge now. It's this big, 20-pound ball. God,
we have a neighborhood cat here. I was telling Rebecca about. Some of the neighbors have tried to take it in, and it just freaks out on them. So But it hangs out and it's nice and chunky, so it's being fed. It has a good life, but it will refuse to. It's just an outside cat. It doesn't.
When they get feral, yeah, they don't want to get near anyone.
Yeah, no. One of my older neighbors took it in one time, and she just freaked out on her, and she said, "Nope, I can't do it."
Yep.
And it's happy. Seems to be happy and fed, well fed, because she's pretty fat. So.
Yeah, we don't let our cat out at all because there are other cats, and we have foxes and stuff.
We have skunks, a lot of skunks around, and foxes, and you name it, you know. But,
gonna nibble them up.
Yeah.
Walking hamburgers.
We have possums. That's about the extent,
really?
of our, unusual wildlife.
I think.
Yeah. Actually, they came. They got into the house like a litter of babies, and don't ask me how. I'm not sure, but there was a baby in my washing machine. I lifted the lid, and I don't know, it was tiny, and Taylor got it out.
It's warm. It's probably what it. It probably got in there right after a load of drying you did. So I was like, it's nice.
Yeah. So, anyways, we ended up catching, I don't know, maybe 3 that were coming in through anywhere in the cracks in the walls, whatever, wherever they were.
Your mic is kind of muffled there, Taylor.
Hi, Taylor.
Like overdubbing and in and out, but it's really it's almost like you had it in your under your shirt there. It sounds muffled, but very close. I don't know why. I just figured I'd mention it.
Yeah, it does sound a little funny. Say something.
It is kind of a cheap microphone.
That's better now. That's better now. Before, that's sort of
better. And we have super Saginet. I'm not sure how to say that, to be honest.
You got that one right, I believe.
Super
Saginet, yeah.
Saginet.
Probably better than I could pronounce it.
Yep. I've been sounding it out for the last 2 minutes. So, and let's see, Michelle can relate to cat situation. We have strays where I live too. I have a bowls front and back, and it's been breaking my heart with it being so cold. I made a house for one of them, and he disappeared 2 nights before this cold front arrived.
Yeah, he wanted to find a cozy place.
I wanted him to be here. I got him a heated water bowl and everything, and I just hope he shows up. Hope he's okay.
Nice.
We have a space underneath the porch in the backyard that's pretty. There's a good space under there, like a foot, and it gets full of leaves when fall comes. And I left all the leaves in there because it brings in the cats and they hang out under there.
Insulation.
That's a good spot for them.
Right.
So I don't rake that up. I just keep that there. I hope it doesn't. I would imagine with the cats, there's not a whole lot of bugs and other stuff that's gonna add up then there. So, I think the cats will be fine. But we do have a couple of them. There's a gray white one.
How cold did it get there? Sorry.
This morning it probably reached about 5 or 10 degrees this morning. Really cold.
Is that up or down?
Really cold.
We had a good snowing and rain afterwards.
When you said reached, were you referring to it raised up or it actually dropped down?
It dropped. It dropped about 10 degrees. 10.
Oh, poor you.
This morning. I was up on the mountain. I was up on the mountain last night, and it was like -3 up there.
Yeah. Well, we had 19 below this morning. And like I said the other day, up at Havre and all of that at the border, they had 59 below. We had like 37 below, not including wind chills. So we were somewhere close to that 39, 40 below when you add the wind factor to it. And it was so cold that my house was popping. All the walls kept going boom, and they were big booms, And then I started boiling a little water or something, and then everything around me started popping because it was gathering that moisture back up again. And it was so cold outside that inside the house, it was only 11% humidity. All the humidity had frozen onto the windows, and you couldn't open any of the windows, and there was like an inch of ice on the bottom of everything in the house, even though, the heater was on every 3 to 4 to 5 minutes, pumping out And the warmest we got the house was 72. And I didn't crank it up, but I had it turned up to 75.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, just to get it to 72, I had to crank it to 75. And I don't want to kick it up too high and then burn out my furnace, because I've seen that happen before. So, yeah, it was quite, and we're going to warm up. We're supposed to have snow tomorrow, and then Thursday it's supposed to warm up or drop down and then warm up. So who knows what's coming? I haven't checked, but there is another round of storms coming in across the country again.
I heard there's two rounds to this.
Yeah, but we had a break today. We got up to about 40 degrees. It was nice and sunny. So yeah,
it was very nice.
It probably will be short lived, but
yeah.
Right. I just want to say hi to Mike before I keep scrolling down the list here. But Mike is our friend here in Tulsa. So he knows Taylor and I pretty well. So hi, Mike. Happy you're here. And usually it's him and his friend Terry. They hang out and listen to us. So hi, Terry, too.
Oh, hello, Mike and
Terry. Right. And Gray Guy is here. Hi, Gray Guy. And Nicole was talking about how cold it is. She's in Colorado. We were negative.
No, I heard Denver was in the negatives the other night.
That is really cold.
We had, and there, of course, the altitude makes
it say colder. That we got down to negative 13 wind chill a couple of mornings ago. Mm-hmm. It was like 1 degree.
Have you guys gotten any snow up there, Rebecca?
About 3 or 4 inches. We braved it out today. Taylor and I, we went to a couple of stores, and honestly, though, we mentioned when we got back how much better we felt just getting some fresh air and sunshine. We've been cooped up for a few days, and I didn't think I wanted to get out, but I was glad I did. So just to get out and
I just went on a walk too. It was nice enough to go for a walk. That's what I was doing right before I came here. I was like, I better go for a walk before I have to sit
for
4 hours. 4 or 5 hours. So
I got up from the chair the other night. We did a 6-hour show on Saturday. And I got up from the chair and went to go walk to the kitchen. And it was like, okay, body, you can straighten out now. Hello, stand up straight. I was laughing at myself. It's like,
tell me where you're at, Michelle, again.
6 hours. Yeah, I think you said hi to Michelle. Hi, Michelle.
I know. I was asking her where she was located. I cannot remember.
And you bypassed Daryl. Hi, Daryl. Thanks, Daryl. We do regularly focus on Jesus. Now, twice.
That's right. Here's Daryl. Hi, Daryl.
Hello, Daryl.
Happy you're here.
You don't want to skip you, even though your message is interesting. I unfortunately watched some political news today, and I'm still disgusted by it. But anyway, I don't want to go in there.
Oh, Nicole, she said unable to view anyone else's comments, and it seems like, if I remember correctly, you had trouble on the last show, being able to see maybe I don't remember everything.
Sometimes if you come back, if you drop out and then come back in, that can get straightened out.
Does Facebook show YouTube comments too? Or are they separate?
Say that again, Taylor.
I was asking if the Facebook shows the YouTube comments or not.
Facebook does not show. Right. StreamYard.
Facebook, right? Facebook does not show. I don't know. She's over on Facebook.
No, I've never seen them. I've never seen them on Facebook.
Maybe you should go to YouTube and try watching it over on the YouTube. Tried that. Thanks, though. Yeah. No, Facebook went to YouTube.
Yeah, I'm looking at the show on Facebook right now, and of course, the only ones it shows is the one underneath the 4 square pictures.
Okay. Hey, Katie Joe. Here's Katie Joe, y'all. She's here.
Hi, Katie Joe. Nicole, thank you for being here.
Thunder is here.
Thunder, okay.
Flash freeze is happening. It's supposed to get worse.
Experimental.
Russia had a flash freeze last week. Where it was so intensely cold that animals, sheep, dogs, you name it, froze.
I saw that video. That was crazy.
And
Yeah,
all that
just
has to do is have an open core. Or, if you have the open core underneath planet Nepacity, I'm sure it's entirely possible. Even if you have an open core on a rotational storm, which of course would be a winter hurricane. By the way, we just had one. Of course, that's the same thing that happened to China and Russia the week before, 2 weeks before that. They had literally a blizzard there for probably about a week and a half long. And those folks, there's a lot of people in Russia currently and a lot of people in China currently that do not have any heat. And right now they're suffering greatly, including yard fires. I watched a thing on the folks in the Soviet, or excuse me, I can't call them the Soviet Union, but in Russia, who have been literally since November without any actual natural gas. And the folks come out every day in the middle of the street and group up as a whole and have a nonstop bonfire going, so they can get warm in the middle of the street because they're not getting any heating in the house. Now that, of course, has to do with the old Russian or pre-USSR style building, where they actually have inner ground heating pipes that they send from their electrical power stations, etc. So their system is rather archaic. I apologize. I'm not trying to insult, but it is. And there's a lot of folks over on that side of the planet that are suffering from unbelievable, excruciating temperatures. So our thoughts and prayers to them. That they stay warm.
Really.
Yeah.
Right.
We have it quite lucky, and that we have regular functioning gas mains and electric utilities, where some third world countries unfortunately do not, and not all of them are in warm climates. So, yeah. And boy, you appreciate your heating system once you lose it.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I recommend people buy the clay pots and candles routine, because that does work really well. If you put a candle inside of a clay pot, that clay pot will actually radiate heat around you. And there's different transformations that you can make for even better heat retention.
It'll prevent the room from getting below freezing. So there's that.
Right. And we've had some of those winter storms that threw up here in Montana where a power line got dropped or whatever. And we can have all the natural gas in the world, but if you don't have any power to run that turn-on cycle of your furnace, then you're not getting any heat. And I've often thought about getting one of those natural gas electric power stations that turn on, but of course they're a couple $1,000s. I've thought about it. I don't have the money for it, but
I thought about one of the wood stove,
like Generac or something like that's a really good main name. So if you have a little bit of money and you're thinking about it, and you live in a region where you get a lot of ice freezing and power, your power lines and that sort of thing, and you do have natural gas, look into Generac. They can pay us later for their free commercial.
This is something that Nicole sent me. She sent me a link.
It rose up.
This. And I don't know, I thought it was interesting. I have 2 images showing that the coastline had moved by 800 feet. So,
well, what it was, it was a subduction zone that gets bent down and bent down and bent down. And then when the slip occurs between the subduction zone and the area that's being suppressed, that whole area of land rose up. So, because it let that go, and slowly over time, it gets pulled down and pulled down and pulled down, but by the subduction, the 2 areas meeting. And then when the slip release happens, that of course is what the earthquake is. And sometimes it's small, sometimes it's huge. And so if they rose 800 feet, that shows you how much suppression. That fault line was being packed down for thousands of years to get it that low, to rise 800 feet. Wow, that's a lot. Or even 80 feet, an 80-foot rise.
I have some video of Japan from the earthquake. We'll see that here in a minute. But
so that whole level of area of land rose up, and so the ocean level is less.
Okay. I was curious about that. So it's normal when there is an earthquake. Is it
subduction zone, and there's a subduction zone on both sides. There's one on the China Sea there between Japan and China, and then there's also one on the opposite side there, off the coast of Fukushima Daiichi Prefecture and all of that. And then there's one that goes all the way literally around the side of Japan and then heads south at the south of Japan. And then there's a whole bunch of other fractures and fault lines all connected in that area. They're highly volcanic. I mean, tectonically active is what I should say.
You mean Japan?
Yeah, Japan.
Okay.
Yeah, and this was on the inner side area where the last major quake was. And that was in between China and Japan, on the inside in the China Sea between Japan and China.
Okay.
And usually the one on Fukushima in 2011 was on the opposite shore out in the Pacific. And that was a few kilometers off the coast of the Pacific. But they've got multiple subduction zones going on around them, which is why they've got the volcanoes. Because anywhere to about 200 to 250 miles on either side of a subduction zone, where the ground is being pushed below the other plate and it goes downward, all of that gets heated up and melted into magma, and that's where you end up with a subduction zone regency local volcano within that proximity of the subduction zone. And that's how that works.
Interesting. Well, now we know, don't we, Nicole?
And we lost
Jesus. I didn't know that. I don't know if she knew that or not either, but now we both know.
Okay. Sorry. I thought everybody knew this stuff.
No, Sam. Did you know that, Taylor? Because I didn't know that.
No.
I'm sorry. I thought that was general information.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about your new drawing. There's a new one. Actually,
it was a little. I had to draw it 3 times this time, and I never hit 3. Usually I'll do it in 2, but I crumpled up the first 2 original ones and then worked on a third one, and got a big major hand stall in there on Atu's moon. I wasn't too thrilled with because drawing around the circle of the Parmesan bottle from out of the refrigerator.
So the Parmesan bottle is what? Lead object or
no? That was actually the Parmesan bottle was actually Atu's moon this month.
I figured. Okay.
Right.
Here it is.
And
so Parmesan.
That sounds about right. Atu's moon Parmesan bottle. Yeah.
So Atu's moon and you can see that Yellow Moon.
A little glitch on the backside there where the pen didn't quite meet.
Soft shaker for lead object.
I would have done it over again, but I was already on my 3rd copy of it, so I didn't,
Right. So here it is compared to last month. There was December there. And
it's all closer and tighter.
We got stereo back.
Bigger and
it's very similar to
I should have actually made Saturn's Yellow Moon bigger this month because it is much bigger than this one, but I couldn't find the right shape sized circle to draw on, because I do cheat. I draw around plates and bowls and things that way. I get a good circle.
It's hard to draw a perfect circle.
Yeah. And I try to draw them. And of course, we everybody around the world has been seeing the red asteroid regularly. It's a lot of cameo, and then the green and the blue, and I was able to get Nempacity a little more visible this month because Atu and Atu's moon have moved over farther to the left. And I was going to barely draw Uri in there, but I still stuck it closer to the sun because it is sort of there. But then we do have the cutoff. And I saw the cutoff. Oh, God, I was chuckling so bad today. I was like coming back from Walmart and I bought some munchies for the kids. And I also had to go to Orange Street Food Farm to get the meat because I know my butcher and all that. I drive it to a special store to buy my meat because they get Montana and Colorado only. They don't buy other beef. But anyway, so I'm coming back on my way home, and I'm seeing the cutoff in the big dark, everything from the right-hand side of the sun and the pinch off and the misshapen sun and it's just bright and shiny on everything on the left-hand side of the sun, and yet on the right-hand side of the sun it's just dark blue. And I'm laughing half the way back home, just going, I can't believe people don't see these planets. It's just unbelievable to me that people don't notice that there's a really weird thing going on with the view of the sun. And it's beyond me. It really is beyond me.
Go back to that. That was weird. This picture here, I was like, what could that be? I mean, like asteroid, spiral asteroid, maybe?
Oh, yeah, the weird or lower clouds this morning? Today? Was this today?
Oh, no, not today, but recently.
Oh, yeah. It could be asteroids, but it could also be just normal clouds as well.
Really? I just thought.
Well, it's not always asteroids.
How,
Yeah. It's
winding
weird looking,
it looked. I thought that looked strange, but Anyway,
I've been having a field day going through 2018 pictures and finding some very. I've been going back a few days before Tuesday just to look for stuff for the show, and God, I've been coming across a lot of cool stuff that I'm like seeing it with different eyes now, and it's been so fun doing that.
This came in yesterday.
Ones I can't wait to for Sam to see. One of them was actually here in Salt Lake. It's a little bit more recent, but we'll see that later on. But very interesting picture.
I looked at this one and I was a little bit shocked by it, meaning that I thought Saturn's moon was a little farther to the left than I expected. But this is literally a very, very close pass of a Saturn's yellow moon. It's got to be from the flame. Like I could be wrong, but boy, this freaky looks like a Saturn's yellow moon, really, really close to Earth. And we've never seen it this close. And from 215, 216 was the closest it was, and it was not anything like this. So I mean, that closer over the top of us. And in 15 and 16, it was off on the left-hand side and sort of worked its way away from us and got smaller over time. So this is unusual and really kind of cool. I could be wrong. This could actually be Atu's moon with asteroid creeping in, and it's just bright-ass red. From
I don't know. I kind of agree with yellow moon. I mean, those flame-like
clouds,
kind of is just not at all. It doesn't look like any Atu anything I've seen before, but the placement is a little.
I see it.
Yeah. That flame-like pattern is just uncanny. So it doesn't look like
the placement is a little bit weirdly too far to the left to be that way.
Yeah.
But that's it's entirely possible that the whole ball game is changing because we are going directly underneath Nibiru and his Saturn. So who's to say?
It's still placed right for. I do think it's still placed right for the Saturn's yellow moon, but seems like it's a little bit more to the left than usual.
Yeah, more than we expect it to be.
Yeah.
And it could be going over the top of us. We don't even know what's going to happen. I mean, the whole system could change at any, from what we've seen regularly, the ball game could change. We don't know.
Right. What do you think of this, Taylor? We were talking before the show, and he was, he's still
learning.
Learning for sure. Because I was trying to, he's heard me explain how accurate the drawings are and everything, but he's like, what were you saying, Taylor? Where he questions what planets are, if what we're seeing are actually planets.
I know. I come from a very different background of different things. I mean, I hate to call it conspiracy theory, but rabbit holing, just stuff like that. And it has kind of, in a sense, warped how I understand all of that, from what I was taught in school to what I would learn later on and other different topics, because I fell into many different things, even flat Earth, concave Earth, just looking into all these different cosmologies that were popular in these little sects out there. So
I did all those rabbit holes myself too, Taylor. Mm-hmm. And it's good that you do all that just for the sake of being thorough. And it's good that you question it and don't just, it's good that you're doing the work, because I think anybody who puts in the work, before making an opinion about it and giving it a chance, that puts you ahead of a lot of people, So, keep doing what you're doing. I think, you'll either see it or whatever.
He's got winter gloves on. Are you in a garage or something, or?
It's just cold. This is a 100-year-old house, and this is drafty. Okay. I'll be honest.
Okay.
We're not built like y'all up north. Leave us alone.
Yeah. You mean us people with insulation? Yeah.
That's it.
Right.
I know.
That's true. That's probably what it is.
Yes. Yeah.
It was so cold we had to put Grandma in the wall to insulate the house.
Oh, wrap her up in the walls.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That's a horrible joke.
We have Facebook user. Hello.
Oh, I can. I've been in some of those old mining shacks where they used anything they could to nail on the wall to keep the wind out. An old cracker box.
Hey, Kelly.
You name it.
Good. Happy you're here. Let's see. And Josie is here. Hi, Josie. So,
Greg, I say I know the planets do not collide. They electrically repel. They're attached electrically to their system, to their star. They're all parts of their group, and we're part of our group. We're connected together, but we're not going to steal or rob or crash into each other. There are close passes and material object cluster group, asteroids, etc., that pass really close to us. And when they do fall into that area of almost colliding, they actually electrically repel. Did you see that really intensely bright red discharge? I believe BBB 333 was sharing it, or some other people were yesterday.
Oh yeah.
And I watched it, and it to me, and it was a nighttime shot. And to me, that was literally, and it was like this red shaft of lightning. I've never seen red lightning before.
Oh boy.
But it was very intense, very large, and it's just one big bolt. And then everything around it, the lights went out, and then they came back up, like it discharged on the ground and it affected. It was really very intense. But I'd never seen a red lightning discharge before, and it was, of course, literally what we thought is like the planetary discharges, the big shaft between the two bodies where they actually repel each other, and a major push, not just the regular lightning, purple lightning, but this was red.
Yeah, I have a video. I have it in my clips. I grab multiple clips, but I also have, I think, what you were talking about. I'm going to share it real quick so we can look at it.
I think I saw it on Slapped Ham.
Yeah, I bet it's the same one. We'll see here in a second. I'll share it.
Oh, yeah, it goes around and everybody sees it.
Yeah, I think it might be
that
the
red
same.
asteroid picture got reposted on Skywatcher 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'm trying to share that too. I might have to back out and reload my pictures.
I kept having to tell everybody, already been posted, and then I had to remove their copy of it.
Yeah. This is, wouldn't you say this is Atu? I'm guessing, but
okay,
not really.
Look where the sunlight is.
Or
film through the car window again.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say this is Atu.
No, maybe Nepacity.
This is more likely Nepacity.
I was looking at the colors first.
I was going to say Nepacity because it's got that thin base kind of thing going on there.
Thin white overhead cloud.
Yeah.
Could even be just normal weather. I've heard of that before, normal weather.
Barely. I know barely a little bit.
I know it's rare. I know.
Hey, Robin.
Remember that when?
I don't see this being normal weather, though.
Yeah, that was the joke.
Yeah.
I just feel like when it's so perfectly straight, it doesn't seem normal to me. But
and then it's a little darker above. There's a slight darkness.
It's hard to judge off one picture, especially when they're taken through glass.
Well, I think I think in this picture, I don't think the glass really.
No, but I
still gotta recommend against it.
Right. I know.
It only gives the peanut gallery more. It only gives the peanut gallery more weapons to come against.
I get it.
Down anybody.
Like I'm looking at the sun and it's glaring. I'm looking at the clouds, but.
Threshold where you say, excuse me, I can't take this submission at all, period.
Right.
No matter what it shows, no matter how cool it is, if I know it's through glass, then I don't use it.
Yeah. Carolyn is here, everybody, in case you didn't hear me. So,
yep.
And we have a question here. What is the white illumination in the evening sky? Currently seeing it in Central Florida.
Light refraction.
Yeah, most likely the bottom of a planet, one of them.
Yeah.
We have like a lot of illumination coming from Nepacity and Atu's moon. Both create this really white illumination, kind of like.
And, we know that Uri is a major white illuminatory factor. There was that video that I posted around. Somebody had posted it on Skywatcher 2. And Montana Skywatcher Anonymous as well. And I reposted it around to everybody, telling them that it was the tan asteroid and the bottom of Uri being illuminated. And you could definitely see the tan asteroid. And there were people going, "This is not our sun." And I think I sent you a copy of it, Rebecca. I could grab a copy of it.
And the red asteroid picture. That
No,
red
this is
asteroid?
of the illumination of an asteroid. So I will go to Skywatcher 1
Yeah.
and see if I can grab it to you. And if you wish to upload it, you may. And if you don't, well, then you don't have to. But let me see
Okay.
if I can find it first, because sometimes I lose things.
Let's
And
see.
everybody forgive me. I am still ready to sneeze some more here. Okay, and there was the undermining of the glacier in Russia.
I'm so glad we're not allergic to cats. We'd be doomed if I was.
Okay, here it is. I have got
So
a copy,
many.
and I will send it on PM Facebook on the same place you sent the link, where I also sent you that other picture of the red asteroid prior to the show. And
Here
I am
is that
sending it
lightning.
now on Facebook PM.
Okay. Perfect. Bear with me. I say here it is, and then I'm not here.
Yeah, and it came originally, was posted on Nibiru Followers Anonymous.
It's over there.
And I'm trying to get the name of the person so that I can be kind.
Christopher's here. Hello, Christopher. Nice to have you here.
The video is by Laramie Patterson, although somebody else posted it on your site.
You're here.
Yeah, bro. Everyone's doing the same
Sounds
thing.
fun.
What was that?
Sounds fun, Chris.
Over there. It's over
hi,
there. It's over there. Is it like this?
Oh, you got stuck on the bus. How's that
Wow.
happen?
Oh, that green and red. Wow.
I rode the bus many times, so I do know.
I think that's a transformer blowing someplace in the neighborhood.
Oh, you think so?
Well, didn't I just hear a
Okay.
burr, 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 burr?
Yeah. Okay, well that makes sense. Well, that happened.
You hear that? That
I
sounds
do.
like a transformer burning up.
Oh, okay. I should know that, but I've not been that close to one.
Is it lightning?
Yeah.
No.
That's crazy looking, though. I don't want to ever see that because I know the power is going to go out when that happens.
Into darkness, yeah.
And it's probably cold there. It looks like there's snow. I don't know.
All together.
I mean, we got, a gas stove, but if the power went out, we'd all be hanging out in the kitchen together. I know that much.
Yeah, well, I've got a pile of firewood on the porch
So-
just for that reason. Where if we had to go out in the yard and spark up
On
a
fire.
fire, we could, and the barbecue as well. And that's why I also keep charcoal in the winter for that exact reason in my shed, that so we can strike up the barbecue if we have to.
Right.
Well, I can't even imagine going, 8 or 10 or 15 or 20 or 24 or 36 or 46 hours without electricity in my home. It doesn't happen up here.
Right.
Even though I'm on an electric co-op, they underserve us, but we've always had good service, and we've had minor third world country behavior every once in a while. But generically, we here in the United States are very lucky compared to a lot of countries out there where they can't even fix their stuff for days and weeks. So,
yeah,
knock on wood and be thankful for what you have, because once you don't have is when you miss it. And that's why I always try to tell people, like, go into your house and shut off your power and your water for 24 hours and see how well your family does without it. It'll teach you volumes. It really will.
Yeah, I was talking to one of my passengers last night. One of my last passengers I picked up at the airport. She was backpacking in Monterrey, Mexico, and she said she didn't realize just how vulnerable the electricity is out there. He said just by a rainstorm, she said that the whole town went without electricity for about 5 days. So everybody just kind of gathered together and just basically camped out, with fire, and everybody brought food, and the whole town just banded together. She said it was a difficult but kind of great to see how everybody just banded together, the entire town. So
it teaches you new skills also,
Yeah. She said it was a whole learning experience for her seeing that,
How it's not.
She loved it. She loved how it kept everybody, sharp, and everybody, united, and because everybody knows how vulnerable these commodities could be, and I think we are very blessed and even a little spoiled here in America,
Yeah,
I think
there's an old saying for that. It goes, convenience is gained or skills lost.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Right.
I think this picture is the lead asteroid crossing just the other side of the sun, and of course, that's in this month's drawing.
That stripy thing there.
Yeah, this is current picture.
Yeah, it's too small to be a Saturn's yellow moon, so it has to be lead asteroid.
Yeah, and that stripe pattern is definitely not
those
yellow
stripes.
Right.
Perfect. Christopher
Definitely.
and I were just chatting about stripes yesterday with lead objects, so this is a good example. And I was going to say hi to my friend Melissa. Hey, Melissa. She's my friend. She was over at my house this evening, so
all the friends around.
We see each other every so often. Yeah, and she hopes you're feeling better, Sam, because last week.
I'm working on it. I actually never got really sick, but then I never,
good. It wasn't like that.
I just, I've been feeling crappy because of, this post-lung scenario from asthma from the cat, and B, I never really quite fully got better after COVID. And I had it literally in October of 2019, right before everybody else got it in the country, which was the beginning of 2020. And I had it early, but I believe, we got it from the Wuhan Games people, because up here in Great Falls is the jetter, what we refer to as the jetters. There's the Air Force Base, Maelstrom Air Force Base up here in Montana, and they flew all back in from the Wuhan Games and spread it throughout Montana right away first. And so those people got sick and came home, and that's, I think, one of the origins, as well as San Francisco and New York and LAX and all of that, the major fly-in areas from, New York and then LA, major hubs for intercontinental flights. So, but I believe we got it up here in Montana before everybody else, because I was so sick, it was unbelievable, and I hurt really bad. My hips hurt, my legs hurt, and everything, and all of that. Just like yesterday, my hips were just aching because the weather was changing, and it's still going on. It's like, oh my God, what did that do to me? Because I've never broken my hips or anything like that, and yet I feel, now I feel it when the weather comes in, and it affects me. So, yeah, I'm never really got sick, but I never really got better either recently.
My younger brother got COVID when we were living in Las Vegas in 2021, and his lungs took like at least a year and a half, maybe to really recover. He's really, he works out and he likes playing volleyball. So,
well, you need that and that.
He couldn't really, he had to put that aside and not do much cardio.
Right. My asthma got worse afterwards. I didn't really have any major asthma issue. I knew I was allergic to cats, and I knew I'd sneeze and cough and have this repetitive, hack, cough, sneeze, when the cat affected me. But after having COVID, I actually developed a literal full-blown asthma.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I've heard of that. My brother got really bad, like an pneumonia while he got COVID. So it was really a breathing thing.
It scars up your lungs. It really messes with you bad.
Yeah.
And I haven't gotten better. I'm slowly better. I at first I couldn't even walk to the garbage can, which is 3 doors down. I live in a mobile court, of course. I have a double wide, and 3 doors down to the south is where our garbage can is, and I would walk stuff to the garbage can, and by the time I would be that 150, 200 feet down the road, I'd be out of air, and I'd have to stop there and go, oh my God, I can't breathe. And slowly I've gotten better. Now I'm not having that problem where I can actually go, take the garbage out and be fine. But then I walk back into the house, take a cat hair breath, then I can't breathe when I walk back in the house. It's like, oh God. So I'm buying Primatene Mist now.
Sam.
Yeah. It's no fun.
I like all your dramatic effects, though. I can.
I'm glad. Yeah.
Again, he'd be great for radio. He'd be great for radio.
I know it.
That is what we're doing.
Oh, this is the asteroid.
Both my brothers have had a COVID. Yeah. My older brother has had it like 3 times.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
And knock on wood, I'm the one that's most exposed due to my job. And I, again, knock on wood, I have yet to to catch it. So
yeah, the girls never got it. The girl, I stayed away from the girls.
I have not gotten it. I have not gotten it, and I'm way more exposed than they are. And I just don't think. I don't think about it. I think a placebo effect is really, and I hope I'm not giving medical advice here or anything, but I think we could literally make ourselves crazy and even sick. My younger brother was really one of those guys that really obsessed about it, and he ended up getting it. And I just don't give it much thought to things that I can't really control.
Christopher,
I can't quit my job. I love my job. I'm not gonna quit it.
You have a lot of sick people crawling in your car.
Yeah.
I do have mullen leaf tea with elderberry.
I will say I did have a few times where I saw people coughing up a lung as they were coming into my car, and I was like, dude, I'm sorry, but I did cancel the ride a couple of times.
Yeah.
Not many times, but sometimes, especially when I was in Las Vegas, a lot of people, because there's such a melting pot and there's so many people coming in and out of Vegas, a lot of people don't seem to really take it as serious or I don't know, whatever. But there was a lot of people who were actively sick still taking public transportation, which I find really irresponsible and rude and a bit selfish.
Yeah. If I hear someone coughing in the store, I go to another aisle.
I did deny a few rides up there because I was like, dude, like,
if you get a brand new M95,
you should not be taking public transportation, let alone even be out in public. Like, you just shut it.
But if you get somebody that wants to crawl in your car, if you have a brand new M95 still in the wrapper, and they're getting in the car and they're doing the cough and they're telling you that, and you're already exposed, you dig that out of the jock box, and believe it or not, the M95 will filter out the microbacteria stage. That's the only thing. The cloth mask won't do that. An M95 will. And that's why they were impossible to get at the early stages, because the M95 is actually small enough that it will block any of that bacteria from getting to you through that mask.
I have multiple masks, and I do have an M95, but honestly, I'll be honest, I just don't use. I don't. We had the rideshare had us wear it. It was something that was demand. It was a policy where we had to use it for like the first couple of years. First year and a half we had to use it, and I did use it.
I still want to use mine.
I haven't. I really haven't. If I haven't had it to, I haven't used it, honestly. But I do feel like here in Salt Lake, people are a little bit more conscious and a little bit better about not going out while they're sick. So I really don't have any problems here with anybody. Everybody that gets in my car is nice and healthy and free of any sickness for the most part. So
yeah. Like Christopher says, a 95 is the only one that's going to actually filter out the bacteria size. And cotton masks do not work, period. And the only thing it does is protect other people from you. And a cotton one is basically going to reduce the amount of your exhalant direction. It'll just stop it right there where you breathe in a smaller bubble of your own air. But if you're really, really serious about not getting somebody else's bacteria, then the M95.
I'm sorry, Maria, you have COVID. That's I'm sure that's no fun. Hope you get well soon.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah,
I just
I can't even imagine getting it now.
Sorry, Maria. She has COVID right now.
You were out vacationing all around Florida and all of that, Maria. So I'm gonna kind of say when you venture out of home, then
you get to feeling better soon.
Yeah, I hope you feel better, but. God, Christopher was talking about this picture. I believe you're correct.
I believe you're correct as well. That dingy yellow is probably good. Is a good call. That is a good call.
There's nothing else on. There's nothing else up there in the sky that is going that direction on the right-hand side of the sun, so it has to absolutely be a Saturn's yellow moon with the ion trail, and it's very big. And of course, the Saturn is behind the yellow moon, and you can barely, if not at all, see Nibiru in this shot. So it's over there more to the right, but way, way big and way back there.
Seems like Saturn is the easiest to recognize just because we know where it's located. It doesn't move around too much.
And also the features of it, just, unlike a Saturn and Nepacity and Attu could really
Saturn.
blend in at times if you didn't really know what you were looking at. Sometimes they have a really blue, but I think his Saturn, it's really rare to see it as blue as you see.
Right.
It's always very prevalent in the
red or orange.
Red and the yellows are always there. It's rarely catches that blue hue. It's really rare to see that. So
right.
And the clouds,
like lead object.
It's just so easy to recognize the Saturn and a yellow moon.
Right. I think he's right. I think I do see the lead object, especially on the one on the left. You know, you can see a small orb shape.
Right.
Kind of low down.
And lead asteroid is crossing over to the right. It is, I believe, it's drawn in this month on the right hand side of the sun. I could go over and look that up. Here I drew it yesterday. I don't even remember. Oh.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's look and see.
Walking.
It's lower right of our sun for lead asteroid. Yep. So.
I'm scrolling.
And that changed a little bit compared to the month before that. And it looks like it's bigger and closer this month.
Okay, I've got it drawn underneath. But yeah, it's moving over to the right of the sun generically.
Uh-huh. I see. Okay. Good to know.
Did you download or upload that illumination video that I sent you on PM?
Oh, let me look and see. No, I haven't. I forgot. I'll get it now.
Okay, I got stalled there for a second on my feed, so I might be patching out.
Oh, yeah. Cool. All right. Let's take a second.
Okay. It's worth discussing because the illumination of the tan asteroid is a reoccurring thing that we've watched many, many cycles over. And now it's big, and it is. And what's because he talks loud. The guy talking, granted, there's a lot of swearing going on, so be prepared. I'll give you a warning. Swearing is coming. But I love listening to these guys because they're not, of course, as used to things as we are. A fresh point of view every once in a while is occasionally humorous and entertaining. So if and when you're ready to play that. And that was part of the drawing discussion was this month. I of course, I added more of the orange and yellow to depict that there is a self-luminescent behavior going off of the salamander asteroid group again, or tan asteroid as well. So
say that one more time. I didn't catch.
I was talking about self-illumination of the tan asteroid and the salamander asteroid group on the side of Uri is being more illuminated.
And
of course, that was done in last month as well, but I didn't accentuate it well enough to stand out. So this month I did a lot more orange in this month's drawing on purpose to show you that is going to be illuminated in orange and showing up and I did things a little different this month because I was on my third sheet, got it half done, crumpled it up, threw it away, got it half done, 3/4 of the way done, went, no, that's wrong, crumpled that one up, threw it away. And the third one is what we're looking at, which is why I left the mistake in on the back of Attu, because normally I don't do that. I try not to, but there's days that, I'm not completely fully awake and it's the 15th and I'm drawing the drawing. Dang it. Here we go.
Yeah. I know you always draw them the day of.
Yep.
Typically. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever done it early.
As it can be.
I know the sun is not that high at 8 o'clock. There is no way. I've been watching the skies every day. It is January 15th, 2024. And I know for a fact the sun is not that high at 8 o'clock.
And look how big it is. That's the tan asteroid, dead center above the yellow and white house.
Look at where the rays are pointing.
That big circular
where the light's
area
coming from.
Yeah.
And this is the white illumination of the bottom of Uri as well. And earlier somebody was asking about the white illumination. So this is what brought that to mind. And if you see that, looks like the sun behind the clouds back there, and it's big and huge, but it's not. That is the tan asteroid, especially since he's standing here telling us that's not where the sun is at 8 o'clock in the morning. So he's correct. That is not the sun. It's a very large asteroid, and the whole bottom of the planet Uri is
I
being
wonder what
illuminated.
time it was.
He said about 8 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, he did say, okay,
Yeah,
cool.
he said the sun is not that high at 8 o'clock in the morning. And he was right.
Thank you. See, Lorraine. I see Lorraine is here. Hi, Lorraine.
And don't mistake it for the small dot front. It's a very large.
How much is it? How much of this is Uri?
The whole bottom area, the white, everything white throughout the whole skies is the bottom of planet Uri showing white. But the center dot above the house with the yellow panel and the white panel and the two cars, the white and the blue card, directly above that, you can draw a big circle about the size of a lemon. Of course, that's my screen because I have a 43-inch screen, so it's the size of a lemon. To you, it might be the size of a golf ball in the center of the picture. But above the houses, the blue and the white car and the two telephone poles, directly straight above that, there's a big, large white circle. And that is not so that's what he's looking at. It's not the sun. That's actually the Tan asteroid. And it's big. It's huge. And I did a whole series on that last night. I was, doing one of those midnight to 3 a.m. posting rants again. I went through this morning going, okay, did you post anything stupid and silly that you want to remove today? Because, I get going and I sometimes get tired and don't realize I'm getting into the silly zone. And so if you come across some of my posts where I do that, check what time of night I actually posted or day. Because usually I only post during the day. But if I'm up late, sometimes I get a little silly. Post crazy.
Nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
Well, I get emotional and I add songs and I start giving everybody music and then I get wound up and going, you guys have to listen to this. Oh my God, this is so important. And I don't want to be this guy screaming in the phone booth on the Art Bell show, but there are days that I do want to scream that heavily at people, especially like coming back from Walmart today. I was laughing all the way, literally halfway, from Missoula to Lowell, half of the way here. I was just laughing because I kept looking up and there it was, and there it was, and there it was, and oh my God, how can you miss this? And I can't believe you missed this. And it's getting to the point where it's humorous that such a large percentage of the population isn't noticing what is right before our very eyes. And I can't believe, and I've said this a million times, I can't believe that people don't notice these passing planets. Oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. And I was to the point where the frustration turned into laughter. I was like, almost who was that? What like almost one of those comedians that breaks into a hysterical laughter.
I'm looking at pictures that Christopher sent me. Sorry, I didn't mean
to. Is somebody's phone vibrating, or is there a pigeon
it's
going?
It's mine.
Oh, okay, I was going.
It's mine. I'm saving photos.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, speaking of that, Sam. Nicole was mentioning just a while ago how everybody has their faces buried on their phone.
Right.
24/7. 2 days ago, I went to replace to change out my tires and put some winter tires on. And there was a bunch of stuff going on in the background while I was waiting. There was a bunch of, the sky was just, it looked like a bunch of debris just passing in front of the sun. And, I was just mesmerized sitting there waiting while literally everybody waiting there. And I mean literally everybody except the employees had their faces buried in the freaking phone.
Yeah.
The entire hour that I was there waiting for my car. The entire time people were just on their phone.
Yeah, I've noticed that in society too.
The only time that they got their heads out of their phone was when their car was ready or one of the employees was talking to them. But other than that, that's the entire time, like just like zombies. And I looked around, I was like, "Holy shit!" Like, we really
Where do you think that's headed?
It really is a disease almost at this point, And yeah. Somebody mentioned, I saw somebody post a meme recently that they gave us phones to keep you from looking up, and I'm like, wow, that is a very interesting thing to say because if you think about it, we kind of had phones right around the time when a lot of this was going to start happening. And I don't know, it just seems like let's give them a toy to keep them from paying attention to the world around them. And I think that's the problem with everybody now.
Right.
Again, I just got my stats from my. I get 3 months reviews on my Facebook page of how my videos are doing, and I don't know what the deal is with people, but okay, so out of 1,000 views per video that I get, everybody drops off after 5 seconds. They stop watching the video, and I'm posting 30-second videos.
Wow.
This is what our phones and TikTok era has done to us, is that we can't even make a 30-second video.
We should also take time to ask everybody to stop what you're doing right now. And then I've seen Colin Ski do this. Like, subscribe, hit the subscribe notification button. That way when our shows are on. Take this time to if everybody out there likes, because I've noticed we've had 500 viewers and we've had 87 likes or 125 likes or whatever. If everybody out there would just real quick, if you hit the like button, you're going to add to the ability for this show to be shared more.
The algorithm.
Right.
Liking, comment is the most important thing you can do, and share, of course. But
yeah, and the comments after shows have dropped off too.
Is the best thing to get the algorithm going, and it's also based on how long you spend on a video, that's
right.
Right.
And if you don't watch it to the end,
yeah. What I was saying, just is come on, people, you have to. 5 seconds out of a 30-second video. That's come on, like get it together. Like we can't be completely zombified where we can't even spend 30 seconds on watching something. That's just,
right. Yeah,
it's insanity to me that 5 seconds into a video, people just switch off and say, "Oh, I'm bored." 5 seconds in.
I haven't checked, but can you imagine how many people looked at that 9-hour video that we put out and went, "Oh, I'm not watching that one. No way."
It's insane to me. It's insane to me how. And again, I keep my videos very short and to the point because of that.
Yeah,
I don't watch my reels.
Come back to it.
I don't keep my reels longer than 30 seconds, 45 seconds, maybe a minute and a half. Rarely do I go a minute and a half, just to keep them short and to the point. And even then, 5 seconds in, people just disengage. I find that upsetting and just very telling about what's happening, in the world right now with people's attention span.
Yeah, it's really important to have
Neurologically, this is changing people more than they realize.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And future generations, the children are being raised up in this. It's not so much us, it's more about the future, because we know that's the focus. Future generations and how they're going to be operating this stuff.
What do you think, Taylor, about video games? Like every now and then I'm thinking, I wish I'd just never bought video games. I wonder what your lives would be like, you, Tanner, from video games.
That has also played a role in this, as much as cell phones have as well, in deteriorating the attention span of people. That's why TikTok has done so well, because they're shorter videos, because of shorter attention spans. Even YouTube has implemented a thing called Shorts. So they're trying to do what TikTok did, which is complement the shorter attention spans of people. So in a lot of ways, we're not evolving, we're devolving, because technology. We're really not mature enough for a lot of this technology. We're not ready for a lot of this technology as quickly as it's coming out, and it shows.
Completely agree.
Yeah, I bought the kids new bikes a couple of years ago, and they were brand new bikes. And I, like I said here on last week's show, I said, I asked them to put them away, and they got distracted on a video game, and so it ended up staying out in the fall. And I just sort of left them there just to see what their reaction come spring is going to be when they go, "Oh, look at my bike, it's all rusty." Well, that's because I asked you to put it away and you didn't. And so, they didn't even hardly ride their bikes at all last fall at all. And that's an exercise thing that they, I'm sure, direly need. And so, there's we're creating couch potatoes and closet cave dwellers and video game people that live at their station. And if you go all the way back to Zager and Evans in the year 2525 and all of that, we're drastically being shut in. We need to, expand ourselves, get our exercise, go out and look at the world. And if you watch any video today, people get out of their car and the first thing they're doing is they're looking around in circles and wondering where their phone is. And that is such a huge portion. And I catch it because I'm not one of those people. And I watch them all immediately looking first thing for their phone. And then, of course, they stuff them in their pockets or their purse or whatever. But that's become, it used to be you would be looking for your sunglasses or where's my pen? Oh, I lost my pen. And now they are absolutely focused on that phone completely all the time. And it's so weird to me because I don't have one. I mean, I have one.
And honestly, I think it kind of looks ridiculous when you're just sitting there on your phone, like you can't even go
and scrolling. Yeah.
Everywhere you go, you see it. You see this at the grocery store. You see it at doctor's appointments. You see it at, when I get my car maintenance. Everywhere that I go, this is going on.
My favorite one is.
In fact, even people driving next to me.
Yeah, you're in Walmart and the guy walks by. He's got the thing stuck on his phone, on the side of his head, and he's talking really loud. And the guy on the phone is talking really loud. And you, like 5 years ago, people would look at you for rude as that. Now it's just general practice. Like, oh, I'm on the phone. Deal with it, dude. Whether you hear it or not. And you're walking through the store going, dude, disengage and shop for once instead of being on those damn things. Anyway.
Yes. And I agree with what Christopher said just a while ago. Even if it's not for the sake of watching planets.
You were right again, Christopher.
It's just a beautiful world. Like there is a lot more to this world than just your phone.
People might actually see the text.
I went out on a walk right before I came on the show, and I was taking a walk, and there was the ducks, and you have to take all that stuff in. People were feeding the ducks. And even the people that were walking were on their freaking phones. I'm like, dude, like disconnect at least when you're out in nature. Like take a second, enjoy seeing the ducks on the pond. Like at least I don't know. I enjoy things like that very much. That really does it for me. I think my mental health is better when I take my walks out in nature. I love that. And
great for filming, but before you go on a walk, leave your phone at home. Unless and there's I might need it for for filming.
I keep mine in my pocket because I always have a camera ready. Yeah. But unless something's happening in the sky, that phone, if I'm taking a walk out in nature, that phone is in my pocket. I put it on silent. I don't answer calls. I just take my walk and it's like my meditation is to go take a walk and just disconnect. And if something's happening in the sky, then I'll pull it out and record it because I'm always up for that. But other than that,
you have a reason.
Yeah. But other than that, the phone is in my pocket, and that's not what I'm out taking a walk for. I'm out to take a walk and kind of just have that mental break, and just kind of take in the world around you. It's just we're really getting disconnected from that, and it's not healthy.
Yeah, it's not. And people need. Well, let's just hope that let's just hope a whole bunch of us get a whole lot smarter really fast.
Well,
so Stie has a question about consciousness or the crown of thorns. I'm not an expert on that by any means, but maybe Sam, you know.
I've dusted across the surface of that topic on an occasion. That is mixing in now. People, unfortunately, we are drastically influenced by the creations of the Roman Empire still to this day. And then you have to take into account that the papacy of Rome changed locations. The Roman capital was in France at one point in time. The Roman capital was literally up in the Germany, Poland regions. Of course, the maps have changed so many times; it's hard to tell you exactly where. Austria, etc. And then, of course, prior to that, it was in Rome, Italy, and then Constantinople and everything. And the Roman Church moved around an awful lot, and all during these processes of moving the church, a lot of the texts of the Bible were rewritten by the rich. And so what they're describing, the crown of thorns, is a way for society or the rich, wealthy people to limit you and tell you that, oh, your original sin and all of this and the crown of, and they're using these masking statements to fear you into complacency and to comply to what they're telling you you should behave like, and it has to do with control. So when you're mixing in a question that's indoctrinated in religion, then there is no real answer for you. There can be a generic assumption, but I wouldn't base my information out of the cross reference of the Bible. It doesn't do you any good. There's a bunch of other. Now, if you were to mix the tablets of thought, and you were going to mix in some of this and some of that and all blend in the middle, well, then that's fine. And Egyptian lore, etc., or Sumerian texts or whatever, or the Colburn Bible, whatever. If you're mixing that, well, then okay, then you're going to come up to a cross-reference assimilation. But when you're starting to use the Roman or the religious doctrine as a base guide for wanting to know knowledge, you're not going to get any answers, because it was written by man, not by truth, not by science. And I apologize for that, but I mean, it's been rewritten so many times by so many different groups of people. And then the Bible was originally laid out in different languages, and then there's the translation to English, and the translation to French, and the translation to German, and the translation to Russian, and the Italian. And you have to remember that all of this is being translated by some guy. Oh, well, in Italian we say whatever, but in English we have to say it this way. So you're going to see a direct loss of actual.
The log is lost in translation.
Right,
absolutely.
It's like my parents trying to tell me a joke from Germany, and they'd say, "Well, it doesn't translate well, so I'm not telling you."
Right.
And they would tell me that all the time. Well, they're probably also saving me from the fact they're telling dirty jokes in German, and we wanted to know, and that's why I didn't get to learn Dutch or German as well, because my parents wanted to keep it away from us so they could actually talk behind our backs so we wouldn't know what they were saying. And they directly complained about it later, to going, we wish we would have taught you Dutch. And I picked up a lot, but not,
I wish I would have learned that.
Most of the swear words we picked up, but my dad always, when my dad swore, he would always go "hot verdamme," and which is
Audrey,
damn it in Dutch, I guess,
And Dennis. Hi, Dennis.
My younger brother he's a translator, actually, for
cool.
He translates Spanish for courts and lawyers. And he tells me that all the time, that sometimes when even Spanish to English, which is relatively very easy to translate. I mean, right. Not easy, but it's very basic. Even sometimes when he's in court, when he's in court, he says the translations, and he's been doing this for 11 years. He says that sometimes he has to sit, it takes him a second just to make sure that he gives a proper translation, because if you're not careful,
the placement of the noun and all of that in different languages. The structure of the sentence is different in German compared to how we, Bill went to the store, and in German it would be something about the store that Bill did go to, or the structure is different in some languages versus the way we.
It's very subtle things in Spanish, but it's small things that can amount to, even the jury, kind of misunderstanding something, and that's a big deal when you're doing.
And in Asian languages, there's always this extra connotation of where they go at the end of it, and they're adding just this speculation of exasperation, which is common, I guess. I don't know Malaysian or Japanese or Korean or Chinese, but I've always noticed that they're in their vocal inflections, they do a lot of elongated sighs and complaints having to do, I guess, with conjecture of a verb or so. I don't know. Anyway, we digress.
Yeah. Let's just say a lot gets lost in translation.
Yeah, it gets lost in translation.
And also, I think things are left to interpretation as well. I'm not going to say subjective, but A lot of it is left to interpretation, and I think that's one of the biggest things with things like the Bible is that
experimental element. He's going crown chakra. Yeah, that's where like the crown of thorns. The crown, of course, the original crowns and kings all comes from the early Sumerians and the Egyptians having to do with knowledge and enlightenment. And in standard Catholicism, they put the halo over the top of the holy person. And in Buddhism and Hinduism, they also put a dome of enlightenment, and that shows you that. And then, of course, that also cross references with the reference to Illuminati. But because you're illuminated, or the Illuminos, you're illuminated, you're knowledgeable. But that has been misconstrued and spun into a bad thing and conspiracy theory, just like people talk about the Masons and how all the Masons are evil because they have secrets. Well, that's on both sides of the street and then in the middle as well. So it's hard to take things. Yeah, the Jesuits, he talks about that. They were the worst of all. And they had a lot to do with controlling the masses and keeping them honest and forthright and showing up on Sunday and bringing their pennies ever since 1444. And prior to that, the Roman Catholic Church wasn't taking tithing. But then they wanted to build St. Paul's Basilica. And they said, well, when the church is built, then we'll stop collecting tithing. But they never did.
The Illuminati was founded in America the same year America was founded in 1776 by a man named Adam Weishaupt.
Right, and that was from a derivative of the Illuminos.
That is
which ran in. That had to do with the Spanish Inquisition and everything else, and certain sects that were hiding from the Spanish Inquisition, because there was two Spanish Inquisitions, one I believe in 14 something, and then another one in the 1600s, and that also had to do with the transference of the papacy between Rome and Italy, Rome and the de Medici families, and then they went into Spain, and once the church was moved to Spain, that's when the first Spanish Inquisition came into being, and they murdered millions of people, and they burned millions of books, and that's when all the other religions stopped working with each other. Before that, the Jews and the Moors and the Muslims were all trading information between each other, and they were all godly and sharing and loving each other and everything. And then after the beginning of the Spanish Inquisition, that's when all of that stopped. People stopped talking to each other.
Well, that video was crazy. That rotation.
I know.
And what is it deal with the? Do you see that line right down the middle? Is that what's the deal? Are you guys seeing that?
Yeah. Well, there's.
It was a little less prevalent. I don't know if that's a camera thing or if that's.
I think it's a planetary edge cutoff of light.
I'm thinking that too, because if you rewind it, you could actually see it a little bit less. It gets brighter. It gets a little.
And that's what I was talking about. How dark it was on the right-hand side of the sun versus on the left-hand side today when I was coming back from town. And it was just absolutely dark on the right-hand side from a Saturn being there so close and Nibiru being there, that the whole entire that side of the sky. And it was mid-afternoon when I was coming by, so of course I'm looking at the sun in the south. By the way, it's supposed to be overhead and wasn't. It was deep south. And everything on the right-hand side of the sun was pitch dark, unbelievably shadowing. The entire northwest sky was dark. And that was part of why I was just laughing, going, I cannot believe people don't notice this. It's insane.
Look at this video. It's crazy. Look at the rotation, and look how you can see it come close. It doesn't come all the way into view, but you can see how the darkness is just, it's more and more.
I'd be going cuckoo if I didn't know what this was. I'd be going, the sky's falling. Holy shit, we're being lied to.
Look at the sun right there. It's getting pinched. You look at the shape is changing. The shape is changing because it's getting cut into. That is crazy. See right there, you could there's a planetary cutoff right. Oh wow. There's
a lot. And I think Saro's coming into play now. And I think the crossover of his Saturn, like right here, I think the Saturn crossed over in front of the sun because it's gone and it's not sunset. So and this is what I was talking about, how, and you were talking about also, Jesus, where it looks like it was there in the picture, but it was a little too far to the right.
Yeah.
I mean, excuse me, a little too far to the left.
Yeah.
Just beyond over the top of the sun. And we just saw an example of that where the sun disappeared right before our very eyes.
Yes.
And
So
it is not
there it is
sunset
again.
time.
There it is again.
You know, you can see there's stuff cutting in, and there's a flare on the bottom, and that is most likely the green asteroid, because the green asteroid is in some areas below the sun now, but I moved it over to the left, but I didn't drop it down, and I should have, but then there was no room to draw it in because the lead asteroid was right there as well. Sometimes I have to give a little grace to trying to draw two objects next to each other instead of one over the top of each other, blocking out the other object. So I'll move it over just a little bit to include it. Yeah, I don't be surprised if we have some really unbelievably very dark days in the next week or two or month, where actually maybe Saturn is crossing over the top of us so much in front of our star that we're actually going to, lose sunlight hours early. It's very possible, because I saw that today myself. I was going, look at the ion tail, and it's way too far to the left. How can that be? And I was arguing in my own mind, going, what is it? It's got to be the ion tail, but God, look where it is. And then we see evidence of it on this video that we just watched, and Jesus mentioned it as well in the same picture. And so I'm inclined to believe that we're looking at a new, slightly changed ball game with different set of rules.
Yeah, we just have a new drawing, but I think the next drawing will be
different.
Maybe some bigger changes.
Saturn's yellow moon is going to have to be way bigger on and I don't want to overdraw it, which I've done in the past, where I've actually increased the size of Saturn's yellow moon, because it did get huge early and then got smaller again, oddly, and that had to do with the rotation of the overall system. But I was accurate in drawing it, but inaccurate as far as sequence. So it was like adjust and readjust and then back adjust, and it was like So I've been wondering about that as well. But what we're seeing now is a very much larger Saturn's yellow moon. So, and that of course is in the shot that we're looking at right now, and all that is weird. It's weird.
I wonder what kind of camera this person has.
I was just looking at the lens jog one on here, where it's kind of rolling flat and then it goes up the other side. It's like, what is this? And the roof arch looks really, really weird. It's probably a fisheye. Why it looks so strange.
But it's so flat. I mean, usually fisheye is curved.
Yeah,
and the landscape looks curved.
Rotation in front of it is strange. Yeah, I wonder what that is too. It's a weather cam by smarkweather.net. And the temperature is 30.7 degrees, and the wind out of the
Taylor.
wind is
all right.
8 mile.
I'll be right back.
Okay, Taylor.
I think wide angle and fisheye. I don't like fisheye. Is just way too round. I think wide angle does just a little bit slighter roundness to it. I don't like when it's I don't like when you could literally see a bowl in the horizon. But I do think that if you want wide angle, you're gonna have a little bit of that. That's why I bought a few cameras to replace the one I currently use, my wide angle one that I currently use, because I got it because it's very minimal roundness to it. It doesn't add so much as a lot of other cameras. And I've tried to replace it, but my biggest problem is that a lot of times you'll see that huge bowl on the horizon, and I hate it. A lot of
YouTubers are using multiple different cameras all at the same time, and then they hop between them, and they use the time marker when editing on the different cameras. I don't own one, so I wish I did. But I don't own one to know how they do that. My daughter's child is really good at editing. She does a lot of that. And I've even asked her, I said, well, will you be able to do some videos for me? She says, no, I only want to do stuff I'm interested in, Dad. And I went, okay. But, maybe eventually soon she'll actually.
You got to respect the passion,
Yeah. Oh, well, that's one thing about Shiloh. She's highly logical.
Yeah.
She's a Gemini, and she's very logical.
Gemini here too.
I can't sway her emotionally.
I come from a family of Geminis and Cancers. My entire family, my parents, and us three brothers were all born in June. So I have Cancers and Geminis.
Yeah. I'm a June kid. I'm a Cancer. That's an interesting mix because you got some that don't want to talk about it, and the other ones want to talk about it, and that's the difference between Gemini and Cancer.
Okay. I just want to clarify that line because Christopher is asking about it too. That yellow line down the middle. Is that what you were talking about, Jesus? About
yeah. I'm starting to think it is a camera thing.
Okay.
I'm starting to think it's a camera thing because it's right down the middle and it seems to be in every shot.
Could be a planetary shadow line. Because they're right there. You got the side of Uri on the left.
Yeah. Also, every single one of these shots have the same planet cutoff, the exact same planet cutoff. So it's hard to tell. Really hard to tell.
Yeah, but then again, we also have to remember we cannot base our opinion off of one video.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Right. Yeah, this Bismarck.
Well, look at the quality here. This is not a quality video. Unfortunately, no disrespect to the videographer.
Yeah,
but it's kind of blurry.
The color change.
I love that glow, and I think a lot of people don't notice that glow sometimes.
Look at that! It's getting ready to go from this color to like boom. It's gonna go boom.
And it all changes sometimes.
All of a sudden,
you see that glow comes through a lot more on camera. But I've learned to recognize it with my own eyes, and it's our eyes. It's a little bit more subtle with your eyes, but it's definitely still there. That glow comes through on camera, great. But I mean,
it reminds me of a home security system.
Chris says he thinks it's a telephoto lens. Telephoto. I don't know.
I'm laughing
what that
with little flashes of rain, and it's raining.
It does seem like a panoramic of some sort, kind of. But
somebody's home camera off their back porch.
And again, I use various methods. I like to use my phone and I like to use my wide angle camera because of the same reason. That way nobody says, oh, well, it's because of this, it's because of that. I had an argument recently with an old, unfortunately, with somebody I've known for some time. And I'm like, hey, you're kind of judging one thing, but I use every different method, so you can't tell me that I'm deceiving anybody because I use both formats because of that. Just putting that out there again. I know I've said that once or twice.
Anybody that's standing there telling you that you're pulling the wool over their eyes is just trying to make an excuse so they can discredit you.
And
we know you're right.
And again, you don't have to take my word for it. Just go the hell outside and see it for yourself. Those curves are there. Those curves are there with camera, without a camera, with your eyes. It doesn't make a difference. Those curves are there.
That's what I was having a conversation with Taylor today. He's like, because he was like, so what about when there's no clouds? And I'm like, oh yeah, that doesn't mean that they're not there. We got all kinds of pictures.
I don't know. I don't like to post a lot of my planetary captures. I like when they're not cloudy. A lot of them. Okay, you're gonna have some clouds. Always, it's really rare to get just a blue planet curve line. But I like my captures to be the least clouds, the better. For me, because I get that we'll always see as clouds. Not to say that there's a lot of cool shots with clouds that are awesome, but in my preference is to capture things that have minimal clouds in the mix because because of that whole.
How muddy this is, sadly. This is a good part of the video, and it's all pixelated, muddy. Something weird went black in front of the sun there for a brief microsecond.
Look at that color of the sun. Look at that.
Yeah.
The yellow and the.
And it's definitely pinched off.
And you can see the curve right there on the right. Look at that darkness, that black blob.
Right. This perfect blue curve to the right.
And you're seeing
I thought the
illumination
was my signal, but I guess everybody's seeing it.
I might
be able
of
the sun.
Yeah, yeah. It's just really going crazy, having a party. Look at that. I would love to have us. I need to come back and get a screenshot and make that.
Looks like an eyeball.
Guys, I apologize. I hit the wrong button. Sorry. Anyway, I'll get back to where it was. Bear with me. Anyway, sorry. I backed it up too far. Hey, Jesus, Audrey a minute ago was asking a question about how you have your camera mounted. Do you have the camera mounted on your car?
It's a small handheld camera. I did that for a while, but I don't like the fact that it's through glass. So I stopped doing that. I did that for a short while, and I was like, okay, I need to stop doing this because it puts things in question, and I stopped doing that. So now I just do what you do. I stick my hand out the window, and because it's just a handheld camera, and I know where the shot is, I'll just hold it while I drive, and I make sure it's not like I'm not going down the highway when I'm recording. But I do I drive a lot. I drive like 200-300 miles a day, so I just hold it out the window now.
Roll your window down and
I always have to go back and mute the wind. I always have to go back and mute the wind. Yeah, but that's why I'll add a music now, but because you hear the wind from things. So I don't do the unless it's raining and there's something really cool happening. I'll take the captures just really for my own viewing pleasure, but a lot of what I do too, like a lot of what I post is for the public, but a lot of it's just because I have fun doing it and I love posting stuff. And as I was telling somebody recently, like I'm not really trying to convince anybody. If you see it, good. If you don't, I'm sorry. Like we're putting ourselves out there, and hopefully this information resonates with you. But I'm not really trying to force my opinion or what I see on anybody. Like I'm not here to argue with anybody. That's what I was telling somebody.
A long time ago, I chalked it up. I'm not here to prove this to you. I'm here to give you examples of it.
That's exactly right. That's exactly well put. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Is I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm just posting stuff because I enjoy it and because I see something. And if you don't see it, well, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry because you're missing a hell of a show. But at the end of the day, people are going to believe what they believe.
It's like what Christopher said the other day when he was on. Once you see them, you can't unsee them.
Absolutely.
And he's already stepped across that threshold that Taylor's waiting to find. And Christopher takes notes. We saw he had a pen in his pad and a notebook. He's all wonderfully hyped up for this because he's into it, and he's had a lot of time working with us as well under the other name as well, which I didn't know about. And so he stepped across that threshold, and I eventually think that will happen to Taylor very soon, and then he's going to stand there and laugh at himself, going, "I can't believe I didn't see this sooner." And I think a lot of what's going on is people have a tendency to believe that they're looking for something small. And that's a big stopper for most everyone.
That is the biggest problem is people's perspective is too small. And perfect example is that podcast that I sent you recently. That's what they were talking about is a lot of what we're seeing is hard to understand because we're down on Earth and we're so smart and our peripheral vision is really small.
That's why I mentioned house view.
You have to teach yourself to think planet-wide, to believe, to start thinking bigger, like much bigger. You can't just think about this thing that where you're a little peripheral vision. You have to broaden your horizons, literally.
Well, and for those of us who have watched our normal planets,
if you can do that, I think that you have a chance at looking at this. There's a lot of things happening. I think what we were talking about, that podcast that I sent you, Sam, of the Scablands, a lot of what they're discovering there has been kept hidden because that perspective that people don't really get.
Right? They didn't believe that it was possible.
Yes, and to start to think a lot bigger, because a lot of what happened in the scabbers, the only way you're going to see it is if you think really, really big. You have to think
Right.
really, really big.
And we've
You
said
know,
this
and not a lot of people
bipolar.
can do that. And I think we've really been stuck in just our small little world, and we have
You're
to
not looking
think.
for golf balls. You're looking for sky fillers.
You have to teach yourself to think in a broader, much broader window, than
And
just.
take light into account and which side. And this is where we go back to the drawing. And once you realize, and once you start cross-referencing with the drawing, that's going to be a huge stage where
Absolutely.
you go, oh wow, I recognize and I see that those are the stripes of Uri. Holy cow! Hey, those are the craters of Attu's moon. Look how purple that dark object in front of the stripe at Uri is. Oh, so that, and it's dark, so that's got to be dark Attu. And then we go on to the other side of the thing, and a big identification marker for a Saturn and a Saturn's yellow moon, of course, is the ion tail. And it's going all the way across the sky, and it's that little flame like bubbly, and there's no other cloud in the sky quite like it. And then you see it going all the way across the sky in this one long trail. And if you can grab hold of that and you search to the beginning, you'll see that directly behind that ion tail is a much larger circle, and we know that's the Saturn's yellow moon. And then behind it's a darker object with another cut off light on the right hand side of the sun. So you know that's the Saturn. And then the entire everything on the right hand side of the sun, like when I was coming home today, was dark, and there's a shadow all over the whole planet. Everywhere you can see to the other side is dark, weird illumination on the ground, on the trees, on the mountains, on the grasslands, everything, on the buildings. Then you go, wait a minute, hey, there's a shadow. And once your brain, I always tell everybody, look at the dark areas first. Once you start doing that, you taught your eyes to look in a reverse pattern, because a lot of people, the first thing when they stare at, they go, oh, look, there's the sun. And now, like, if you keep it paused right here, I think part of this is what this line we're talking about is a camera effect, but it is also a reality of a shadowing effect.
Yeah, we have lots of pictures.
Right there. That is literally what you're looking for first. Don't look at the sun. Look at that dark area and that big cut off blue line, which shows you that's the side of the planet is Saturn. Because that is how big it is right now.
It's curved on both sides.
Oh, cool.
See that obvious
that rounded curve. Dark area everywhere on to the right.
Both sides.
It's always there. The dark side of a very massive object on the right-hand side. And that's what I saw today, again, coming home from town. And it's just like everything on the right-hand side was completely dark. And I looked at the mountains off in the distance to the west and to the south and everything. And it's just dark. And it's like,
and look at the sunlight. It's like oval. You know, the sunlight is oblong.
It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. How come it's not completely illuminated everywhere? And it's not the clouds doing it. So.
Yeah. You know.
And you have to tell your brain there's an object between us and the sun, and we're seeing the dark side of them until their side illuminated.
Yeah.
And that doesn't happen until they pass us. In varying degrees from above our heads to beyond us. And that's when the light is illuminating the face, is when they go beyond us, then we are able to see the light that is hitting them. Other than that, we see a dark edge, which is why in this shot right here, we have it frozen. Well, it was there briefly. That dark blue area is the Saturn. And then you see the never-ending ion trail going from this, from the center of the sun all the way to the right, and that's the ion tail of the Saturn's yellow moon. And it happens so often over and over again. Of course, now we're getting into normal clouds, normal weather, and you have to learn to look behind the clouds, behind the first or second or third layer.
But even that has a big curve, to the right.
Curve again, and then the dark blue. Yeah. And then over to the left, and that big illumination shows you it's an increased size flaring, so that means it's being cut off, and it's focaling from a cutoff flare. And once you start to notice that, and then you take into account how big these planets are, and then you'll see your first rounded side edge of a planet, and once you go, oh shit, they're real. And off you go from that moment on, and there's no turning back. Yeah, it is. Christopher says, I like that. Look at the dark areas first. You have to teach yourself to look in reverse. That's exactly correct.
You know, when I first came to a lot of these other Nibiru channels that were, 5% truth mixed in 95% BS.
Yeah.
A lot of what was being said is everybody was searching for light sources, and it was always such a big thing. Oh, look for the light source and the light source. And then I understood when it came to Montana Skywatchers that it was a huge keeper of seeing the truth when you're looking for light instead of the darkness. I never would have thought. But when I started looking for the dark areas, everything just came and made much more sense to me,
Because then you work your eye into the graduating color lines and the banding and the shadowing and the light illuminations and the angle of light, because you start at the dark. But if you start at the bright and look at the sun, the rest of the picture, everything's going to be in the background and you won't see anything, because you've already literally eye blinded yourself by that yellow or the white or whatever. Even if if you're not staring at the sun on a picture, it's literally the same as if you were to look up in the sky and you stare at the sun, and before you know it, you got all those dots in front of your eyes, you can't see anything. And you have to remember, like, this bottom illumination that's going on right before our very eyes, there is a sunshine refraction going on there on the bottom of the planet, and that's why it spreads out that wide. And here, if you look in this sunset, past sun, there's still the sort of what the heck is going on with that line of illumination that we're seeing here. And you can see the bottom of a very large, rotating, rolling planet. Because the sun should not flare out like that. It shouldn't be that big, but it's being cut off to make it that big.
Like
pressing. And the more you watch, you'll pick up on the patterns. Because they're very, very repetitive. They're very repetitive. That is the one thing that I don't understand about a lot of this, is that things happen, right? You'll have this period of where nothing in the sky is happening, right? Blue, sunny skies, and then all of a sudden, bam. And then this pattern happens over and over. And then you'll have perfectly normal sunsets, right? More or less, as normal as they are. But then you'll have these incredible colors, these incredible things happening, cutoffs and debris going everywhere. And you will catch on that after you've been watching the skies for a while. But you have to be watching. You have to get familiar with your skies. That is the most important things. Like I was telling somebody recently, like, if you're spending more time reading about this stuff than actually outside watching this stuff, or at very least recording, at very least taking your own photos, then there's only so much you're going to learn on paper and reading, like you have to.
Anybody notice that they're rolling away from us now? Whereas like 2 years ago, they were rolling towards us.
Oh, really?
Getting smaller and getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And now they're literally rolling away from us. And I've noticed that. I never I don't fully understand the changes in rotation of the overall system versus our earthly spin and movement. I mean, it's, once you start down that path, it's like, trying to keep track of an oatmeal cluster in a blender. But anyway,
Christopher, I just want to answer Christopher. You're in Las Vegas. I lived there in 2021 for about almost a year. You're down at 2,000 feet. The elevation, the lack of elevation where you're at, makes a huge difference. So what I noticed while I was there is that the sightings aren't nearly as often as they are, say, up here in Salt Lake, because there's a huge elevation difference. But because you're in the desert, you have, whenever things do happen, it is insane. Like, it is so, you can see it so well because you're in the desert and you have such clear skies. Even in Las Vegas, you have very, very clear skies. Here in Salt Lake, the biggest problem is that we have really, really bad pollution, especially at certain times of the year. So even the elevation it helps, but that pollution, sometimes I have to go up the mountain just to get up above all that.
You have inversion,
but down there where you're at 2,000 feet, you're not going to see it. Some of us up here. But when you do see it, it's a hell of a show up there.
We had that.
Okay.
Yeah, and people down at sea level, if you're in California and live on the coast, you are having a harder time at sea level seeing that what we kind of take for granted up here in Montana or in Utah even, for example. We do see a lot more because we're higher up, and that it is a different experience. Like, because I've noticed a lot of California-based shots don't show it as well, and whereas we see land masses and you guys kind of vaguely do.
When I go even up higher, I'm about 5,000 feet here, 5,000 here down in the valley. But when I go up to Park City, up the mountain, that's like another 2,000, 2,500 feet. At some point, you could be as high as 8,000 feet up, and it is amazing sometimes.
Yeah, and they're right there, and you can see land masses, and you can see the shapes. And
yeah,
and you don't have all the crap in the way.
You can see the asteroids,
right?
So well.
Yeah.
I mean, just crazy.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just below 5,000 feet in most areas here, and Missoula proper is like 30. Well, no, actually, it's maybe. I need to relook that up. I don't know how high actually Missoula is, but I know I'm just below 5,000 feet here in Lolo.
I think that's why New Mexico, where I was at, had such a great skies. Like nothing I've seen is because the elevation up there was at 4,500 feet. And it was basically desert. So you're talking about
and the moisture's gone out of most of the cloud is gone.
It was insane. I've never seen it as clear as I've ever seen it in New Mexico. It's just the best place. That area where I was at was just the best place for watching.
I would love to be a fly on the wall the first time Taylor watches one of these planets goes by, and his jaw is on his knees, and he's having to wipe the street crumbs off his chin from going, oh wow. I will never forget the first time I saw the Skull asteroid come from around the backside, the dark area behind Planet At-2 in 2015. And I mean, I have never been one of those people to automatically fearfully pee my pants. But at that moment, there was some definite concentration going back on holding back my water, shall we say. And I saw that damn thing come around out of the shadowed darkness, and the cold, vaporous clouds come out of the mouth, the open, gaping, screaming mouth, and eye sockets and nose sockets. And I mean, this thing was massive, and this was in 2015. And I saw that thing come, and I literally had to reach for the car so I didn't fall on the ground, because I was standing next to my car, and I'm just standing there going, oh my God, it is real. Because we'd had pictures of it. We'd had numerous pictures of it, but I hadn't seen it by eye. And I wasn't talking about it because there was a lot of, at that time we had a lot of middle to elderly women as the first original members of Montana Skywatcher 1. So I had a tendency to be very careful what I posted, because I didn't want to bombard people into a state of fear. And of course, some of them are haunting me to this day, and a whole bunch of them have learned and grown excellent skywatchers, and a few other ones are out to get me because of it, because I damaged their concept of their religion, and not intentional, nor do I down them for that. I'm not trying to be negative.
People don't like that.
But I would love to be a fly on the wall when Taylor sees his first lead asteroid or red asteroid or the site of a Saturn, and
it's an exciting time, man. It's an exciting time when all this starts.
There are times. Sorry, I was gonna say there are times when he does send me pictures. He takes a walk or something. He's at least taking pictures.
Are you pragmatic? And
I'm outside every day.
Go there yet?
Usually every day, so I don't miss the sky. To be honest, I see it every day. I go on many miles walks every day, and when I biked, I used to go on like 20-mile bike rides a day.
There you go.
So, oh yeah.
All right. Well, it'll happen.
I love being outside.
Yeah.
A little hint: spend a little more time looking straight up rather than across the horizon, and that's when you're
True.
going to see your undeniable. Oh my God! Look, there's a complete rounded edge, and then you'll probably all of a sudden see a possibility of land masses, and once you do, you go, "Oh shit, it's real." And it's happened to me a number of times. I mean, still, I mean, God, literally every time I drive back from Missoula and look south, and I'm heading toward Lolo, and there it is right in front of me, and I go, "Oh my God, I can't argue with this. This is," and there it is again, and there it is again. You know,
It's a beautiful moment when you
yeah,
discover something to be true, that you've been wondering about, and you actually get the truth of it. It comes. That's a beautiful
wow.
feeling.
Audrey, you haven't done any homework.
I was just going to answer this and say there is that. That is available,
Yeah, yeah. The explanation. God, understanding that. Okay, go to my YouTube channel, Samuel Hofman. That's Hofman with one F, Hofman. I hope you know how to spell Samuel. Samuel. I'll just get it out there. Go to my YouTube. And in one of the back pages, you'll find the Understanding the Skies series. There's probably 7 or 8 of them that we've managed to rescue. They are, some of them might be the cultured shows, and some of them might be the original blanks prior to reproduction, where we added to it through James, because I sent my stuff to James after I did a show, and then he added to it. He put stuff in between my descriptions to match, because he could do that and I couldn't do that while making these shows, and so we had to have post-production scenarios. Nepacity is not blue. Nepacity is green. We really need to do, Rebecca, a show of all the little planet pictures, and actually, let's do a description. Start with Nibiru, Sarah. We'll do just a show on.
I think that would be fun.
That's a good idea. We'll go through each planet.
Kind of start from 1 and go to 100.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, we could lay out a series of smaller, earlier pictures.
I'll start making a playlist, a list of a folder to find some good examples of that.
I know where most of those pictures are too, and of course I've got them all stuck in my brain. So I mean, I actually remember a very large portion of the pictures that I have, and even when they were taken, which is I find fascinating that I do have this retention. Then I guess I'm supposed to, which is why I do what I do, how we do what we do. Go back into that crazy land. But yeah, Nibiru is blue, dark blue, deep blue, because it's an ocean planet. It has many land masses that are sort of almost peninsula shaped for the general. I've only seen pretty much one face of Nibiru. I haven't seen the whole circulation of the planet very well to memorize it. Saru has blotchy, smaller island land masses, is a blue-green. Uri is, of course, white and striped with gray stripes with partial open patches in some of her rings that are less dense, so you can sort of see deeper inside the atmosphere. Atu is a striped purple, but the stripe runs at an angle, whereas Uri's stripes are horizontal, but Atu's stripes go at a downward angle to the left. Atu's moon, of course, is white and pockmarked because it's full of craters. That's why we know it's a moon, not another planet. Isatum is red. Isatum has a yellow moon that's spatially attached very close to the proximity of the planet, which is why it does the ion tail around it. We believe it has 2 smaller side facial moons, one on either side away from the center moon, sort of like a trio, which is why the ion tail goes around off the yellow moon into the side moons on either side. I can't fully explain it, but that's apparently what is happening. Of course, Nepacity is green. It has dots on it. We believe it to be volcanic because we've seen rather unusual open puff holes in its atmospheric cloud system, as if there was multiple volcanic activities blowing off around the planet at the same time. We believe Nepacity to be the next smallest of all the planets. Of course, Matim is tiny and blue, very, very bright blue, and it has oddly sort of glacial like surface view, like as if it's frozen and covered in ice. and then it has dark areas, like there was volcanic ash on certain areas in between ice. I don't know. It's the best way I can describe it. Let's see. We got Saturn's red, Nepesity's green, Matinda's light blue, bright blue. I think that's everybody. And then, of course, Imaru is the big brown dwarf that's orangish brown. It doesn't put off light. It's a gas giant electron cluster. Massive, 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 massive. And it holds our 2 stars. The standard red star that belongs to the Nibiru group is bigger than our sun. Our star Sol is a yellow dwarf, and it's smaller than the red. And we've seen evidence again of the extra behavior of our star and some back filigree electrical stuff that's been going on that I'm still wondering how NASA is filtering out that second star behind, but they can do anything they want, I guess, with their film before they release it. And we always know that nothing goes unvetted. Not one stitch of information ever comes out of the government without it going through the classification or declassification prior to ever going out. And they were very, very adamant about that when I was there. And information always goes up, never goes down. And they were adamant as hell about that. And I, of course, didn't always follow their rules because that's me. So I got in trouble a couple times for trying to talk to people when I was not allowed to. Because you want to share what you did today at work, but
I've always been the kind of I don't want to say a rule breaker, but I just kind of
a rebel.
A rebel, okay.
Yeah, that's why we're here. Otherwise, none of us would be listening to this.
He knows.
We'd be going, I'm sorry, but society thinks that you're absolutely batshit crazy, and I'm not going to listen to you for 5 seconds because there's no way that these planets are right next to Earth because we'd be dead. That one. And you have to be a rule breaker. You have to be somebody who's different, not going to believe what everybody tells you, not believe what Einstein believed, and not believe what society tells you. And because, oh my God, I mean, an example is our dear friend Mark, and he doesn't even dare go into the middle of his village and look up because he's going to be ostracized by the public around him. And of course, Jesus has run into that where he's had people come after him. I've had, I was filming from my driveway and I got the cops called on me. And Rebecca actually gets passerbys to stop and talk to her, which is nice. And I actually, this week, I ran out of business cards again in my wallet. So I have to remember myself to put more in my wallet.
Nice.
And I had a really nice, like 70-year-old checker at Orange Street Food Farm today. And she was actually very inquisitive and very knowledgeable. And we started talking. And it all started out when she asked me, do you want paper or plastic? And I went, unfortunately, plastic. And the Earth won't like that, but I can't kill the trees. And then off I went, Of course, listen to me. I'm a major liberal here in Missoula, Montana. Of course, that is Missoula, Montana. Until most of the people that moved in here, till the money moved in, screwed it all up. We used to be the coolest hippie town that ever was.
Chris is asking about the cops. You had the cops called on you.
Oh yeah, I was taking pictures of the sky in my driveway because I was dealing with a neighbor who had spilled a bunch of diesel fuel in my yard and my driveway and killed a bunch of my stuff, including a very old grapevine that I had. And Nova slipped in it and split her head open on her birthday bulb. That's another story altogether.
Oh my goodness!
So I was out there and I was taking a couple of photos. This is when I still had the cameras that worked. Actually, it was on my flip phone, I think. Yeah, maybe it was my flip phone before it died. And I was I took like 5 shots of the driveway, and then I started taking a bunch of pictures up in the sky. And literally within, a half hour or so, because out here the cops take forever to get to here, one of my neighbors had called the cops on me or the sheriff, the county sheriff on me because I was behaving strangely, I guess.
Suspicious.
Yeah, that's the word, suspicious. She was all freaked out. I mean, I'm like 100 feet away from this lady's house. And even if I was taking pictures of the side of her house, what the hell does she have to be hiding for or is worried about? I don't know. She doesn't live there anymore. But I thought a little strange that I would, I'm your neighbor. I walk past your house every time I take the garbage out. And I don't even think she knew who I was, which shows you, a level of unknowing.
I have had people think I am filming them, which I'm most definitely not out filming people I don't know.
That's amazing to me how many people, you don't have my permission to film me. You're not allowed to. It's like, excuse me, you're in the public. And they think they have that right to, you can't film me. Like, God, if you didn't make an ass of yourself, no one would have noticed you, that kind of thing.
Right. I've had that conversation with people before.
It's kind of a rite of passage to have these things happen.
If you're 2024.
Once you start recording and taking pictures as much as some of us do, it's going to happen to you. It's happened to me twice.
Get a pre-printed sign that says, no, I'm not filming you.
Do it.
Do what?
I used to get embarrassed when my mom would do it. She'd be like, I got to stop what we're doing. We got to start recording like right now. I'm like, we're almost there. He's got to flip the car around and go catch this thing. So I already know it's an adventure when I ride with Mom. We're always going to capture something.
There's always going to be a detour here and there.
Oh, yeah.
I can imagine from your point of view. I mean, come on, lady. What the hell? You're taking pictures of the sky.
Right. We're going to the store, right? It turned into a sky endeavor. But
he knows. He knows when I flip the button to open the sunroof. That's the signal.
Sunroof comes open and up. The phone goes up into the air. I'm like, here we go.
Here we go again. Yeah.
Here we go. She's got to catch it.
So I have some pictures from Christopher. He sent to our email, which is, I'll show it again in case anybody wants to send us some pictures for tonight. It's skypicsforsam@gmail.com. And here are some pics that Chris sent. And I sent you a message, Chris, on Messenger. And if you want to join us, you're welcome to join us and talk about your pics. I just want to throw that out there. I know it's no notice at all, but
yeah, I love it. He's also Christopher's also talking about how you get the cops called on you for walking through your own neighborhood anymore. And what kind of world do we all of a sudden live in where people are so frightened of someone walking through their neighborhood? Like, I don't know who that man is. Oh my God, call the cops. I was like, what are we living? I mean, he doesn't have a trench coat. He's not walking around with an AK-47 and a mask. I think you could leave them alone. That's called a public sidewalk.
I'll send it to you, Chris. Okay.
I noticed
I'll wait for you.
Walk by my house all the time.
I'll send it to you now. Let's see.
Well, I think people have become so disconnected, Sam, from, it used to be that. Well, it used to be that we knew our neighbors and we talked and even invited each other to a barbecue, and we don't really see that anymore. We've been here. My brother's been here about 5 years. I've been here. This is my 4th year. 6 years. For my brother, 4 years for me, and we barely know the neighbors. I couldn't tell you their names. I couldn't. Yeah. Everybody's just like hi, bye, and if you even get that interaction, and this goes everywhere.
That's where we're all at. This is where everybody's at.
Yeah, and this goes for everywhere. Like everybody's just, most of the people,
on the
most
phone,
of the interaction.
But you're not willing to talk to the people that walk by you in the stores, and that's where I come off as nut job to a lot of people, because I've been in the service industry, in the hotel business, and in the bar business and restaurant business, that I talk to you like I'm an employee clerk behind the counter always. It's like, hey, how you doing today? Nice to see you. Oh, hey, nice shoes. Hey, and I come off as nut job to everyone because I'm friendly and I will talk to anyone. I keep my distance and, I'm aware of my surroundings, and yes, I have walked in the ghetto before and a few big cities in my time. And I learned that, Minneapolis included, and Chicago. I've walked through Chicago. My last walk through Chicago, boy, I got looked at. I had a full Western backpack with boots hanging off the corner and the sleeping bag and everything, walking through downtown Chicago in Montana gear. And boy, people looked at me like, what are you doing? Are you John Denver? Something like that. I chuckled last time I walked through Chicago, but I digress. People, I think people have become drastically too focused on the phones, and I think that has changed humanity a little bit for the negative. I really do.
Good in a lot of ways.
Yeah, last night I was speaking to a high school teacher. He teaches PE. He does a few different classes, but he was telling me that what he's seeing in this younger generation is that a lot of people, a lot of their social skills are very limited.
Well, and they're brave and they're rude, and they have no respect for the elder.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. He said like most of the students in my that I deal with, he says, couldn't hold the conversation the way we're having right now. He said it's just beyond them. Most of their interaction is on Snapchat, is on.
I mean, God, man, you know. I mean, look, I got the new Kardashian bag, and I was like, you know. I was
thinking is
Instagram Versace this week instead of the other one.
Yeah.
He says, and it just makes it to where sometimes he says, you know, there's some students who were taught well and their parents are very involved with them and their social skills are good. He says, and I'm able to connect with those students, but he said for the most part. He said, most of my students are kind of in a cloud. Like their social skills are so bad.
I think your mother did a good job, Taylor. You're a very bright and intelligent and respectful young man. And I'm saying young because I'm, after all, so old now. Oh, my God.
He's still young.
I'm heading for another birthday. Can you tell I'm not happy about it?
Sure. No. I'm 33, so
33.
I'm enjoying my.
I'm almost twice your age. And minus 1 or 2 years on the twice. So yeah, I'm going to be 63 this year, and I didn't start it. I wasn't 60 when I started this crap, and you know, that was 14 years ago, and I was arguing with my 50s, and it's like, wow, how did this happen? And we've been here for 14 years, guys. Holy crap, my kids have grown up. I mean. And look at you, Taylor. Taylor, you've grown so much.
He has.
I'm so proud of you.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and we need Jillian here to give that, you know, Scottish accent.
He's been familiar with you.
I can't hear my own mom talking right now. I guess I'm bugging out.
I can hear you fine.
Let me reset. It's happened before.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay. I was just gonna say I found you 10 years ago, so he's. Heard me for 10 years now talking about Sam in some form or fashion. So
yeah, that crazy mystical creature, that weird Dr. Nibiru that lives in a cave up in Montana. Oh, what was it? Oh yeah, do you remember that there was a rumor going around where I actually wasn't in Montana, and I was, pardon the expression, I was some highly overweight gentleman living in Texas or something like that. I laughed about
Dude,
that.
I kind of remember that. I can't say
not
for
even
sure.
in Montana. He's some heavyset guy in Texas, was what they said, and I just
hey, Christopher.
Like, wow.
Hey.
Yeah.
Where do they get it? You know,
they're way off course with that.
Hey, you're sideways. How do you do that?
Sideways.
My wife bought me this tripod, but I can't figure out how to use it. So,
are you in Mexico? If you're standing on this,
hey, hi, how doing?
Nice on your
now
head.
you're in South America, yeah. At the pole.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing?
Well, give us something to talk about on topic, because we're venturing off into our discomfort with society, the youth, and phone use.
Well, give me something to talk about on topic. We're venturing off into.
There you
Sociology.
So, this evening, just like Jesus was talking about, nothing was really happening today, and then I needed to go somewhere, and it just, while I was out, I took the bus, and while I was out, things just started happening, and then it just got really, really wild. So, I took a bunch of photos,
pictures.
And then I need to get a camera because
this is Kevin B from the UK. This is the red asteroid in the bottom of a planet Atu.
Oh, sorry, Sam. Sorry.
That's all right. I'm not that
Yeah,
picky.
yeah. I was
Red
pulling his
asteroid in the
pictures up
bottom of
too.
Atu, and Atu's moon is above the red asteroid, but you can see the 2-layer of Atu behind. But the secondary bottom rounding line that leads to the left and behind the mountain, that's the bottom of planet Atu and the ion drop tail that goes beyond the mountain here. But that object in the center is the red asteroid, and then the dark dot is the little sister. And I'm going to get a Coke.
Sisters. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I love this picture. I mean, I had let's see. Oh, that's gonna say there's the bigger version from it, but look at that. It's crazy. I guess that's Uri there to the left of our suns.
Wow.
But that looks like nothing normal. It kind of looks like a creature is chasing after something. I don't know. It's just so very bizarre. Not anything like we grew up with, Jesus, right? I don't know how old you are, Christopher. I talk like you're a young guy.
I just turned 41 last year.
Oh my gosh. Okay, you're not that young.
And watch, your next 20 years are going to fly by. You're going to go, what? What happened?
Right.
You're my age.
Yeah, there's. I look at it like this now. There's calendar years and then there's biological years, right? So.
Well, 40 is the new 30, and 60 is the new 40, and all of that. Yeah. Here we're seeing red asteroid with lead asteroid behind it.
The same
and
picture.
Uri, here's a light pinch.
I keep doing that. Sorry. Anyway,
okay.
Sam, this is, we were looking at this picture, and this is the same, just pulled out. So,
right, and the onset clouds on the left-hand side is the bottom of Uri, and we're probably looking at the dark in the middle dark area. It would probably be spiral asteroid. And then behind that and upper left would be where the salamander asteroid group /10 asteroid, bottom of the onset cloud of Uri, because they're all connected to each other. And the salamander asteroid group reaches up the side face of Uri and all the way down to its base cloud. And then when that onsets, that covers the sky, and then we'll go over the top of us, and then we'll see the white illumination and what we call Uri whiteout. And that's where a lot of this earlier in the podcast, we were talking about how the skies turn suddenly weirdly white. And that is usually when the refraction light color of the sun angle hits the bottom of planet Uri, and then that whole left-hand side of the sky, if not the entire sky, depending on the process of Uri going over the top of us, and then to the north by northeast sky will all be all Uri after it moves. And like I was noticing earlier, it's like they're rolling over the top of us and away, whereas before, a couple of years ago, they were small when they first came into the light illuminated view, and then they got closer and closer and closer toward us. And that has now changed because the rotation has changed, because we're underneath them, whereas before we were beside them. And it's hard to imagine in your mind, but they are between us and the sun. And in that tight spiral, and Christopher, you may have a little trouble placing that in your head and realizing that the second star is beyond our star. And so that's where they're sort of closer. They're attached to their star. I don't know what the distance between our star and their star is, but I'm sure it's quite a huge distance, even though because we know the standard red is way bigger than our star. And yet, compared to the two, they're, we've got pictures of them where one is in front of the other, and we've got thousands and thousands of those captures. Yeah. And it's hard to place, but they did come up from, if you were staring at the sun, say, for instance, an example, at the due east in the morning. Okay, so you stand there and you close your eyes and say, they came from below our feet in front of us on the left-hand side. And then they rose up and spiraled and spiraled and spiraled up closer to Earth from underneath us toward our star as we're staring off to the east. And then over time, we were watching them from Antarctica. And then Jillian in South Africa and a bunch of people in South Africa noticed that they'd come up and then they'd go down. They'd come up and then they'd go down. And over time, they went up and then they stopped spiraling, rotating. And then they went left and then right and then left and right in their rotation closer to us for a period of the first 4, 5, 6 years. And then they slowed down in that progression of right, left, right. And then they were more stable for a longer period of time, 2 years on the one side, 2 years on the other side. And now they've gone over and past us. ever since they did these little voyeur little short trips over the top of us from 2019 on. But then after 2019, 2020, 221, 222, 223, and now 224, they're going over the top of us. So they're literally coming from our lower left foot, and now they're in front of us over the top of our heads, and they're headed away to our right shoulder. That's the path. And we expect sun separation to be also similar. The standard red star came from the lower left of our east. If we were looking at east, it would be in the northeast, but it would be below us, looking down at a downward angle, and it rose up from the left. So it should be actually exiting and continuing to exit to the right. Whereas us, our smaller, more spread out solar system, is actually passing through them. And people always go, well, it's coming to us. No, I think it's us. It's smaller and wider spread apart, and we're crossing them. So that'll add a different point of view.
The whole rotation, orbitation, all that's just a lot of. It's a big jumbled up mess to.
Yeah, it's the difference between
to kind of get a grip on that.
It's like trying to play.
But I think I've gotten a little better at kind of understanding the rotations and their movements. You know,
for you Star Trek fans, you know, early when Captain Kirk was first trying to learn how to play 3D chess versus Spock, you have to learn. You have to learn to place things in your mind in a 3D pattern, because Einstein has taught everybody, and I've talked, I think that was even Christopher the other day was asking about, or it was somebody while I was same time I was talking to him, was asking me to describe the crossing orbitation and how it fit into our dinner plate orbit model, and I couldn't. I went, oh, I can't do that, because we spiral behind our star. We don't go around our star like on a dinner plate in front of us in this horizontal plane where all the planets are on that same plane with these little ring structures. First ring is, you know, Mercury, second string is Venus, third is Earth, you know, we're in the third ring, and that's how it's all laid out on this dinner plate, and that's not how it works. We travel in a spiral behind our star because we're.
I have that video, an example we can look at real quick.
Go ahead. Absolutely. And once you place that in your head, it answers so much more of the 3D modeling issue of how we're just basically, we've been spiraling behind, and so is that other star, but it's at a different orbital ellipse, tighter, whereas we're wider out in this arcing oval, and we go around the mass. And then every 3,654 years, because of static buildup or whatever, if you were to take into account a capacitor or transition of electrical status or whatever, if that's, and I'm sure it's part of the scenario, but then we pass each other. We pass through and across each other every 3,600. And if you keep that in that spiral rotation going to the side, rather than on a flat dinner plate, it makes far more sense that we're spiraling behind, and then we cross paths with each other.
I'm having a blank moment. Tell me what the technical term for that is.
The spiral helix orbit model.
That's not what I was thinking either. I know there's another term.
There's another term, Fred. I know what you're saying, Rebecca, but God, it's going to drive me nuts.
You mean that video?
Yeah, well, I have the video. I have a copy of a video.
Okay, so what term were you talking
but there's
about?
there's an actual term for that. Helical. But there's another one, Jesus. You know it.
No, I know what you're talking about, but it's
I'm checking YouTube now. I'm like, did it ever?
I'm doing the same too.
I always type in spiral helix orbit model, and it always brings it right up to me every time.
I sure didn't save it on my laptop under helix.
I can grab it in a heartbeat if you'd like me to send you a copy of it.
Right.
I just go to YouTube and look it up. I'll just type in spiral helix orbit model.
Right. And I'm looking at those too. There's many. And I have one saved on my laptop, and I can pull it right up if I could just think of the term I put it under. I'll always remember spiral helix
Helical
forever.
model. Our solar system is a vortex. Solar system in motion. Helical. I'm going to send you the helical.
Is it a link?
I don't know if you can hear it in the background. I'm going to send you a copy of it. I even like the piano behind it. Can you hear this over my mic?
No, I can't.
All right. I was just wondering. I'm sending it to you now on the PM and Facebook.
Okay. There we go.
Okay.
Nice. It's on a baby grand. You can hear it. When I was working in the Red Lion in Eugene, I had a baby grand piano in my office. My office turned out to be like a storeroom, but anyway.
That's funny you said that. My grandma always wanted a baby grand piano.
Oh,
that's pretty cool.
You set me in front of a grand piano and I can play with it. And, I can't. I used to be able to read music, and now I'm, been so many years, and I've been in numerous bands and stuff. And I play guitar and bass and other stuff. Currently, I'm messing around with. I don't actually play them. I mess around with them. I'm screwing around with a really wonderful mandolin, and it's very interesting. Although I would like to upgrade to a better quality one, but because it doesn't stay in tune very long. But years ago, I could play a lot better than I still remember some of my piano lessons from age 5 even, but I used to be able to read music, and I can't now. It sort of left me.
Years, but
it's like it takes me longer to start than I have patience for it. So it's like, it starts in G, and I got it, and then I go, nah, forget it. I can't read it.
Right. I had piano lessons when I was a kid, and, my parents would drop me off at this lady's house, and, we were practicing on a real piano, and she had the bench, and you know how the bench has the, it opens so you can put the sheet music in it, right?
Right.
Well, she had it turned around the wrong way, and I went to pull myself up, and I put my fingers in it and sat down. I didn't have
I've done that.
Yeah. Totally busted my fingers.
You smashed
I haven't thought about that in a long time.
Here's a thing. And this is horrible. I probably shouldn't even say this, but the same thing happens to older men, and I've never currently had it happen to me, although I am getting close to that age. The greatest curse that you can ever give an old man is, "May you sit on your own balls." Anyway, that's a horrible statement. Because it's excruciatingly painful from what I understand.
That's got to be awful.
I'm sorry, my brain went there. I had to share it. I apologize. I
don't look forward to that at all.
No,
I don't like thinking about it.
We'll cross that bridge once we get to it.
I think around podcast land, there's about 300 males that just quickly crossed their knees, going, "Oh my God!" And I apologize for forcing your contemplation in that direction. I do, but it was hilarious, and I had to share it at the time. I'll never forget that, because I actually saw this little Scottish guy, and you could barely understand a word that the man ever said, but that curse. I hope you go home and sit on your own balls, you bastard. And I've never stopped laughing about that. It's cruel, and it's cruelty, and yet he's not giving him a bad curse, like may you fall off a bridge into a well or something, but I hope you go home and sit on your own, It's hilarious.
Okay.
I apologize. I had to share that.
While I'm working on this, these pictures I have pulled up are from.
Yeah, that's cut in of the Saturn yellow moon cutting into the side of the sun. Wow. And it's flaring away from it to the bottom left. But the actual thing to look at is the fingering, the banding around. That's the face in the upper right corner is the face of the Saturn's yellow moon. And you can see it in the rainbow little stitching light as it's rounding the surface of that moon. And this is why I talk about it. I cannot believe people are not noticing how screwed up the light is. I mean, that's number one. Number one.
Well, the shape of the sunlight is another. The pinching that we're seeing, how,
I did it again. I wandered over. I got a Coke out of the refrigerator. I set it down. I said something to my daughters, and guess what? I didn't even bring it back with me. Hold on.
Go get it. Go get it. Okay,
yeah,
I have it.
It's
here.
like, you take a picture of the sun, right? And you can get all these weird shapes and different sizes. And, you may catch something, pinching the light. And I've had a lot of people tell me that's just your lens. What is that? But just go outside and look at it and you'll see it.
Planets rotating around our sun.
This is a different one, Sam.
Yep, I see that. Yeah, that's the dinner plate. That is not how it works.
Which makes absolutely no sense when you really think about it.
Right.
And that's why I always had trouble with the gravity well and dark matter and all of this.
It is, I only about a year ago really started seeing what you were talking about, the whole gravity well thing, because I've heard it before, but I didn't really
in the electric
grasp
universe
what they were trying to say. But it is ridiculous.
Yeah, we live in an electric universe. We live in
seriously, the kind of shit that they tell us, it's just unbelievable. I don't understand.
And this model isn't even correct because the planets should be farther behind and in more of a corkscrew because of their mass.
See, that would make more sense with the Imaru system. The
reason that that Saturn and Jupiter are where they're at is because they're the larger oval rotation, and the other ones are rotating on a more oval axis. It's more egg-shaped than circular, and this is what brought on the question of the orbit model variant in planet Neptune. And why that's what brought on the discussion of Planet X.
Okay.
And because we were oval instead of round. And that was where the whole story started. So all of these planets, now they're showing that they're farther apart from each other. But they spiral in a static attachment. And there is an electrical thread connection between our star and each planet. And that's why we don't get full eclipses from the passing planets, is because they're attached and we're attached, and our attachment will keep us separate.
Okay.
And that's why we may have a brief cut-off eclipse, but it's only within an hour, half hour, or 2 hours, and not enough time to actually fully diametrically oppose our temperature of our planet and all of that. I don't know what this is about, but you should use.
I don't know. It's going off the.
Went into.
I don't know what's happening. Look at that.
That's the space station.
Like that's it's like
centrifugal orbitation of a space wheel or something. I don't know.
That's how it ended. Let's go back 1 second. Oh, that's the fancy ending for.
I think they got a different graphic artist in and didn't finish the project.
Real on real going on here.
You kind of lost me with this.
Yeah,
I think they kind of went off topic too when they made this.
See, it's to prove that we're in a matrix. We're in an I can never remember that word.
Give me simulation vibes.
Simulation.
The firmament on a hollow deck.
That's it. It's the firmament.
The firmament.
Okay, back to Christopher's. Okay, so we got that. Let's go move on.
Moving on. On the right hand side, you've seen that blue light pinch. There's a pinch going on there. There's objects on the left. There's an object on the right. There's objects above it. Of course, we know that the site drawing, and compare the site drawing. Then you can see in this shot, on the left hand side of the sun is the lead asteroid cutting into the sunlight on just on the left, just above on the right hand picture, just above this tower in this building. Is a circular, striped, size of a golf ball to everybody, generically, lead asteroid. Now, on the right-hand side, you have the cut-in of a Saturn's yellow moon, and then the ion tail up above, and probably more over the side of a Saturn, because I'm seeing the ion trails up higher, so the yellow moon is way much higher. Okay. So we're probably seeing the cutoff of actually the side of a Saturn.
Okay.
Week. Saturn is actually blocking the out view of Nibiru. So we're not seeing a lot of Nibiru right now, unless you were to look farther over to the right. And then you'd see blue, blue, blue. And then
it was blue, like
so big,
totally dark
bluish, one end of the sky to the other.
Yeah. There's totally light blue going on more down towards the horizon, but when you look more to the right or more up, it's just really dark, and it's just incredible.
And if
when
we
you
look
really
at the
see it,
left-hand picture, you can see literally there's a cutoff on the top, which makes it this square thing just at the edge of the picture, right in the left-hand picture. And there's this straight line, and that is Attu's moon in front of Attu, cutting into that part of the light.
So cool. And, I tried to, when I'm taking the pictures, you said like a couple episodes ago, you said take the pictures, do the right, do the left, and make, get the sun at the bottom of the right, get the sun at the bottom of the left. But I was having trouble with the sun in my eyes trying to get it right.
It adds attributation on the right-hand picture. It doesn't have to have it, and you can see there is an asteroid coming in right behind the palm tree on the left. And so that is most likely red asteroid, most likely.
Oh, wow.
And I mean, you did it exactly right. You have the left-hand side on the left, and you have the right-hand side on the right. It's great, so it's automatic. And you can see the size of Attu's moon on the left-hand picture, and you can see that weird little line in the middle, and that is the separation line. And believe it or not, Attu has one ring that's in the southern hemisphere, and it actually goes around the face of Attu's moon, so you could entirely have the ring right there.
Wow.
And up in the upper corner, or the upper half of the picture is literally Attu. Now, if Rebecca wants to bring up current monthly drawing,
sure,
and we use that picture in comparison to the left one. See,
and
there's
so I noticed, like, if I don't have anything like visually to see, just like you said, just take the picture with the sun at the right and the left, and then we can go back and look at them and see what is actually there.
Right.
And it's just incredible. Like,
and everybody's views can be a little different, and usually a lot of times, and most times, the sun is lower than the drawing.
Right.
I actually, even this time when I went to draw it, I actually dropped the sun, and it just didn't look right to me. So I stuck it back in the middle again to do the drawing, because I knew I'd be cramping myself out and trying to draw everything below the sun. So I thought, I got to do it that way. But actually, the sun is way lower than we normally see it in the horizon. And it's just like, wow, and which is amazing me currently, and which also adds to the tip factor. I know we're far more tipped than we were even a year or two ago. And that I think that has a great deal to do with what we just saw with the California tidal increase, where all the waves were doing far more damage than we've seen in the last 20 years. And I think that Earth is tipped, and because people say, well, wouldn't it affect our tides? Well, there you go. There's your proof.
Oh yeah, the shadow of the moon last night was way underneath it. Just way underneath.
Speaking of which, I've seen a whole bunch of captures where everybody's getting two objects in this really weird bottom crescent illumination, and then they're seeing something weird behind it and wondering why.
I have yet to be able to catch that on camera or anything. But I have noticed a lot of reflection coming from the moon, an odd reflection that just doesn't belong.
Yeah, up here I can see absolutely a yellowish, larger body behind our very bright white moon, and I've been watching it.
There's something. It's illuminating light off of something else. So the light
there's
from
the
the
larger
moon
object behind the moon. There is.
Yeah, something is illuminating off the light of the moon, and
we talked about the Two Moons project from the UAE, United Arab Emirates.
I've been trying to capture it, but nothing. It's always either cloudy or something, and I've not been able to capture it.
And I've seen it so many times.
You'll get it.
I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up just yet. So I'll catch it.
Now, is this on the left-hand side of the sun?
No. So the sun is on. This is on the right. So the sun's to your left in these pictures.
So the sun is to the left. So this would have to be then. This is a crescent or a backlit crescent flare. So you're looking at the opposite end of either a Saturn's yellow moon, which is most likely.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So the back end of the object. Okay.
Right, because the sun is shining on the dark face of sun is shining on the planet, and then the light hits the planet, and it goes. It's like if you're
Beautiful.
holding a crystal ball in your hand.
So cool.
It runs through the atmosphere, and then when it goes to the exit of the far end of the planet, it puts out that centralized focal length. And that is what I also believe that all of those really cool, weird rainbow shots we've been seeing for years now is that same occurrence off of Earth.
Which
and why
they call them sundogs a lot. Which
no, not a sundog. They call it a whatever. But we see these double, really cool white. And
whatever.
Well, I don't know what they're. I never
they call it that.
What they're calling things.
They
know better.
I was supposed to
we need to come up with a better name.
Yeah, I'm a better scientist.
But light bends. Light will bend around an object and then
come and then it'll focal out the far
end.
It's
why we see those. And again, what they call the crepuscular rays is another example of it.
That's a new one for me.
It's just light bending around an object and then shooting off.
Right. Wow. Angles, yeah.
So I was walking down the street when I got this, and it just the rainbow colors, that reflection there, it happened almost instantly. And
you have a good eye for things that don't belong, because a lot of people would have.
Yeah.
This was like a tiny little spot in the entire sky, and for you to notice that's.
Well, I mean, it was just so bright. Like
it's just catching things that don't belong.
Totally.
That's a good way to say, wait, this doesn't belong there, and then pull out your camera. When you spot something like that, take your camera out, take a picture of it, and then look at your pictures later, because a lot of times you won't catch it with your eyes right away.
No.
But look back later at your pictures, and it helped me a lot. A lot of editing. I don't post a lot of heavily edited things, but I do play around with it so I can see what's there, and I could kind of bring it out a little bit better in my post. But yeah, that's good. That's good that you.
Excuse me, Rebecca. I just sent you the old drawing of the backlit crescent flare that we use on Montana Skywatcher for everyone.
Okay, I'll get it.
And then it's a direct guide to what I was just talking about.
And Sandy Cheeks, they're here with us. So
hi,
you guys are
Sandy
here.
Cheeks from
Sandy
SpongeBob
Cheeks.
SquarePants.
Same one.
Yep. Sandy Cheeks and Third Eye.
Squirrel power.
Okay.
I love SpongeBob. I really do.
I've never watched the whole episode.
I've never watched much at all.
I've never seen a whole episode of SpongeBob ever.
Neither have I.
Wow.
Ever.
It beats the Kardashians any day. I'll say that.
Yeah.
I have seen them. I used to have to see them with my ex-wife's nieces and nephews, and I say it's more entertaining than the Kardashians.
I think so. Through the SpongeBob trip, we did a lot of SpongeBob, and and Shaun the Sheep and all of that.
Oh yeah.
What I couldn't take was Baby Shark. That's the one I just.
I love Well, we went through a little
I just couldn't. I
a lot of My Little Pony. Oh no, it barely touched My Little Pony. The whatever ponies they had, the plastic ponies, every one that ever was made. And back when in my poorer days when the kids were little, I wanted to get them a small toy every month, and the ponies they would each get a $7 pony, and that I could afford. And of course, they ended up playing with them in the bathtub for and they're almost as painful as Legos, almost.
We all know what Legos feel like when you step on it.
Torture.
The rounded foot, and of course the little ones, the unicorns that had the horn, those were of course painful to step on. But you always had a little bit of the colored hair.
Okay, so this is one that I have. This is what Sam sent me. So there's Sam's.
A backlit crescent flare is when the light shines on the rounded planet, and then it flares out the far side.
Oh wow.
Focals out the far side, and that's an example of what she's got right there as well. You can see it going out the far side.
That is a cool
crazy?
example. I love this one.
Yeah.
That is a perfect example of that focaling Sam's
when we
talking
first
about.
started seeing Nibiru, this is how big Nibiru was back in 2011 and 12. And then right about a little bit at mid 212 to right before 213, it got way bigger and came toward us. And then it went around over the top of the sun and then over to the left-hand side and then went drifting back all the way through 214, 215, 216. And that's where in 16, 17, and 18 we saw a Saturn who was spatially attached to the same area as Nibiru on their arm of the solar system. And they moved back and away and up higher, so we didn't get a regular view of Nibiru at all, especially since it's so big. But anyway, we did watch Saturn all the way through 217, 218, 219 off in the distance, and then we watched and noticed her coming back. And that's part of the right to left craze that happened. But then they came back and got bigger. And that's, I still chuckle about that part of time during the map drawing or the site drawings. As I started drawing is Saturn coming closer to us on the right-hand side, and then me drawing in the ion tail bigger and bigger and bigger, and it was like, and then it happened, and it was like, yay, I got this. You do that little dance going, I know what I'm talking about, and it was a serious dawn of elation for me. This planet shot, I can't even remember which planet this was when I think this was early at-2 when we first got this in front of Uri.
Picture for years and years. I know.
Yeah. This one goes way back. Well, that's when I was still typing MSW.
Yeah, right.
And that's the early years, 2013,
before there was a 2.
Yeah, this is probably 2015, 2014 when at-2 was that size.
I was going to say hi to Robbie. This is Robbie. I checked on you.
Robbie.
So glad you are here. He says better late than never. Hi to all. So
Krusty Krab. They don't serve pizza.
Okay.
They serve Krabby Patties.
Oh wow.
Which is
we went over that.
Crab and chum
Awesome
and all sorts of
I love
stuff. And don't forget, Plankton is still searching for the secret formula.
Seeing the truth. You're never gonna find it.
Yeah, well, Mr. Krabs, he's about money, and he has all of his safe traps too. I think he sleeps with that thing. Anyway, are you SpongeBob fans?
I used to watch it back in the day. Yeah, first couple of seasons.
I'm trying to think of that other one.
I was gonna say, weren't you kind of older for that? Is that your age bracket, SpongeBob? Or Tanner's?
I would have been in a lot of, and mine and a few others. I would have caught the kind of the back end of it.
There's no age bracket for SpongeBob.
Okay, I get it.
I think my grandma used to watch it. She was like,
"Oh my god!"
I don't think she knew she
I really wish they could turn that into like an adult cartoon. It'd be hilarious.
Are you sure it's not already?
I'm sure somebody's doing it somewhere.
Well, how many of you guys
have
seen
Adult Swim or something? They would be hilarious.
How many of you guys have seen Adventure Time? Adventure Time, come on, join your friends. My daughters went through that. We have the whole series of Adventure Time, and on DVD and and those things.
That was one of Cartoon Network's biggest, for sure.
Yeah, we did a lot of Cartoon Network and stuff like that too, and the so and so the scared dog, and I can't remember what his name was. Anyway,
Courage,
that's not science, guys. We're
Courage. Courage.
Howard the dog. I spent a lot of time in front of a TV.
When we were young adults, we were playing Dungeons and Dragons all the time.
I was playing video games, like my mom said. She's like, imagine not having those games. What would you have been like?
Imagine
I don't know.
Not having a computer brought home or a
Diablo and all of that. Yeah.
But I had an Atari, given to me as a child. Yeah.
I never got into Warcraft.
So
You're probably lucky because that game is one of the most addicting games I've ever played. It's really
well, yeah, you develop your character and you don't want to lose it.
Right. It's pour a lot of time
and money invested in it, and you don't want to let it go. And they've got you by the short skin on that one, It's like, oh. Anyway, let's get back to Planet.
I have some videos of current events also. So if you want to break away and watch a video, we can do that too. So there's two of them. I have one of them. I found some few minutes worth of Japan and the recent earthquake situation. So
I have advice for you, Thunder. Don't pay attention to the chemtrails at all. Oops, I said the word. Oh no. Yeah, don't pay attention. Just tell yourself they don't exist, and then you won't see them anymore. And then you can break it down. You can ask yourself,
look behind them.
Is it a spiral asteroid or is it a sea trail? And once I determine it's a sea trail, I ignore it. And if somebody's posting a picture on the website, as a matter of fact, or on Skywatcher, if they have nothing but sea trails, I actually remove it. It's not even, we don't even discuss it. We don't need to go there. It's just junk. It's, it's like somebody taking a sunset picture in Hawaii and they're looking at the water. I don't care. It doesn't, I barely even see them anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, look, a small tsunami. And this is, this is the minor tsunami.
These photos coming out of Japan are just incredible.
January. This is small compared to what the big one was in the 2011 tsunami, which was I have probably watched every stitch of footage out there at least 3 times.
Yeah.
I watch a lot of it still. I'll go back to it all the time. And
some of the things they did, post on the main news. Some of these towns were just completely devastated. It was incredible.
Beyond your wildest dreams. And if you people out there have not seen the Japanese, they're that guy. Goodbye. You're not going to be there unless you run. I hope he can. If you look, if you have not seen the 2011 Japanese tsunami footage, I think you really need to inform yourself and go out and watch it.
Yeah.
And Fukushima prefecture, etc. There are different prefectures, and learn which that, of course, that'd be in-depth study. But go watch some of that footage because you need to know that that's a high example of planetary change. And that 2011 was literally when that second star was getting here.
Wow.
And it was rising up in the northern hemisphere, and then boom, one of the most devastating 9.1 earthquakes we've ever seen.
And it lasted for a long, 5 minutes or something?
Oh yeah,
like that?
it was an unbelievably long 5 minutes. Yeah, we had a 6 point.
Look at this.
Yeah, drive right back while you're still. That guy lucked out.
And you can hear it bang. A lot of different places.
And water will push your house. It's gone. It's gone. A few inches of water, but anything over your ankle, and you no longer are standing on your feet.
Wow.
And those poor folks just lost their homes. Because that water, even if it gets in your baseboard or in your basement, you're going to end up with mold and mildew, and you're going to have to replace, rip out the walls and all of that.
This is no flood. This is
salt water is even worse.
Oh yeah.
こちらの道路標識なんですけれども、大きく傾いてしまっています。
Yeah, like I said, that 6.1 we had up here in Idaho, it probably shook us back and forth maybe 15, 20 times and then quit. It was about probably 10, 15, 20 seconds. And we're talking shaking for 5 minutes. That would scare the hell out of you.
Oh, sure.
Man.
See that?
Yeah, foundations for your house move, and your floor doesn't sit right, and water will seep in the future, and you literally, have to almost tear your whole house down. And as you can see in this graph, this is on the inner China Sea between Japan and China.
Okay. So this is the northern coast of Japan.
The fault line, the
こちらの
the
道路標識なん
subduction
ですけれ
zone
ども、
fault line comes
大
off
き
the
く
tip of
傾い
that
てしまっています。
peninsula
さ
and
ら
then
に
goes
奥の
south.
道路も波打っ
And
てい
that's
ま
why
す。
they had a disruption so
地震の
heavily
影響
right
で
there,
地面が
and
盛り上がっ
why
てしまったことで、
the area raised
信
so
号機
many
が
feet.
手の届きそうな高さに来てしまっています。
It raised up.
石川
And
県内
because
で
the
は比較
subduction
的
slipped,
震度
and
は
then
小
that
さかっ
whole
た
area of
内灘町
land
で
that
す
was
が、
being pressurized
通
and
行できな
slowly
いほど
pressed
浮き上
down
がった道
over
路。
millennium, now released and then went
住
upward.
宅地に行ってみると、玄関
Then you
前
have
の
folding
階
like
段
carpet
が
folding.
いやすごい。なんかもうほとんど
They have a really
壁のよう
good.
な状態
I
ですね
actually wrote it down someplace.
車を押し上げ
They
るよ
have
う
a
に地
really
面が
good
隆起した
series of
車庫
information
や
of what's going on in
玄
their
関先が
fracturing
崩れ落ちて
of
しまった
Iceland
家
in
も。
Grindavik right now, and that has to do
40
with
年以上この
the
町に暮
North
らす
Atlantic
住
plate
人は
and the European plate separating. And what's going on in Grindavik is the separation underneath, and then
地
the
震発
lava
生
is
時
seeping up
この
through.
町で何
This
が
is
起こっていたのでしょうか。
subduction zone plate jumping. Two
これは
totally different
地震発生時の
occurrences.
映像です。大きな揺れが襲うと、
That's scary.
奥の歩
I
道が
can't
割れ
even
るように
imagine.
浮き上がり、
And the money
手前の敷
that
地
they're all
内で
going to
は
have to
地面
spend to
に亀裂
repair
が入ります。
everything.
Wow.
すると、どこからともなく溢れてきたのは、
A
濁った泥
liquefaction,
水。
Yeah.
water seeping because
瞬く間に
it's
道路が
porous,
冠
and then the
水し
water
ま
gets
す。
shoved up from the squeezing.
大きく波打つ地面。
That's
Wow.
just
Look at
unbelievable.
that.
街の至る所で
And
液
that's
状
bad.
化とみられる現象が起きたの
I
で
was
す。
in the desert in Nevada one time when we had an
道路
earthquake, and
が
you could
完全に
actually
めく
see
れ上がってしまっています
earthquake coming to you and rolling like a
この
carpet,
道路、
like we just
地
saw in
震
that
前
one
と
yard.
比べてみ
And
る
it
と、
came and it lifted us,
いか
and
に
then it
地
went
面が
past
隆
us,
起し
and
て
I
い
was
る
hit
かがわか
one
りま
roll.
す。
But in the desert, you could actually see
こ
it
ちらの
coming.
建物は、
Wow.
1階部分が地面に埋もれるように沈み込み、電柱に設置された街灯もこの高さに。
That pole sank.
ただ、表からは見えない場所にも
And the damage
液状
is
化の
unreal.
被害がありました。
あの怖さは本当にもう妻はもうパニックになってしまって。
I
この
I
地で
can't
生まれ
even
た
imagine.
津畑さん
No,
は
there these people spent their life savings and their
お宅を見せてもらうと。
retirement. They think they're comfortable, and then the next thing they know, 5 minutes later,
Right.
they don't even have a place to live anymore. And then the
もそのまま残ってましたから。
town officials that come in and tell you you can't live here anymore, and what do you
裏
do?
庭
Yeah.
は
You can't sell it.
Right.
この下ほら空洞になってるんですよ。
地面が抜け落ち、そこ
You
に
never know
は
when
水
it's
が溜
coming.
まっていました。
No.
And they've got a problem with that in Grindavik right now, where they're actually like this gentleman that vanished. They did not find
生活ができ
him.
ないんですよね。
He was in trying to pack some soil, and where he was packing soil, the whole
液
area
状化
underneath
の
him
影響
opened
で
up,
床が
opened up,
傾き、
and he went down
次の地震が来
45
たら倒
meters
壊の
into
危
this
険もあるの
water
ではないか
pit,
と、
where the
現在
ocean
は
level
避
had
難
come
所
in
に
in
身
the
を寄
ground
せて
way
いま
below
す。
him, and they never found him.
地震の揺れによって砂の粒子
A
が
lot of
分
those
離し、
sinkholes are
And
opening up
these
in
people,
Grindavik
they
right
live
now.
in an area, you know, they know that this is possible, but
Oh, yeah.
how can your mind
内
allow
灘
you
町で起こ
to
った理由を
even
現地調査に入っ
comprehend
た専門
what
家
is
は、
to come? This is
海側の
these
砂丘
events
で
are
す
just
ね。
so
その内側にガタ、と
so
呼ばれるよう
incredible
な
and
湖
Well, and this is going to happen
I
to
could
all of
never
them.
I could never
が、そういったそのガタの近く
you can just not
は
understand
一般
what's
的な
about
こ
to
の地盤
happen.
が何
Yeah,
度か
well, we're having the same
状態
thing
で
right
す。
now. You can, next time
石
we get
川県によ
Leandra
る
here,
と、内灘
uh,
町の住
she
宅
lives
被
in
害
Northern
は多
California
数
in a
として
specific town. I'm
詳しい
avoiding
数字は
mentioning
分かっ
until
てい
she
ま
does.
せん。
But they worry about that too, except they've got a different way of now. The California earthquakes behave differently than these do.
Oh, yeah.
Theirs are deeper. These guys are lower, and then they also go in a wave, and they do more side to side shaking, where the LA is an up and down.
Oh.
Like here in Montana, we're side to side as well. There's been a lot of activity going on in Yellowstone recently. There's been activity at Mount Rainier. Yeah, tell me about it. Now, Yellowstone is vented, so I don't anticipate a major explosion. We could probably see some sort of volcanic activity where you actually see lava, but I don't think it's going to explode. I always tell people that because it's highly vented. Now, if it was a sealed cap, the ones you got to worry about are the volcanoes with glaciers on top of them. that are 2 miles thick, and there is one in Iceland they're drastically worrying about because it's capped, and that's capping it, and it's capping it, and the cold and the frozen and it's frozen and the water on top, and then if it does melt the water and it does fracture open, and the water does sink into the lava dome, then you have the gaseous explosion scenario, and those are the ones you got to worry about. It's the capped-in volcano, one that's vented and not under a mile of ice is most likely to do a catastrophic. Now, the example of Mount St. Helens bulged, and it did one of the first side blows, and I knew about side blow volcanoes as a teenager because we have example. I live right next to one, and I knew geologically what it meant because I studied geology. But current modern geology didn't even take into account a side bursting volcanic scenario. They all believed that it was the Mount Fuji thing, and then it blew up. And I was amazed to hear geologists say that because I knew better when I was a kid. Because we have examples of it here in the Missoula Valley, and it's blatantly evident that it was a side blow, and half the mountain just sort of went, and then it dumped itself all the way across into another mountain range, and you can see that by the accumulation of conglomerate material jammed in the other rock mountain face, and there's nothing like it anywhere else. So you automatically know that it was glacial related. There was a large amount of water flow. There was a large amount of rock that came down in, and it was a side blow. Mount St. Helens did that as well, and it side bulged a couple of days before it blew up, and I can't believe they didn't catch on to that because it was an immense amount of bulging, and then all the water and the steam under the ground, the glacier that was on the top of Mount St. Helens, that water sank in, and then it got turned into a whole bunch of steam, which literally, because it got so hot, it literally completely changed the feldspar and granite into this yellowish, almost sulfur-looking pumice rock, and it was no longer granite that it used to be. The whole inside of Mount St. Helens was like a cavity, and all of a sudden it just blew outside. That was a lot of that has to do with fissuring and gaseous form and pressurization of water hitting magma. And Grindavik does have some of that going on as well. But that's tectonic plate separation in Iceland. One side's going one way and one side's going the other way. And there's this big fissure in the middle that's opening up, and then the lava dome seeps up through the broken crack.
Wow. That's incredible.
I can turn. I was watching there was a 2021 and a 2022 eruption in Iceland, and I had it on in the living room for hours. I just sit there and watch. When the lava spurts out the stuff and it lands on the side and it lands in a pile and it rolls down the side of the hill, and that's known as pumicing. And I was just sitting there watching it nonstop, going, "Oh, ooh, ah, ooh," for hours. It was awesome. I loved those eruptions, and they were well filmed. Drone footage and everything. Phenomenal. What a show. I'm sure that's on the internet. You can look that up too. Iceland volcanoes. The early one, the first one, was really cool, and it had a big cone and all that, and a big, lava bubbling dome that would break open out the side, and all the crap would spill all over the place, and you'd watch it run down the mountain. It was great. I loved it. It's catastrophic and dangerous, and oh my God! But I was still eating up every second of it, going, look at that, ooh,
Below 40 degrees temperature in Edmonton, Canada. Look at the doorknob, okay? That is inside the house. Inside.
Yeah. I had ice on my windows.
Look at this.
Yeah, me too.
Oh my gosh!
Check it, y'all.
Yeah, and that was
this
that
was a few days ago.
Right there, 19.
People lost power.
24.
Winds were 80
that was
miles
the
an hour.
on-land hurricane that developed in the Midwest, over top of Missouri and everything, and went all the way to the East Coast. And that did this.
Raining. You see how quickly the weather is changing, y'all? I told you guys, these meteorologists, they can't keep up. They used to predict the weather, create the weather.
I think this gentleman is on my friend list recently.
I told y'all, the planet's coming back alive.
Oh yeah.
These guys get stuck.
Cool. I added a few new folks here recently. I'm being very careful on vetting people heavily. And
Look at that! Oh my gosh!
It's rain.
And we will, all of us, see some of this. Every one of us in every location around the planet. This is what's coming.
They can't go anywhere.
Holy
they stuck.
You know, looking, I can
Crazy,
just, you know,
like the
pull
whole
up
world looking like this lately.
The
whole world
null
like
school Earth video
where I'm
link
at in Florida,
that I
the
always
flooding hasn't been like this, but
and
just
look,
the
jet
atmosphere,
stream,
the
and
gray, all the wind, the cold.
this is the boy, this is dragging. This is not the Earth's weather patterns that I've spent since the 80s studying. It's not even close to the same.
We did.
To me, it looks like an entirely
This is
different
so
planet.
This is a very uncommon event that would make the news everywhere. And now
right, we're not seeing most of this on the news. Not on the major news networks. No,
let's get it.
Not at all.
It's become so common now. I mean,
yeah.
No, also they're not gonna panic everybody.
Wow.
You know, this is stuff that you're gonna catch on TikTok or catch on alternative news.
I mean,
these things used to happen once every 5.
Well, there's some weird stuff going on
Right.
on South America right now. There's two major low pressure systems on South America that are not normal either, and I wonder what the weather on that's doing.
5 minutes. Completely.
I mean, just imagine if this was your home. Like, oh my gosh, look at this. This is incredible.
And the jet stream over Africa and Europe is really weird, and it's running all the way over Saudi Arabia, Yemen.
Property.
Yeah, Gatorade
right.
too.
Beware of beachfront property. It's just not worth the risk.
I've been saying it for years. If you live on the edge of the ocean, be prepared because Antarctica is melting. And sea level is going to rise way faster than they expected to with that second star.
It looks like it settled down for a
look
second.
what's going on right now in Antarctica. The entire weather of the South Pole has changed, and it's way bigger. The jet stream is way bigger.
A swarm of earthquakes have hit Oklahoma in the past 2 days, mostly around the Oklahoma City area.
Really?
Yet another in a series of natural disasters that just keep happening and happening and happening all over the globe. There was a 4.3 magnitude earthquake near Oklahoma City yesterday.
No.
Trust me, you feel that. Then earlier today, a 4.1 magnitude earthquake hit right about in the same area. And then this morning, a 3.2 magnitude earthquake, once again in Oklahoma, in just about the same area. Now, I'm from Milwaukee, but I live in Reno, Nevada, and last month we had a series of earthquakes over a 48-hour period. Very similar to what's going on in Oklahoma right now. Now in Reno, we get earthquakes occasionally. Not in big swarms like that, but we get them occasionally. Now, I don't know if the same happens in Oklahoma City, if this is a new thing, or if this is something that happens all the time. But
That's
just
the
since December, you
aquifer
can look
dome
it up yourself.
decaying.
Fires, floods, earthquakes, tsunamis, even a volcano going off in Iceland. Things like this are happening all over the globe.
He's also neglecting to mention the string of earthquakes that's going on in western Texas. And that too is in a fracking region, and it's been so many of them. It's actually a cluster quake scenario, and I'm absolutely in awe they're not talking about it publicly because there's been so many.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Stanley, Idaho, of course, has been rumbling ever since that 6.1 we had a couple of years ago that we felt all the way up here in Missoula, and it's been going on too. And that's where I expect a volcano to burp first is Stanley, Idaho. Because it's been so active, it's been unbelievable. And I think that 6.1, 6.3, whatever it was a wake up. And because it's in the middle of this big, huge mountain range. And we know that Valley of the Gods volcanic park in southern Idaho is directly linked to Yellowstone. So there could be a core underneath Stanley, Idaho. And watch it in the earthquake reports. You'll see it every day, if not several times a week, where Stanley, Idaho has been nonstop quaking ever since about 3 years ago. And of course, like we talked about, there is unusual activity going on in Yellowstone right now.
The thing that I had a question about was that how Oklahoma has this place called Black Mesa, and it's like a remnant of like volcanic activity and whatnot. So that crosses my mind as to be maybe something that is relating to the earthquake in Oklahoma City.
Well,
didn't you say Oklahoma was like a
I had someone mention a long time ago they believed that Oklahoma was actually like built on top of a caldera, like an underground volcanic cavern.
Well, there's a volcanic region in Oklahoma, New Mexico, parts of Texas. The southern regions, most of Texas is a fill-in, just like Louisiana, from Great Lakes and all of that. And that's the great the Gulf of Mexico used to be much larger, but then half of Texas, from like Houston down, is a sand fill-in. But the rest of that region, you go from Oklahoma, Western Texas, New Mexico, Arizona to California is look at the Valley of the Gods, those national monument tall pillars. Those are all volcanic core domes, just like Devil's Tower is. Those are cores. Those are volcanic cores where the rest of the material was washed away over time, over 5 million years. But yeah, there's a lava dome under Arizona. We know that for sure. Yeah. There's a lava dome underneath California. There's a lava dome under Montana and Washington and Oregon. So they're also going, well, it's much bigger than we thought. Yes, it is. God, let's talk about Pikes Peak in Colorado. That is an unborn volcano from hell, and it's volcanic shaped. All you got to do is look at Pikes Peak. It's literally, Mount Fuji, but bigger. And I'm in awe that thing, and that might be the next Yellowstone, because we know that it's moving, and we know that the reason that Yellowstone occurred and all of the volcanic processes that went on through Washington State and Oregon and Idaho and Montana and Yellowstone, Wyoming, all of that has to do with the North Atlantic plate moving over the top of an open volcanic core that used to be off in the ocean. Over the millennium, millions of years,
Mexico State
the
Police
whole
detail
plate has
cause of
drifted up
deadly
over the top
45
of that open core, which is why Yellowstone is what it is.
This is about 40 miles from where I used to live, Santa Rosa.
Okay.
Less than 40 miles.
Confirm this is not
the red asteroid. This is the one everybody's posted around the world.
And this cloud,
that's the red asteroid. And if you look at the little dot in front, that's the little sister.
It exactly. It's beautiful, but also at the same time, it's very strange. It's happened 2024.
Yeah,
January
everybody
9.
posted that last week.
So I don't know what it is, but it's.
And I believe it was captured originally in Japan. Yeah.
And also, I don't want to overreacting, thinking, but still.
And it went around the world, and we got 30 copies of Montana Skywatcher too.
The smaller circle is kind of like yellow.
That's the coolest part. How everybody from all
if you
walks of life, all regions
of
the planet, everybody's sending in this almost the
Hard Texas gets hit with blizzard. Be careful, Texans. Let's Dallas Cowboys.
That's kudos right there. Oh, look, guys, my normal weather.
Right?
Yeah. No, that was outside my window the last 4 days. And this is the bottom of your. No, I take it back.
The sky.
There's purple Atu on the left.
Shit crazy.
Atu?
That's incredible.
Yeah, Atu's moon. Well,
Is it lightning? No.
Yeah, Rebecca and I talked about this. I think this is a transformer blowing up.
Yeah,
you can hear it.
After you said that, that makes perfect sense.
You can hear the transformer in the distance going.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is Reykjavik, and this there was a secondary fracture that grew south of the berm. This is the lava flow that went over their main highway.
Wow.
In Grinnik. And that's the major fissure that opened up again and burped up all of the liquid. Ooh, thin lava. And this comes from the North Atlantic plate and the European plate separating away from each other. And this is the lava that's creeping up through the fissures and the cracks as all of this spreads out. Anomaly reported yesterday in coast of Chile and Peru. Yeah, that's what I was just talking about. Was there's these rotational low storms that are stable, and it's like, what is that? And they're stable. Well, that is a weird anomaly. I wonder. That is weird. Right off the coast of Peru and Chile. I wonder if that's a heat up, a welling up from under the ocean that caused that.
I remember seeing that video of a car.
Yeah, come on down the hill. You're the next contestant.
Somebody
can you
go to the
imagine?
top of the hill and flag them down. Like, don't go this way.
If I was an auto body shop, I'd be
Right.
standing at the bottom of the hill handing out business cards. Here you go. We'll
Yeah.
tow it for you tomorrow.
Right.
Bring in the work. Yeah, we are going to. If you don't see this in your town this year, you're going to see it there next year. And this is coming, everybody. And we have complete.
I think they're going to see a lot of this year, personally. A lot more of this.
Yeah, and we're talking tornadoes in January, unheard of.
It's very strange weather. Yeah, it feels like we're going into something. We're transitioning to like a next level.
Well, the weather is completely mad, and the jet stream is mad, and the number of rotational low pressure systems is tripled. I'm not going to say doubled. I'm going to say tripled. What we used to have, oh, there goes one, okay, and then we'll see one a couple weeks from now. But we're seeing them every week now.
Repetitive. Yeah.
Look, fish poop.
Run from that.
Oh, that stuff is nasty. Everybody goes, oh, let's play it.
Yeah, it's pretty gross.
The old pirate Caribbean.
That pirate champion. Yeah, don't forget the ARG. You gotta get that ARG in. Yeah, if you live on the coast, you're gonna see this.
Oh yeah.
And everybody who lives here, every basement is full of water.
So how far inland do you think people would have to go to be safe from
300 miles.
Like
And then if you,
I have that spot.
If you take into account
miles.
Edgar Casey was predicting the entire east coast of America to be inundated by an asteroid hit or some sort of mass tidal wave tsunami, which is what brings people to the La Palma volcano off the coast of Spain. And it is cracking and fracturing, and it is separating, and they have proof of it. And it's just not if, but when the side of La Palma falls into the ocean, they say that there's going to be a 300-foot tidal wave.
Wow.
And that'll hit the entire, from Newfoundland all the way to Cuba, and even areas of South America, the eastern coast of South. It'll hit everywhere, and then it'll be so big it'll bounce back and forth a couple of times between the Atlantic Basin. You can see secondary and trinary wave come in, after refractive, because a huge super tsunami doesn't just hit once. It goes to the basin, bounces off the nearby thing, and then comes back at you again from another direction, which also happened in their most recent Japanese earthquake. They ended up with like 3 or 4 or 5 waves. Of course, the first one was the biggest because it wasn't really that big of a water displacement, because the tectonic slip was done in less deep water. If it would have been in deeper water, you would have seen a larger tsunami. But it was in less deep water in the China Sea, just off of land, which is where the slip was. So tsunamis are going to be more regular. I mean, you can ask unfortunately, all those people that lost their lives in 2009, and I'm not going to quote a number so we don't get in trouble for it, but they believed up to 250,000 people were dead within a couple of hours of that tectonic plate slip, of course, and that was in the Indian Ocean in 2009, off the coast of Indonesia and all of that. So, and if you haven't looked up that footage, by all means, do look that up as well. And it's amazing how fast people forget of these major catastrophes.
Oh, yeah. How do you forget it? It's just.
Well,
that's one of the big things.
That one was bad.
Well, that superstorm.
There was no coast that was left untouched.
Ireland and for a week ago don't even remember. They don't. I asked about that at the store, and they went, "I never heard about it." And I went, "Wow." Well, they're going to have another one. There's going to be because I just got done. 5 minutes ago, I was looking at it, and the jet stream over the top of England and Europe right now is flattened out and very, very intense. So don't be surprised if France and Germany and everybody, downwind them to the east gets hit with again another major winter scenario here anytime now, if not right now.
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna brew. And look, it was -3 in Texas this week.
Wow.
When was the last time that happened? Oh yeah, it was 2021, by the way.
A lot of water systems were busting here in town. A lot of water main systems.
A friend of mine had her valve
open and the water running. Little trickle of water to help breathe. I love this. I watched this twice today already.
That's what I was telling Taylor. I was like,
"No,
it's Sam's favorite video at the moment."
This is one of my favorite ones we've done.
You know what? What's been running through my brain and not quitting is that the Italian Fugo, the startup, that really dire, scary one, that Italian music at the beginning of our show, and I've been playing that over and over in my head, and then I see the startup of our show, and then it sticks again. It's like, yeah, people, cool. the layovers. I always just love how you lay these things over. And the Sunday night always
a lot.
Oh, it does. Yeah. It's huge.
It helps visualize it.
That. And we know it's Saturn's yellow moon is right there with the pathway going up to the upper corner. And crossing asteroids on the left. It is. And of course, it's got some good views. And I got a cat behind me meowing away. What's that? 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Look at that.
This one right here, I love this one.
Oh yeah.
I love this because you could clearly see
it right there. Yep. Look at that.
That's awesome.
So cool.
That is so cool.
It's just like really there, As I was telling Taylor today, I was like, it's just like he draws it, like down to the smallest detail. He really is seeing these things.
The salamander group right there, just on point.
Right. I love it. And I agree with Rodney. He mentioned Sam's sense of humor kind of lightening the subject. And I agree. I didn't realize until I started visiting with Sam on the phone what a sense of humor he actually has. I know. I was not expecting that. Really.
Yeah, I'm the guy that usually yells, "Do your homework." How could you? No, I'm joking about this part, but how could you be so stupid?
Right.
How dare you ask me that simple non-science? I'm joking.
No, I know.
No, I use humor to cover up my want to scream at all of you, going, "How can you not see these planets? Oh my God!" Because I've been watching them since they got here. And it is beyond, I say this over and over, it is beyond me how you guys don't see generically. I don't mean the people in tonight's show, but or our listeners, but I cannot believe that society has not gotten a hold of this yet. I actually spin out in my head thinking about it.
Right. Mm-hmm. How can it?
How can you not see these? They're huge. It's the coolest damn thing that we ever had in our entire lifetime. It's the greatest secret of all time. And I know it. And it's just like, I got to go into town and talk to people like it's okay. And this is why, I'm coming home today and I'm laughing. I'm in a almost hysterical laughter for, over 5 minutes driving home, looking at the side of a Saturn and a Saturn Magellan moon, and the entire western sky, everything to the west of me is pitch dark, and it's 3 o'clock and 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there's no way that this should look like that.
And not a single reaction.
Not a single person sees it or is reacting to it. Nothing. And
not a reaction from anybody. Just
But it reminds me of that film that they came out with not too long ago called "Don't Look Up," and it was kind of a mockery film based on how people don't pay much attention to things.
I did not.
I couldn't watch that movie without chuckling the entire.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's exactly what's happening right now. And whoever made this movie is probably
they know what they're doing.
Probably knew. No, the guy who made that movie knew exactly what he was doing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then and then where does it boil down? Where you lay your personal reputation on the line by trying to point out something to you that, and where there's a possibility that some people are going to come after you for it. Which is, I'm a prime example where I have people actually threatening me because I do what I do, and we, the police have all of those. They have this real nice file on me now. That I actually do turn when I'm getting a death threat in the mail, I turn it into the local police. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've had.
Gosh.
I think I'm up to 5 or 6 by now.
Oh, Sam, that's.
Oh, I've had people threaten my children. I've had.
No,
I've received. I have actually received white powder in an envelope, and of course it wasn't. It wasn't deadly. I'm still here. Well, yeah, it's a tease. It was flour or whatever, but they actually have a file on this, and they're I'm sure they're not doing anything about it because I didn't go into too great of a detail, but maybe the detective on the other end of this actually went to our site or YouTube and saw some of our material and probably laughed and discounted it and went, oh, this guy's a nutball, no wonder they're after him or whatever. And we get all kinds of crap for this. I know that Jesus has gone through a bunch of stuff. I know that Rebecca has had her face photoshopped over numerous times, including poop hats and
I saw it.
And tinfoil hats and other sexually suggestive cutout pictures and things like that have been rather cruel and stupid. And I shared a little bit of that with her, but she's actually got a better understanding of it than I thought. So
whatever reason, they think we deserve that. I don't know. And
I'm on there too now.
I was telling Jillian, we're people, the world, unfortunately, there's a lot of good people, but there's a lot of dark people as well. And it's a part that going into this, I knew was going to happen, and I wrapped my mind around it, and I it's been some time now that I'm like, I don't allow
that's why I think a lot of people hesitate and they pre-think that ahead of time, going, I don't dare risk my reputation by mentioning it.
For me, it was like I didn't have a choice. Like, I had to do this, but I did. I had to mentally prepare because I knew this is why I did it now. Had I done this years ago, I don't think I would have been able to handle the stress of what we have to deal with and put up with. Now to me it's like, whatever, dude. Like, I'm not the dumb one here. I'm not the crazy one here. So I don't really go there with anybody anymore. And I think it's important to kind of not give in to that negativity and don't even bother with it, because it's just, who needs that? Who needs that negativity? And
I agree.
We all know what we're doing here. We put in the time and we've seen it, and
we've seen it.
There's no reason to go down that road. I stay away from that negativity. I block a lot of people. I do. I block. I'm very liberal with the blocking. If you want to talk and disagree, even is fine.
Right.
If you know how to talk to me, we can disagree, and that's fine. But it's just it all matters on how you talk to people. It's all about how you talk to people, and I don't put up with.
Yeah, I took your advice on that one, and I started blocking people rather than having to
deal with it. I'm a blockaholic. I admit it.
Well, I never did before, and I was blamed for it anyway.
We're so much alike, you guys.
If we look at this picture, there is a light pinch going on right before our very eyes. We look at the horizon, there's illuminated, the horizon line where you see the white, that's the real sky. Everything else is planet. Everything. You see the pinched off sides. There's lead asteroid on the left, and then above that is Attu's moon, and then the red asteroid is above the sun in this shot. And then on the right hand side, you've got the cut in of this atom shell moon, and you see the rounded dark bluing over to the right, and that is its atom. And this is that repetitive pattern. And if you look at the light on the picture, look at the houses, look at the roof, look at the trees. You can see that everything on the right-hand side is in this darkened shadow. And we've talked about this. Whereas, look at the angle of light coming off of the pine trees in the middle of the picture to the middle left. See that angle light coming of the angling of the pine trees themselves on the snow. It shows you the light path. It shows you it's rounding a dark object on the entire right-hand side. And it's telling you that the light is screwed up. And you're looking at the oval, and it's getting pinched and pinched and pinched.
Look at that.
There are objects between us and our star, which are blocking the light.
And you can see the shadows of the pine trees moving also. Wow, look at that.
Angle of the light.
Oh yeah, look at that. That's something else. Wow.
It's crazy.
It shows you there's an object on the right-hand side that is directly in between us and shadowing everything. And we've been talking about this for a couple of months throughout our programs, through our podcasts, where it's just the light is so wrong. And right there, when I was a kid, the sun in the sky was the size of a golf ball to a small orange. And now you look at the sky and the sun is the size of a major beach ball. That's because there's a larger star behind our star.
That's right.
And the activity
also,
on
when I was a kid, the sun was a different color. Do you guys notice that?
Oh yeah. Because we have a yellow sun,
like a warm yellow, and now it's a very bright white.
Yeah, right. Because the yellow red star behind it is amplifying it. We have 73%.
It reminds me of a light bulb before it's about to go out. In my opinion.
NASA years ago, like 2012 and 13, started talking about how we had 73% more ultraviolet light. And they were trying to scrape their shoe off on it and say, well, we know that our ozone layer is getting better. That doesn't make sense. So why is it that we have 73% more ultraviolet light? Well, duh, because we have an extra star. We have a large object that got here in 2011, joined our star in 2012. It was documented by us, but then, I guess, we're just people talking on the internet and we don't know what we're talking about. Where our citizen science kicks ass on everybody else out there. Number one.
It makes you wonder what is, the sun is directly linked to life on this planet and everything. And, the functions of our physiology. Yeah. What is going to happen now that there's two suns?
But have you also noticed that the water requirement for us has drastically increased? Now all we hear about is stay hydrated, I've never heard, having a drink, 75% of people, they say these days, are dehydrated. And I think that has directly
look at our rivers.
Directly connected, exactly, directly connected to the second star. We are essentially like plants as well. The sunlight, water.
We have plants wintering over, which we've never seen plants live from one year to the next year in Montana. And for the last I don't know how many years, we'll have a carrot stalk that turns to seed that actually lives and is green, sticking straight up out of the snow, and the damn thing is still alive. And it's like, how? And if you roll down your window now, because everybody's got tinted windows. You roll down your window now and you stick your arm out of the car and you got to pull it back in because 20, 30, 40 seconds later, your arm is so hot you can't believe it. And that's not normal. That was never my lifetime, and I'm in my 60s. And we never had that. And I talk about going back, by the way, still looking forward to meeting your father, Christopher.
Okay.
I am very
talking to him about it. So
I would love to talk to him. I've always studied a lot of philosophy, not with a P.
Me too.
And I'd love to get his take, and I'd love to make him help him
he
to
wrote
see
a book
some of this.
about 15 years ago.
Cool.
I'll have to find a copy of it.
Yeah. Well, I'll purchase one. Mail me one. I'll mail you.
Oh no, we'll just send it to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You have my address.
Yeah.
And I'd love a copy of his book. I always need something to read. And by the way, just for the this is Sam spinning the full circle because I'm OCD and have to. I don't read on the toilet. I had to say that, whether it crossed my mind. Yeah, I'd love to have some reading material while I'm sitting on the toilet, which is the joke that went through my head. So I had to actually
slap it behind the old commode whenever you're ready.
Yeah, see, that's my problem. Everybody out there, and my level of humor is I can't shut up. It's not in me. I have to, I just have to keep talking.
Toilet humor. Gosh. Yes.
Mouth, heck, and the caffeine from Coca-Cola, I'm on number 2 already,
I'm loving this Bismarck channel I found.
Yeah.
This one is just like, man, I'm cool. Just having a great time.
And look at the rotation.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
That's what Katie mentioned a few minutes ago. Katie saw it too. She said rotation.
Jeremiah Brooks. There, you go outside, you step out your door, and for the most part, there is a planet around you 360 degrees now. 2 years ago, that wasn't the case. But now we're in the middle of them. And no matter what direction you look, you are looking at a planet most of the day. And some of the night now, too.
Right. Like each direction you look, you turn planet, you turn, just all around us.
Yeah. And they're moving. That's I remember way back in the original early days of Montana Skywatcher 1, people would email me or message me and say, would you give me the coordinates of these planets in the sky? And I'm going, by the time I was to hand that out to you, they wouldn't even be there anymore.
Right.
And
people forget that things are constantly moving. Like nothing is in just suspended out there.
Right.
And it's not like Hollywood shows you either. They have atmospheres and they have clouds around them. So that's part of what people are missing.
Wow.
The best captures is when you see the
Wow.
side of the planets.
I know.
The definite circle. And that's when it really dawns on you when you're looking at the full rounded side of a planet that's being illuminated on one side. And you go, oh my God, I see it. And then after that, you're forever down the path. Yeah, look at that. That's the Saturn's yellow moon with the weird flame-like weird cloud rolling. Wow. Although this is, the bend in this is that camera bend. This is weird, and it is moving. It's changing. Now watch the sun here. The sun is about to vanish. Where the planet is going to rotate literally in front of it, because we saw that in that other footage as well, which is what I was talking about when I was coming home today. It was weirdly farther to the left, right there. It's getting covered up by the lower part of the planet atmosphere, and then is gone behind.
Yeah, did you see the light kind of like bend into a different shape on the left as it passed on the right? That was really cool.
And this could very well be close past of Saturn's yellow moon right there. And I think that is happening. And we've yet to ever see that before. So it's a new occurrence to us and for us. So we have to take that into account, that it's an entire possibility that we're going to have really tumultuous flame-like clouds directly over the top of us in the manner just like we saw with Attu's moon in the close passes. We don't even know what's going to happen with the base cloud of his Saturn's yellow moon. We have no clue. And it could be volatile and flame-like clouds from hell, and there could be a ion drop tail or a snorkel, or we don't even know, or a lightning, or all kinds of stuff. If it ever does have a close pass, I mean, it could be just an overhead pass because they are actually lifting up higher. So there's a level of these planets are sort of smaller than what they used to be even 2 years ago, because now they're going over and above us and past us. So it's changing. This could very easily be an overhead pass of Saturn's yellow moon, and the only way we can determine that is through multiple sightings for the next 6 months.
Wow.
Right. I love those. Let's see. I agree with Jermaine. He said that, where was it? That these are not skies that we had a long time ago. That was one thing he said. I agree with him all the way around. And Thunder.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
How amazing it was. He will be 52. Almost your birthday, Jermaine. Almost. We are only a couple of years apart. So it's about 3 years apart.
And why is our brain still, we can see it with our eyes, we know that it's not right, but why does our brains keep trying to tell us, oh no, that's normal. It's totally normal. No, it's not.
Well, we're societally locked into a level of I'm trying to think of the right word here. I'm not going to say complacency of getting along, where we want to be part of the mass rather than the exception to the rule. And then there's some people that really absolutely want to be the exception to the rule, and I just throw it out there, the goth people, I'm going to piss off my father, I'm going to wear black or whatever. Sociological behavior. But anyway, generically we all want to conform. That's the word. We want to conform to what everyone around us sort of accepts and be not extremist.
But there's a social conditioning that goes along with our society as well. People feel compelled to do things to fit in, to be accepted, and we've seen studies of this done, with people who go into rooms full of actors, and the actors all do the same thing, and they feel compelled to do what the actors are doing to fit in. Or even when they're asked how long the string is, and everyone picks the wrong string size on purpose, even though the guy clearly sees it's this long, but everybody else picks the wrong one. So what do? They follow in line. Right.
Sociologically speaking, yes. I have never been of that group. I have always chosen my own path. My paper, 1978. And also, I knew what I went through in order to get where I'm at. And then when I first saw the major sightings of the first passing planets, I went, oh shit, they're here. And after that, I tried to conform and share with everybody, and I went through a whole series of back and forth, and I still do. And then I see it for myself again, and then I end up in these hysterical laughing scenarios where you're going, I can't believe that that I'm sitting here watching this and no one else is. And I think there's a huge part of it where people are actually really, really afraid to embark across that threshold. I do. I believe it. And it's completely radically crazy and outlandish, and it couldn't possibly be happening. But we've been watching it for almost 14 years now, guys.
Wow.
And I'm in awe that the level of distraction that's going on, so that the phones, first of all, no one is looking up. And I didn't have that phone in my hand to distract me.
Yeah.
Because
I've been going back and forth through older pictures and videos, just trying to see if I actually caught anything before I even knew about this. And
you'll do that for years. I still look back at old pictures like that one of Nibiru, where it's a close pass of Nibiru and it's a space shot, And I stared at that picture probably for 5 years before I even noticed that his Saturn was in the bottom right-hand corner.
That's cool.
And a Saturn's yellow moon, because it was minutely masked in a layer of clouds. And I just accepted, my brain automatically went, okay, it's an anomaly in the picture, so don't bother. And then I'm sitting there one day and it's up on my screen, on my 43-inch screen. And at that time I had it up as a screensaver. It was the planet Nibiru. And then I'm staring here, and out of the corner of my eye, I looked up and I went, Christ, that's just Saturn and his Saturn's yellow moon. And of course it's supposed to be there because that's where it is. But here's all this time I looked at it as just a cloud bank.
You just missed a lot of stuff like that in the earlier days, and even now
you'll
when
go
I
back.
When I go back, I'm like, holy crap, that is so cool.
This is Natu's moon, of course, and the asteroids are going vertical.
Wow.
That's always there. That little that little angled cloud, which is asteroids, is always there.
I've got that diagram drawing right middle or left model of how the orbitation of the asteroid group goes under Atu and Atu's moon. And we've been seeing this same pattern off Atu and Atu's moon for well over almost 2 years now. And it's been right to left to right to left, but directly in the center mostly. Here's another example of that. And
wow. Crazy.
Yeah.
The long box on this one is just, it could not be more obvious. And I ran into this recently. This is actually here in Salt Lake. Can't be that old. I'm saying 2020, 2021. I'm not sure. There wasn't a date on it, but I know it's here in Salt Lake.
You grabbed the long box out before my brain even grabbed it, and you're right. And the dark circle up above it is Saturn's yellow moon.
Yeah.
Oh wow! So the long box cube is right underneath this.
It's the slant,
right
that
above
big
the
white
sign?
cloud above the sign there. That whole thing is the long box cube.
Yeah.
And then the side orb is slightly behind it.
Yeah. Okay.
To the middle right of the picture. And there's probably a few Star Destroyers parked in those clouds. Because we're always seeing Star Destroyers parked next to the long box. Moreover, now there's now next to the Texas cube, they're all in the upper left of the Texas cube in this big group. But, and they don't park usually next to the Texas cube. Whereas the long box cube, there's always 1 or 2 or 3 Star Destroyers parked in different, some are vertical, some are going down, some are going sideways, some are going the other direction. And remember, they're in space, so they can face whichever direction they want to. But they're always in the shots recently of the long box cube. There's a couple of Star Destroyers along with.
I was going to say that slant for the long box cube is really common.
Yeah, it's been angled nose down for a long time.
I was going to see if I had some more to.
Yeah, and it's not like we are guessing on the long box cube, because we have direct sightings, close-ups of them with no clouds around them whatsoever.
Oh,
where
wow.
You see the structure of the architecture of the ship.
I've seen it by eye. I've seen that thing by eye, and it's the craziest thing. It is the craziest thing.
And that's an interstellar extraterrestrial craft.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
And there it is on on the Egyptian tombs.
Oh, you're kidding! Oh, yeah, you guys did show this about 3 or 4 weeks ago. This is
even the side orb is right there. That is
even the side orb is there. No kidding.
Yeah. Let's go back.
That's why I love seeing ancient anything. I love watching it, ancient petroglyphs and ancient all that stuff.
And when they match reality,
because they try to tell us it's all there. Our history is there.
You wouldn't spend 6 months to 5 years carving in a stone with a chisel and a hammer.
I don't think so.
To do, Jesse was here or back in World War II, it was not Fubar, but Norbert was I can't remember. It'll come to me.
I mean, this one has the little orb and everything exact match to this. That is crazy.
And we have surmised.
They're just
and
huge.
Culminated the information to come to this conclusion. That's why we know what we're looking at, because we've cited it so many times over, God, literally over the last year and a half. It was every day, 5, 6, 8, 10 sightings from around the world every day. And we get to the point where you just, it's like you don't even see it anymore because you're so used to it being there.
Man, I love this one. That is just, this big scoop in the sky. You just.
And you're seeing a square, and you're seeing the flat base of it and the angle going down back there. And again, matches. Comes in from around the world. Somebody in Italy sends it to us. Somebody in Holland sends it to us. Somebody in New Zealand sends it to us. Somebody in Australia. And when they all match, you know that they're real.
Yeah.
And this is, of course, how we do things.
I just want to say hi to Shelly. Hey, Shelly.
How you doing?
Shelly.
Yeah.
And to Jermaine Brooks, yes, absolutely. They absolutely have an effect on people on Earth.
Oh boy, yeah.
Especially the moons,
Yeah.
The moon, it says a little moody and a little on edge,
Yeah, you'll get you don't know why you're so on edge, and it's like exterior, and it's like, is my blood sugar off? Why am I shaking? What's wrong with me? I don't know. Or as a matter of fact, when I went out, I was going to say, and because the conversation kept going, I skipped past it. But I walked out into the living room, and I can hear the tone, the sky sounds. I can hear them up here, and I go away from, because I got my kids is in the background sound behind me. But when I go out in the living room, boom, right there again, you hear the woo.
It's funny. I don't hear it, but I get really bad earaches when it's in off and on, and I've noticed it's really when they're close. Is that my ear just goes nuts. I can't hear it.
Did you save that Australian?
It's almost like a frequency that I can't hear.
Yeah, it's definitely frequency affecting your.
Do you have that Australian video saved, Rebecca?
Which one?
That Australian sky sounds, the one that it was from 2000.
Yeah, I did.
That is my favorite to this day. Of course, the Alberta ones are really good too, but
oh wow,
if you could draw that up so everybody knows what we're talking about. And I can hear it right now. I'm sitting in the room, and if I actually focus on it, my ear will tell me that yes, it's going on.
Guys, come here, Andrew, Josh. Do you hear
This
that?
isn't the one I was talking about.
Oh,
But when the
let me
girl
see.
on the
Can you
street.
hear that noise?
Okay, let me fast forward.
Yeah, right here. This is my favorite. Because this is when I knew. And of course, everybody was talking about the revelations and the sky sounds and the trumpet.
What the hell is that?
This is what I hear.
Oh wow, yeah.
I hear this every day. And I also feel it in my feet.
They're coming from the clouds?
I don't know, it's somewhere up there.
What the fuck is that sound?
That is really spooky sounding.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, what is it?
I've
Wow.
got no idea.
Sounds like something massive howling out there.
So
We're up at Bonnie Down.
Look up on the hill.
Anything up there?
Can't say anything, but I can certainly hear that. It's aliens.
It almost sounds like a plane. There's no plane.
And I would say that is directly a planet sound.
What the fuck is that?
I'm with you.
it's a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is weird. Oh, look, there's birds.
Into the
flying.
goosebumps. Like, whoa.
And those people's opinion, and that's exactly what we're always trying to reach out and get everybody's attention. That, excuse me, you guys, this is completely not normal, and all of this stuff fits together. And it also proves, of course, we're not full of shit. Pardon the expression, but we've been doing this for 14 years now, and we are very good at what we do. And I'm not going to jab Mr. BB333, but he comes out with single stuff and goes, well, here's what I got today. Here's what I got today, but never reaches any conclusion. And of course, he's perhaps doing that for his business. But we have taken the time to scientifically gather all of this information, do comparatives, and understand where it's all panned together and fit together, which is where we are today. Go ahead, you guys talk.
And we don't give a crap about business. We're just trying to get this out there.
We're not selling survival gear.
No.
All right.
See these things right here. I'm just like, somebody told me that's an interesting cloud. And I'm like, are you serious, dude? Like, do you? I don't know. I just can't. I can't. I just can't. Like. How can you, like, do you know what a cloud is? Do you know what a cloud, like, I just don't get how people have really normalizes to the point where they literally do believe this is just a weird cloud.
Yeah, it's just a weird cloud.
There's
there with big circles and
there's
wrap around
depth to this. There's depth to this, and it's solid. You can tell it's solid. There's straight lines. There's so many things here that could tell you that this is definitely not just a cloud.
Little facial differentiations.
Oh wow!
Dips, and that, of course, is Saturn's yellow moon, and it's Saturn, but it is turning green, and that, of course, is Attu's moon.
Awesome.
On the other side, and of course, it's got the vertical object cluster group in front of it.
Okay.
And we're probably looking at lead asteroid and red asteroid. Yeah, and you can actually see red asteroid is closer to the light pole right there. And then lead asteroid's in the center. And then the normal fingering of the rotation of the cloud pattern underneath and alongside in front of Attu's moon, and then Attu deep blue behind it and to the left. And this is a reoccurring pattern over and over and over again. We watched it for years. We watched it when it was on the other side. We watched it when it first approached, and now they're much bigger. And we also know that right in there someplace should be the Texas cube. And look at those weird little stripes that just went by. How interesting!
And you can you can see how the light reaches from the right to the left as it comes into the light angle. You could always, and that's a pattern that you can see over and over again. Look at the left, the far left is really dark, and it starts to light up.
Dark area, yeah, where the sun
comes in closer, you could see how it lights up. It's just the light angles. Always study those light angles, and you will see. If you understand the light and how it affects objects and things out there, you will understand how and when to look at these things. And I've said that before, but it's all about the light. It is all about the light and the dark, how the light affects the dark objects. When you get these side illuminations, it's just a perfect way to learn. It's why I love doing time lapses, because it's just so much understanding of their movements, because everything moves so relatively slow to our eyes. But if you time lapse it, you'll really see that there's a lot of movement happening. It's just that we don't really capture it with our eyes as well, because everything.
How long do people actually go outside for? You go outside, you sit there for 5 minutes, and then you go back in. And
time lapse is another way for me too, because I don't have time to sit there 30 minutes at a time, 20 minutes at a time, and watch it. But it's my way of, I'll set up my camera, and then I'll take a few pictures with my phone, and then I'll go and do what I gotta do, and then I'll come back later and then check out the time lapse and see what I've gotten.
I've been out on my deck so long watching that I actually had to walk back in and deal with how bad my neck hurt from staring up for so long. I'll go out there. That one day I sat and watched the Texas cube go across the sky. I must have stood out there in the yard for 2 hours, to the
If
point
I
where my
have the
knees
time,
hurt, my back hurt.
absolutely will stay out there as long as I can if I have the time.
Oh,
Absolutely.
I was
No
watching.
problem with that. It's
I
just
could see
sometimes
the
I don't
test
have the
tube in
But
clouds, but I could also
it
see
is
the side and the
fascinating
mechanical
because
workings.
it's
You know,
fascinating because you could see it all unfold before you. Like you could see it out in the distance sometimes, and you could watch it from the morning, and you could just see something way out that just is a little distant, and you're like, okay, this seems out of place. And if you keep watching it over the hours, by the afternoon, that same little cloud or whatever that looks very distant will grow and grow and come closer and bigger, and then it'll give you a hell of a show. And it's just so fun and so interesting once you catch that and you learn how to do that and you learn the patterns. It's just the funnest thing you can do. It's just I'm fascinated by it.
In 218 and 219, we were seeing close passes of Nepesity, where and Deb, one of my moderators from Skywatcher 2, actually we were talking. I think we were talking at the time, and she said, "Yeah, I looked up and I could actually see the roundness of green Nepesity, and you could see the little volcanic puff holes in the atmosphere, and you could see land masses, and we did, and I've got a couple of pictures of it, where we also learned that Nepesity was a major discharger. When Nepesity discharges, it's in a really wide, really big, huge, massive single bolt, where Attu's moon, because of the object cluster group, discharges in a whole completely different pattern, and it'll actually reach the ground in multiple little fingerings.
More like a spider web
thing. Right. But
Nepesities are heart stoppers, man.
It's this big, gigantic, many miles wide, intense, unbelievable bolt of lightning that goes kaboom straight off the bottom of the planet, and then it fills the sky and you're blinded for like the next 50 seconds. It's really, really intensely bright. But we got to see the crossing planet bases, and we got to see and talk to people around the world as they were passing over. And we talked about the superstorm and the close passes of the object cluster group in 218, 219 and such, and that Montana storm in 2021 that I actually sent Rebecca a copy of. And it's the most unbelievable storms you've ever seen in your entire life. And because of the absolute intensity of what you're watching go by, that this isn't in any way, shape, or form normal to anything we've ever seen in our lives. And what amazes me is that, of course, when the storm and the weather gets bad, everybody goes inside. So they don't watch what's going over the top of them, and they, hunker down and bury themselves in their basements, and for good cause.
I love storms. Like,
I do
love storms. I am all eyes when something like that happens. I don't go hide. I'm watching because
I don't stand in the rain anymore. Not since getting dosed.
Sit on our porch and watch it.
Well, I got burnt by radiation from Fukushima, and I don't stand in the rain anymore because of it. I've tried. I've tried.
I avoid it since I've known, about your experience with them. But I spend a lot of time in my car, thankfully, and I get a lot of opportunities to.
You probably get a better show than most people.
While still watching,
I had a question before I roll out. I'm going to go out of here soon because I'm fixing to pass out. But a question before I leave.
You have a life?
When I go outside tomorrow, well, as soon as it warms up and I go outside, what's the first thing, being a newbie, that I should try to focus on? To where's the center focus? Where's the center point that I need to focus on when I start this?
Depending on the time of day you expect. When do you expect to go out? What time approximately?
I'm usually out by 10 to noon, around that time. As early as I can be, depending on the weather. So.
Well, first of all, observe where the sun is in the sky, and then try to think about where it would be in the summer versus where it would be in the winter. So now that we know that we're in our winter sky, it should be somewhere averagely by 10 o'clock in the morning. The sun should be in the southeast. Southeast, or actually I should say east by south. Calling it in the general area, and then it should be higher up, but lately it's not because we're tipped. So then look at the shape of the sun, and then look at the illumination. How much light is coming on the left? How much light is coming on the right? If you see always look for the dark shadows. That's where I say start. Start with the dark shadows in the sky. If you look up and you go, wow, it's really dark right there, and it's not dark over here, watch the dark area. And then look at the graduation edge between the light and the dark. And that will be showing you the side illuminated face of any planet, asteroid, or body. Look for the light changes between the dark and the light. And then throughout the day, it's the same thing. Mid-noon.
And there's a lot of V patterns as well.
Okay.
You'll see like the clouds kind of, because what you see a lot is the clouds kind of contour around
you're
the
looking
planet.
for that rounded edge.
So anytime you see curved clouds or V shapes, something is happening.
Or a cloud is leaving a long drag.
I've seen a box in the sky one time too, just a straight up box shape.
Yeah, and guess what?
Yeah.
You were looking at the text.
Anything that looks out of place. I mean, I always record anything that looks out of place.
There's no sense.
When did nature start making right angles?
Exactly.
Yeah.
See, and the long box. There's the V shapes I'm talking about. Yeah. Right? You will see this pattern over and over again, and every time you see these things kind of going around, it's clouds kind of contouring to around the planet.
Natu's moon right there.
That's always a good sign to start recording, and you will see that darkness in the front. You see it more on this right picture.
Wow.
More V shapes. Yeah. It's just the clouds. Think of clouds kind of like water forming around a ball. They will always contour around the planet.
Contouring around objects.
That's always a good sign. That is always a good sign.
Okay.
I hone into these kind of patterns because I know what they signify. I know what's going on.
What do you see in this?
I saw a sky one time not too long ago that was a cluster of bubbles, just all clustered together, little bubbles.
Right, and that's
shaped clouds.
That's Natu's moon.
Massive
momentous cloud. What we're looking at is the light is on the left. The sun is on the left. Okay. If you look at this is a Saturn's yellow moon in front of a Saturn, but it's going vertically. And if you look over, you can split the picture down the center in half, and you go over just to the left of half. See the long box cube?
Oh yeah.
Just right.
Right there, because it's going vertical, which is different than what. This is a different capture than from my area. I don't get this capture, but this capture is literally a vertical. Center. Just left of center.
Okay.
The center of the
vertical.
picture is a vertically directional long box cube.
That looks like what I saw.
And then on the right hand side, you see the bubbly flame-like clouds in the middle upper right area. That is the ion tail of the yellow moon. And of course, the light is coming in from the left, so we know on the left-hand side is the yellow moon and its atom. And of course, we also know that the long box cube is usually right next to a Saturn's yellow moon. And here it is, example, ta-da, there it is. But in vertical, instead of an angular 45 from the right, which is what I usually see.
And also uneven sky color. If you're seeing more light on one side, darker blue on one side and lighter blue on the other.
Find a dark area in the sky first.
You'll see that, relative to the sun, you'll always see the closest to the sun will be brighter. As it goes to the right, it'll get darker. Then that's a round object because the sun will shine on one side and kind of reach as far as it can. But the farther it reaches, the dimmer it gets because it can only wrap around so much. Light bends
in a lot of cases. If it's semi-cloudy, look past the first layer of clouds to see what's behind them, And then, take a couple of minutes to judge which direction the lower clouds are moving compared to what direction the upper clouds are moving. And then all of a sudden, before you know it, you go, wait a minute, there's a landmass. Holy shit.
That's a big tell as well. Yes.
Because you looked past the first layer.
No, that V shape right there, that is a telltale, very telling sign. The darkness, just wow, love this picture. I love how it was taken with the tree, just blocking the glare from the sun. That was very well thought out, taking the way this picture was taken.
Yes, artistic.
Well, that boils back to like putting your thumb up or your finger in front of the sun. And of course, James, that was always from James. He insisted on that, and that was his. And it does work.
I think it depends, though. I think sometimes it depends on sun angles and stuff. But sometimes I want the sun in the frame because once you block it kind of messes with the color. Sometimes it's going to block it, but there's a lot of times where I want the sun in the frame because it works better with the capture.
If you are filming live and you're like what you believe you're dealing with is a lens flare, then you can also use the thumb method or the palm method where you put your hand up while filming, and then you film on either side of your hand to see if the flare moves. If the flare doesn't move while you are blocking the sun, then it is an illuminated object in the sky, not a lens flare. And that is the thumb method or the and this is part of why we talk about filming the right side of the sun and filming the left side, because then you also cut your flaring as well, because you don't have the flare directly in the center of the camera, which can cause optical illusions, which is also why we tell everybody not to film through their car window or off the 12th story, because anytime you film through glass, you're going to get a glass double no matter what. Anytime you film through sunglasses, anytime you film through welding glasses, anytime you're putting an additional lens in the front of your camera, you're going to get a lens double of some sort, which is why we absolutely use that information. Keeps the science pure, and that way we don't have any negative sightings. Then we can say this is a direct sighting of the sky. Now look, we'll start here on this picture. Again, for new folks, don't look at the sun. Don't look at the left side of this picture. Look at the right side of this picture. Look at the dark area first.
Look for the dark and then kind of contour to the white.
Then you see the damn planet standing there. It's not a solar flare. It's not a illumination from the sun being weird because of clouds. You're seeing this dark blue thing in the right corner because there is a dark thing there. We're seeing the illuminated or the non-illuminated backside of these planets.
You could even see that
is being illuminated is pink.
You can even see the curve on the water.
Another example right there.
Sorry, yeah.
But yeah, you flip between the two of them, the exact same thing, that you're looking at a planet. And then that black cloud was the red asteroid crossing.
I don't know if my mom heard it or not, but I asked all the guys here, what would be like the first thing that you would look for when you go outside, being a newbie at this,
Oh, right.
Telling me,
yeah, I couldn't hear you guys I had to reboot. I don't know what happened at all. It just
Taylor's microphone, when he came back the last time, was really jaggedy and out there like he was standing across the room for a while, and now it came back just fine now.
Better.
Good. Let me know if that happens.
More wonderful technical difficulties here on our Citizen Science podcast.
My lovely tablet.
Subscribe, hit the like button, get the notification bell going.
So I want to say hi to
so we can upgrade.
I saw he was asking what we were talking about. He might be new to all of this. But we're just talking about how there's another solar system that is here. It's been here for several years, and it's passing very close by Earth. It's a binary twin solar system. And
always has been, always will be.
Wow.
Right. Samuel Hofman is the person that, discovered that we have another solar system.
Back in the late 70s. Discovery. I go back farther than most people do. I wrote my paper in 1978. Whatever kudos and cookies on the shelf that gets me, whatever. But the Greeks even knew, far many other cultures knew about our binary 2-starred system. And there's a group of planets that are larger. Their solar system is larger than ours is, and they're in a tight spiral. Ours is all spread out, and we're smaller planets with the exception of like 3 major gas giants. And we always have had and always will have them attached to us. We are not what Einstein described, floating around in a circle around our star on a dinner plate. There's so much more to it. And when you started this, I was going, wow, where do you begin with this topic on someone who is brand new?
I know.
Wow.
I know. I do it a lot, especially over on TikTok. I start from the very beginning over and over again. Because it's, really new to people over there.
And how's your frustration level on that?
I know. I have moments. I
think that's why the next show is going to be cool, because you guys can do like an introductory and just kind of show people each planet and describe it, colors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how many of you guys out there are Montana Skywatch 2 members, but a lot of times we'll get new folks and they'll type a comment or something like this, and then 4 or 5 or 6 people will also comment in behind their comment and go, oh, dude, you just typed something. Sam's going to come after your butt for that. And they literally almost put it to a level of scare and fear because Sam's going to come and chop your head off because you're not allowed to type about that. And I am strict on Montana Skywatcher too. And a lot of people go, oh, man, you're in trouble now. Sam's going to eat you alive. And I chuckle over that. Yeah, it's really, it's hilarious because the moment you started talking about that, I went, wow, have I gone a long way away from that? And I'm almost to the point where I expect everybody to know some of the work. Yeah, here, keep this picture. This is a great shot. It's 2017. And that means that this is the site of Attu. Yes. Wow. This is the site of Attu. And you can see it cutting in. Look at the dark area first. Don't look at the sunlight. Look at the dark area in this picture on the right-hand side first. And this has been going on, right? And look at the water. Look at the light on the water. And if you can't tell it, there's a very large striped gas giant standing there.
But here's what I was talking about: the sun, how it bends around. You can literally see the sun. Let's call it sun rays, kind of just moving around.
They're totally bent.
That's exactly what I was talking about. How the sunlight will just kind of bend around. And we'll occasionally get these killer rays.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine. The next one works too.
Yeah, I mean, this was the one before it, and it's very similar. They're two.
And I don't see the
date. Katie, Joe, I just want to say yes. Always follow that feeling. If you feel like, if you get a sudden
this is like
urge to go outside and go do it, because a lot of my best captures have started that way, Katie.
I listen to that gut, I really do. That gut sense of thing.
Yeah. I'm just here inside, and I'm not doing nothing, but something tells me just go outside.
Oh, there's another one.
Wow.
There's 3 of them now.
Right, and there is, and look at the water.
Yeah, look at the water. There's
the lighting on the water.
That is incredible.
And that's what I was talking about earlier.
Our troll said that this was a camera effect. If it was a camera, where does the shadow from the water come from? Come on, man.
The light should be going on both sides in the same uniform direction. It's not.
Very dark.
This was very similar to my aha moment. I have a picture very much like this. And this is what happened. I was kind of new to this. I was taking a drive, and I saw half of the sky in shadow and the other half lit up. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? I stopped. I started taking pictures, and I got exactly this. Exactly a picture with the curve line. Where the sky was split in two. You can see that's the curve that was blocking the sun.
Wow.
And it was then where I was like, I looked around me and I was like, am I the only one seeing this?
In this picture,
that shock has never gone away because happens to me constantly where I'm like,
this picture is 2018 or 19 because
This is
right
an
there
awesome
on the
picture.
right is a Saturn proper, and as a very small Isatum, and then the entire thing of what we're looking at that is cutting into the sun is Nibiru.
Oh wow!
This is like in 2019, maybe early 2020. But if you look at the side circle over to the right in the middle, that white cloud area, if you look and see the red circle standing there in the middle of those clouds, that is Isatum, and Isatum's yellow moon is dead center in the middle of Isatum.
Oh wow!
And you can see the red change in the little red ball, and this is why I'm saying this is 2019, 2020, when Isatum was a lot smaller.
I love this one.
And that was
And a
back
lot further.
and that we got the Dr. Phil captures that we still use. And we're all wondering where Dr. Phil went to. Well, he had some great. That's of course not his name, but
it's like F-I-L, Phil.
It was P-H-I-L, I think, Phil.
No, Jesus.
Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe it was F-I-L.
When Dr. Phil, F-I-L.
It was F-I-L. I believe it was F-I-L.
Okay, I'm wrong. See,
yeah,
you caught me.
Yeah. Oh well.
Rare.
Dr. Phil, P-H-I-L. He's on TV.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's what
yeah.
Hey, I've been
Dr.
talking
Phil.
for 4 hours. I get a mistake or two from time to time. This one,
it's been a while too.
Mexico's were good. This is one of the lower end of the good sightings that you got from this Mexican webcam shot. But then again, look at the blue. Look at the light blue. Look at the sun flaring. This isn't normal. It tells you something's creating that flare, A, and B, that blue area is a planet. And as a new person, go out and find that dark area first, and then find that edge of the dark area where it turns to that lighter blue. And you're going to see the crescent illumination on the face of that planet. And then you realize
I've been with her
where
when
the
she's
sun is
described that to me before.
and then you can see that light angle. Yeah, always look for the dark areas first. Even on captures, on live footage, everything. Because you blind yourself if you look at the sun and then you're all saying, oh, okay, the sun is shining down the street. Meanwhile, you paid no attention to the upper right corner whatsoever.
Right.
Because you're going, okay, there's 2 people, 3 people on the left hand or on the right hand side of the street, and there's 5, 6 cars. And you haven't really seen what's in the actual sky capture. There's a very large planet in this picture. And the person who posted it knew it, but generically, if you didn't know it, you wouldn't pay any attention to it. You'd be busy throwing your hand up trying to block the light and look down the street and cross the street so you don't get hit by a car. Even everything, even in television commercials or the Diesel Brothers or Mountain Laboratory Fortress Mountain. Anyway, Alan, I got to memorize that, Alan. Yeah, goes back into the Dr. Phil. This is, I believe, lead asteroid in front of Isatum.
I'm gonna have to look up his old videos because
look, there's who?
I was brand new when
Dr. Phil.
Right. I mean, he hasn't been around for a few years, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know what happened to him.
It's been a while.
Yeah. I'm gonna look
pretty
at
active for a while, and then
he always got really good captures too.
Yeah, he did.
Camera equipment.
He really did.
And this is one of my favorites.
I love this one.
Yeah,
this is Isatum. This is 2022, I think. And of course, the blip in the dead center upper right is green asteroid.
Big planet.
Yeah,
that is incredible.
Yeah,
and Isatum's yellow moon is in this shot, but we mix it with the sun. It's the yellow area just to the right at the flaring is where the yellow moon is, but you can't
notice it right at first, but you can't help but notice it once you see how the sunlight is being dug into like that. And
so it's on the right at the lower part.
Yep.
Yeah, it's smaller.
Look at the sunlight and see how it's got this curve. See how the sunlight has got this bend.
And there's definitely curve. The focal point right there on the bottom right.
There was a brief period where actually
cutting into
Saturn
it.
proper was occasionally in front of a 1/3 of Saturn's yellow moon for a very short few, half a year or so, and then we went back to the traditional out view of a Saturn's yellow moon, going back all the way back to our original sky sightings that had absolutely no clouds around it, which is why we knew that that Saturn had a yellow moon and 2 smaller moons, because we have quite a few captures where there is absolutely no clouds around, including ion tail of these planets. We have quite a few without clouds, but the majority, this is one of those.
Look at these
the majority of our sightings.
This is one of my favorite ones too.
Yeah, look at that. That's so undeniable. Like,
and the illuminated purple white line is the yellow moon.
Oh, wow.
We're only seeing it because it's being blanched out by the sunlight. Okay. The overall is
there's that dingy yellow too at the end, right where you're talking.
Right.
So even if you can't see the yellow moon, you could see its
and the
color.
purple circle in the center, of course, is a Saturn, and then the blue area from the upper left all the way down to the lower right corner pine tree is the planet Nibiru. And this was, I believe, filmed in 2019.
Okay.
And of course, the green dot is the green asteroid.
Okay.
Wow. Every now and then I run across my original version of that photos, because over the years it gets kind of blurry, because they're recopying it over and over.
Right. Pixelated and less
quality.
If
I can find the original again, I'll save it again. So.
Well, I hate to interrupt you guys, but my wife just told me it's 9:30. I'm gonna have to.
Okay, Chris.
I really have me on again today.
Look at this picture before you go.
Hopefully, we can do it again next week. But I'll text you guys.
You can for sure. Okay.
Good night.
Thanks for joining us. Good night.
Thanks
Thank
a lot.
you.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Okay. Bye, Chris.
I got to roll out too, but thank you guys so much for the information. It was a pleasure being on. I'm tired. So
yeah, you look tired.
Okay.
You look tired.
Yep.
No.
That's
so
okay.
it's always a pleasure. Thank you guys so much, and much love to the family.
Have a good night, Taylor.
Sky family. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Yeah, and I love these pictures because they're absolutely you can't even argue with this. And
this one again, this was broadcasted live on one of the Sky groups. I'm not sure which one, but I got to see this live. It's the craziest thing. It's just the craziest video. Some of us got to see it live, and it was awesome. Like, it was freaking awesome.
I haven't fully worked this one out in my head yet. I've looked at it and I just accept it. But there's some stuff that, do we have the long box cube in this shot in the dead center on the right? That warble square kind of looking thing there with, what looks like a side orb below it. But, and of course, we know what the black dot is. We always believe that the black dot is the Empire orb because it's intermittent. Otherwise, we would always have a black dot with each camera. When they say it's a camera anomaly, the black dot started appearing and then stopped appearing and then started appearing and stopped appearing. And then we correlate it with actual sightings of orbs next to the star. We say next to, but in out view, not actually next to. Although we have seen some shots where the orb was really close to the star, which was really good. And I don't know how they live in how hot that is or what, or if they have technology that defeats that or what, like they do in Star Trek. But anyway, this one, I absolutely love this one. This is the illumination of the Saturn and the Saturn's yellow moon from that side angle, which is excruciatingly rare. And it's focaling and it's also bouncing refractive light off of Earth in order to illuminate this, I'm sure. Because this is the only way we wouldn't see the backside of it. And if you look over to the far right, you can see the shadowing between that and the larger planet behind it. And when we saw these, and this was done in rolling footage, and of course it's at the beginning of the show as well, where on the startup.
Yeah.
And it's just an absolute phenomenal capture. And there you have the illumination, guys, for you new folks who have not seen the planets yet. That's just Saturn sitting in front of Nibiru, plain as day. And we've been watching it for years. Now, granted, they moved. They've changed. they move. But we know what they are because we've been watching them every day for well over 14 years. Or, excuse me, coming up on 14 years. Don't exaggerate.
Isatum or Isatum's moon? I always thought Isatum's
no, this is Isatum, and Isatum's moon is the illuminated bright just above the two pipes, where there's two pipes next to each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's smaller. It's about the size of a golf ball instead of the front of this major grapefruit.
Okay. I'm
gonna go back. Kind of purpley with a little white stripe going off the face to it, which is the ion tail coming off and around, which is why it's making a white stripe.
Okay. All right. Got it. Oh, wow. That jumped out at me.
This one, of course, is the bottom of Atu's moon and the object cluster group
gosh.
coming in from the left-hand side, and Nepacity is behind it to the right.
Yeah.
And we know this because we've been watching it for years. This is the
Just
side
those
of Uri.
huge curves, you know.
Okay, see those little white blips on the side in the light blue next to the blues and the purple? Okay, see that little circle on the just off the blue line? It's halfway down.
Yeah.
That is the tan asteroid on the
Are
side
you
of Uri.
serious?
Yep.
How can you tell?
Because I know where the tan asteroid is.
Because you know where it is. Okay.
That is and if you look, that's the salamander.
Yes.
And this, I've got it blown up, and it says 2019, I believe. And yeah, that's the tan. That circle right there is the currently very large, very illuminating tan asteroid, and a whole bunch of the other stuff from the salamander asteroid group, which is right there behind it and with it. But it's semi-partially submerged in the side of Uri.
I see. Yeah.
And Uri is massive. It's a
blue
huge
area.
planet.
And obviously, look at the sunlight. Something's
But
pressing down against
you go into
it.
the turquoise light blue, and then you see there's that purple band right next to it. But that little circle of white, that little white tiny. Of course, you're looking on a way smaller screen than I am. Speaking of which, mine just went to sleep.
It's about that big.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well, there's a little white blip in the face of the bend of the edge of the viewing of Uri. And it's a little circle, and that is the tan asteroid.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I wonder what year that was. 2019.
2019.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got this blown up, so
yeah,
I can read the date. It's 2019, 12/19.
So it's much bigger now. We've seen, images of it where it's way, way, way big.
So it's the 19th of December in 2019.
And this is Uri.
And this is the side. This is the side of Atu and Atu's moon.
Okay.
The reason that I can tell is how sharp the curve is. You go back to that back to that other picture.
Which one?
Just back one picture. See the angle of the curve and the immensity of this planet. If you look at the blue, don't look at the white. Just look at the blue. That is okay. See the big size bank angle. It's like the difference between a turkey platter, that oval of a turkey platter, and the roundness of a round plate. Now go back to that picture we were just looking at. And this is a round plate.
It's a smaller looking.
Smaller oval, so I know it's Atu. But Uri is behind it. We know that because we know. And we're probably
Uri is significantly bigger than Atu.
Oh yeah, massively. It's like
massive.
4 times the size of Atu. And we know that Atu has a ring around it, and we could be seeing that in that rounded effect in the cloud right in front of us here. We could be looking underneath Atu's ring because we're looking at the side of planet Atu, and over in the upper left corner is where Atu's moon would be.
Wow, that's one of my favorites too. Yeah, these are like all my favorites.
This again is the side of Uri.
Look at that. Look at these little tiny buildings down here in this ginormous
There is one
sun.
lens flare at the bottom. There's a lens flare at the bottom circle. But the rest of that is the Salamander asteroid group, up where it says Fiesta Americana, all that white clouding area. It's the Salamander asteroid group. And this is.
I guess something is on the other side of the sunlight. I guess I'm having a feeling it's that.
There's flaring. Yeah, Nepacity is probably there. Atu is probably there. This is 2020.
They're all there.
And that's what's causing something cutting into, which is causing the flaring, which is causing the light to be this intensely bell-shaped.
Yeah, I do notice that a lot.
And you got to just, I over the years have just completely learned to ignore the light altogether, with the exception of when it's ovular or cut off or boxed or squared or directly cut off with flaring. I always look at the dark first. And I have completely retrained my eye to do so. And in the early days, I had to actually remind myself to do that. And we'd miss a bunch of stuff. And then I went, oh, okay. And then over the first few years, it was a sort of a relearning process. And of course, here again, we look at the blue area to the right. Don't look at the sun. And you can see there's a planet right there. I'm going to say, wow. Wow, this is a tough call. This could be, now, if this picture was taken about 2018 or 19, that could be Atu, because they were on the left-hand side back then. If not, if this is a more recent picture, it would have to be a Saturn.
I mean, this looks kind of old, though.
Yeah, it does look old.
Okay.
It looks like it's...
This is kind of what I'm seeing. Is, to me, it looks like planets are right above it, cutting down into it because it's going
right into the light. And there's another one on the other side as well for the dark blue on the left hand side on the upper. Right.
Like there's just.
It looks a little higher up, the one on the right.
If this is 2015-ish, for instance, if it was really old, then it would be, back then would be Saru would be on the left. And then you would have Atu cutting into the light, and then Uri behind it on the right-hand side. And that was back in 2015 and 16, etc. And then 17, everything changed. 18, the whole rotation of all the planets changed. They went right, left, and started doing. And that was a transition from the spiraling into how we started seeing them differently as they got closer to approach. They didn't so much spiral as they traded sides and just sort of moved to the right, and then they moved to the left as they got closer to us. They did their yearly orbitation. We did our yearly orbitation. The angle changed how we were viewing them as we went into winter versus coming back into summer, which is part of the 180-day cycle and all that. And we just based this information after watching it for so many years. And that's kind of how I run all of this out of my head, hopefully. And yes, I am the repository, and I wish there was some way to write all this down. My God. Which is why we're doing it in recordings on video programs and, Radio Wasteland and Understanding the Sky series and Dare Say Fight for Our Freedom Radio, which I don't really recommend because those were a lot of shows that I was talking about a lot less than the planet. I was talking about a lot of other stuff, but not the planets directly. This one has always blown me away. I'm sort of seeing the side of a planet on one side and the side of a planet on the other, and my eye won't tell me which is which, and or both. And then I look at the water, and I see the definite cutoff on the right-hand side, but unfortunately that pier is arguing with the left-hand side and the flaring. I'm tempted to say this is the light cutting into the side of Uri, and then Nibiru's on the other side, and look, it's 2021. So yeah, that's what it was. Remember the Uri on one side, Nibiru on the other for the longest time a few years ago. Remember
that? I still see that from time to time. Uri,
Yeah, but now that Uri's moving in a different way, what we're seeing is probably Saru cutting in now. And of course, that's all changing, and we haven't been able to prove it, but we know she's back there. And we also we've been watching Saru behavior, a base cloud of Saru, for about 6 months now. But it's just been every once in a while, hello. This one I love. This is I'm pretty sure this is lead asteroid in coming cross back when Lead Asteroid used to cross the sun, and back when 2019, 2020, when 2021, when Lead Asteroid was very large. And of course, the black dot again is the Empire Orb parked in front of the sun.
I mean, I remember you saying that was the lead object or lead asteroid, and
well, the stripes look that way.
It's just so big. I mean, you would never imagine an asteroid being that big.
Oh well, we've got pictures
visible.
where it's massive.
I know we do. I know.
It's like
I'm just
planet-sized. But we saw
that's
the
why
facial,
this is my favorites.
and we saw the drag-off cloud. And we know that the planets don't move quick enough to leave drag-off clouds. And we were watching the lead asteroid guy go so close to Earth, I was sure we were going to have another Chelyabinsk. And we didn't, which is amazing. But we still have a lot of media. There was apparently something hit the moon here the last couple of days. I didn't get to watch that video. I got distracted and went right by it. But yeah, and this too is so striped, and at that time, lead asteroid was big, but Attu's moon was even bigger. And if you look, and Attu's moon is behind this object right here on the left-hand side.
That is so obvious.
And you can see the little pock marks and dots on Attu's moon that you don't see on this striped object, which we know the lead asteroid has those stripes that are repetitive, including in the drawings. And it's the drag-off clouds or no drag-off clouds that make the difference, because at certain points in time, Attu's moon was that size. 2018-ish. And we got some really fantastic shots early on about Attu's moon coming in when we first discovered it had a moon. Attu, that is. And then those Japanese photos came in, and we got the close-ups of Attu's moon and found it had a flat spot on the left-hand backside and everything. And then it just, flowered from there, and we got hundreds of fantastic shots. And the rest has, been documented back. I mean, like we've said 100 times, we have way more pictures of Attu and Attu's moon than all the planets combined, almost including Uri.
I will say that lately it's been a lot more Saturn. These past few years has been more Saturn than anything.
And this one again is that Uri on the one side, Nibiru on the other. And then, after you looked at the dark areas of the planets first, then look at the center, the belling of the light, which is bell-shaped, and that is a refraction flare, because it's getting cut off, and it looks like the shape of a bell because you have two planets in between. And everybody goes, "Oh, it's a crystallization in the atmosphere effect." No, we don't see any sundog in this picture at all. There's no lens flare going on here.
Right, definitely. Sunlight is being manipulated.
This is a pinch between two planets, and we're seeing the dark side. Granted, they're illuminated because the light is actually bell-shaped, rounding into their slightly illuminated sides that we're watching. But we of course saw this, and we have numerous sightings of it going back quite a few years. And this was, I think, 2022, 2021 when this was captured. And we believe it is something like Russia or Hungary or the Eastern Bloc.
I think it was
Europe.
Russia. I think I even saw the video of this.
I agree. There was a video to this. I believe Russia was right. Yeah.
I'll see if I can find it.
And of course, and another cool thing that I occasionally laugh about is that we have seen damn near everything out there as a group, and we all share each other's stuff back and forth. And so, there's a lot of pictures that are being posted. I see it all the time that were, shot 5 years ago, 8 years ago, and they go, oh, that was dated such and such. No. Excuse me, but like this one, I love this one, and we know when these pictures were taken because we get everything because everybody sends us stuff, and so we're always very knowledgeable about what is actually being out there being shared, and I've always chuckled over that. We do have a very heavy library of knowledge, and I think unfortunately we're discounted on that one. And
unfortunately, But the scale of that picture, the one we just passed, is just unreal. I think it's the biggest reason why people are in such disbelief about it. The scale of this. I mean, it's just by the size of the curve, as you were saying.
on the left and Nibiru on the right.
I mean, that says it all. And also, I want to point that the way the planets are positioned in this picture is exactly what we see. This is not a camera anything. This is exactly what it looks like, because we've seen the planets in this exact position where it seems like they're moving this way and they're moving this way as we're moving that way, kind of.
And it happens over and over again.
Of the crossing, as they say. But
this isn't the only sighting of this.
This matches everything that we have been seeing.
And we get other people from around the world that send us very similar shots. And we of course keep the best of, and we try. We can't save everything everybody sends us, but I keep vast amounts of pictures, and they're of course all for science purposes. But we know, because we've seen this happen, and we've seen it happen. And we've seen it happen, and people send it into us. And so we're not just throwing this out on the table going, oh, look at this, And when it's actually, somebody's car's parked there and there's a weird shining, refracting light off through somebody's car window. No, these are two planets. And this is the triangle light that is poking between these two planets. And
Hey,
you have
Sam.
to learn that.
I was going to say, there's, I'm looking at TikTok, and right now Jessa is asking, well, there's a couple of people just keep saying that this looks like an LED, and I felt like we should, cover Sun Simulator just to clear that up a little bit. It's important to let people know that that's
let's
not
start
what
with the patent.
we've been led to believe.
Just because there may be a patent for a machine does not mean that there's one up there working. 2, in order to illuminate the entire planet Earth, that would take technology that we do not have. The operation that China is working on in a laboratory, and it's still in the prototype stage, hasn't even been deployed, is a small sun simulator, refractive situation, to shine a small amount of light on a small area of China only, not the entire Earth. So there was this, just because people looked up that there was a patent somewhere in the patent office that's about a sun simulator. We spent 8 years trying to tell everybody that there was no such thing, including a whole bunch of the money boys who went left field on it and raked in the dollars over the conjecture, fear, and hype over it. And number 4, I believe I counted 1, 2, 3, 4. We would have seen it by now, and never in the entire 13, almost 14 years of Montana Skywatcher have we gotten anything in any capture anywhere that would prompt us to believe that it exists. Does that cover it?
And also, there's just no need for it. If anything, we have too many suns.
Yeah, why would we need a sun simulator?
Why do we need an extra sun? We have 2 right now. We have more than
planets that are here. We're blocking our sun, and then we know that has not occurred. What we know, and then I saw that the 3 days of darkness thing again, which is an excerpt from the Bible. If the Earth were to stall, and we would have 3 days of darkness, well, on the other side of the planet, there would be 3 days of light, because the sun is not going to turn off like a light switch. That reminds me of that joke. The sun's not going to turn off for 3 days and then start back up again. And it has to do with light. And you have to rethink real science, not conjecture science. There was a joke where somebody was saying, yeah, the scientists are going to study the sun, and they're going to go land on the sun's surface and study it. And the guy says, well, how are they going to do that? And the lady says to him, oh, they're going to do it at night.
That's a funny joke. I've heard that joke in a different manner. But I hate to say that some people's level of
science,
knowledge, basic knowledge when it comes to this is pretty bad. No.
Yeah, and you have to actually, you do, and we've run into a whole bunch of folks, and kudos that they're here in the first place. And they've talked to us. Well, what about the Kachinas, and then and then people learn about the sun dogs, and then of course the next thing they learn about is the sun simulator. And then they go off into CERN, and then what other topics?
Right. All these cover-ups and distractions to explain away what is actually
holograms
forest fires caused by Jewish space
Project Bluebeam. And
that's so old.
There's a million
Blue
of them.
Book and Blue Beam have been so long ago. HARP. Don't forget about HARP.
Oh boy.
Here's I haven't seen this picture in so long. I love this picture.
Hey, Sam, there's a question. Okay, so Jessa over on TikTok, she had a couple of questions, but one of them was about how this is affecting our electrical field.
Oh, God, yeah.
And is this why we're having so many flood issues?
Well, yes and yes. Short answer. Yeah, you should see what the magnetosphere is doing right now. It's insane. Oh my God, you wanna have me send you a picture of the most recent really screwed up magnetosphere picture? I can go to do that real fast. I know exactly where it is.
Can you send me that last picture, Rebecca?
And I can, yes.
Would you? I really love that picture.
Let's go back. This one here, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen this one in years. I love this picture. This is such a good picture.
1995-97.
I think I found it deep in my Google
I haven't
photos.
seen it in years. This was like in the early days.
There's Yoda with the Scottish flag.
That one is awesome too.
And Rush Shell on TikTok said, "Did I finally find the answers?" So it sounds like you have, yes.
Wow.
If you're a sky watcher and you're wondering why the sky looks
I love that comment.
Why the sun looks the way it does, the clouds.
Follow this. I don't know what the name you said, but whoever made that comment, follow this, and
Rush.
You will see that things fit, because we all had that moment where like, I think I finally found the answers, and just keep going. Just keep following this information, and it'll take you to your aha moment where you really, really see it, and then it's awesome.
And we did not make this stuff up. It made itself up over time. Rebecca, I have sent you 2 pictures of the magnetosphere, and it's current. I believe the date is on them, and it shows a really unbelievable affected wave of our magnetosphere being affected by something that's completely not normal or sun. And we can go over it once you post one or both.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right.
And so I'll come back to StreamYard. And I was, going there, was wondering, like, I didn't read that. That's because you're talking to people on other comment streams.
I pulled up my extra phone so I can see commenting.
Yeah, I pulled this the picture I got, the dates on it. I got it like yesterday, and I looked at it. And I've been watching the magnetosphere around the planet for quite a few years, and I mostly understand the diagrams. And unfortunately, they are computer-generated graphic models that don't necessarily have the ability to discern planet locations or whatever. But the magnetosphere and the pathway eddies in our earthly magnetosphere are very telltale, and you can't argue with what these are showing. And it's insane. And then people will go, well, but we have had a lot of activity out of the sun lately, which is true. There's been some really fruitful coronal mass ejections, our direction as well. I believe there was recently an X-class flare or 2, and that is rare. So I'm anticipating some, major. Look at this. The axis is completely tipped. It used to be more horizontal, but look at the axis tip all the way. This major wake pattern of some sort of jog influence that's hitting us and lashing out into this eddy. The protruding central flare that goes in the front on the right-hand side that's pushing way out against the yellow and the red. The red shows you increased centimeters per square inch or whatever of solar radiation influx. And this is coronal material hitting our electrical field and how our electrical field is being affected. And if you look on the right and you look on the left, it's got this dark blue line, and on the right it doesn't have it. It shows you that we were hit with something, this big push wake that created this completely hair in the wind magnetosphere that we don't normally have. Usually it's just a stable, like almost like a bullet flying through the air with rounded waves that are just pretty much normal. But to see this big, huge jog in the back eddy of our post-Earth private protected area, because that's what the magnetosphere is, that holds our oxygen in and radiation and coronal material and stellar winds out. That's what our electrical Earth field from our core generated north-south pole. Magnetics, it keeps that stuff out. And what is hitting us here has caused this unbelievable, I've never seen a wake pattern this distorted ever. And there's another example of it. And that red field shows you where the material has actually gone past Earth and penetrated us to a degree. And we're getting stellar material in wakes that is completely beyond anything I've ever seen. And you can see it's dated 1/14/24. So this is new. This was the 14th of last week. This week, as a matter of fact, that was beginning of this week. So we're getting pasted with stellar material. There's something going on now. Now the planets also have a magnetosphere around them, and now per se, if Nibiru had a very extremely large magnetosphere, got close to us, that would affect us.
Right. That's because of its mass, right? Sam, its mass is compared to these gas ones that have been passing by us closer.
Nibiru is huge.
Nibiru's mass is just way
it's like
more.
7 to 10 times the size of Earth. I don't know. I don't have any. That's sort of mostly gossip. I don't have
but
any.
I would imagine even more. It's just heavier in mass than any of these.
Oh yeah, with all that water, you bet.
Yeah, so I would imagine
this is a water research water type planet versus rock type planet. We are a rock type, tiny little rock. They are a massive water planet. They are a titan. It's known as a titan or a water base. You can go to YouTube and type in difference between water type planet, rock type.
I did that after we spoke about it last one of his last shows. I went and did exactly that. I was like, I need to see what the difference is here because I asked you because I was like, you always refer to Nibiru as a water planet and Earth as a rock planet, but there's always been these rumors. I mean, we've always said that Nibiru is basically a bigger Earth,
Right, but that is those are the planets that normally would inhabit life. We're a tiny little rock planet that just happens to have a shitload of water on it, and we're in the Goldilocks zone. And I truly believe
what does that mean? The Goldilocks zone.
Okay. In Goldilocks terms, she eats from the three bears. She goes to the thing. One porridge is too hot. One porridge is too cold, and one in the middle was just right.
Yeah.
And that's what they mean by the Goldilocks zone. It's just right to have life grow on it within our spectrum of knowledge of life.
If we were further away, we'd be colder. If we were closer, we'd be hotter. But we're just in the right spot.
And that's why they call it the Goldilocks zone. And there is a Goldilocks zone in every solar system.
So, but you're saying Sam, so you said that life will be more prevalent on a planet like Nibiru than a rock planet?
Well, yeah, because it's a huge, massive, gigantic water planet.
Interesting. Wow.
And it has land masses and everything, and it's just giant. I mean, it's huge compared to what we know. And you know, and for you know, I understand that the Anunnaki or the Nibiruans or whatever you want to call them have had. And look at that, I love that. Perfect round. And they have, I'm sure, their tectonic plate issues and their ice ages and all of that. And I believe that's part of why they got the technology that they have. And they live thousands of years longer than we do. So I'm sure that they have, you know, more structural lives and knowledge and God only knows and technology, which they obviously do. And but
do you think their life, the fact that they live longer, has anything to do with the fact that their planet is much larger?
Well, we also know that they use gold in their technology, and we also know that gold.
Well, yeah, right, yeah, but I mean,
all of that.
You know, what is that? There is that part in the movie Interstellar where they, and I hate quoting movies, but I do find that movie was somewhat accurate in some of its science.
Yep.
How they're saying that that size would really make a difference in the way time is perceived and experienced.
I would imagine. Yeah.
You know, you think that's a factor?
You know, if you go into Edgar Rice Burroughs or if you go into Carl Sagan, these people who are, or people who judge the possibility of time, there are people who believe that the closer you are, the faster time goes. The farther if you leave your solar system, then time slows. I don't know how to address that. It's conjecture.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at.
I'd have to live a couple of thousand years to prove that, but I'll take the time, I promise.
But is that a sound? I guess I'm going to say theory.
Boy, you know, you know, I'm still on the fence on that one. I can't really judge time because I believe that time is a circle, and actually you go into the future and then you go so far that you end up coming back to the past and starting all. I don't know. And the Pleiadians tried to show me that they time travel, and they showed me kind of how they did it, and they just step outside of time, and then they dial back and go there because they got it apparently understood. And they showed that to me, but I didn't completely perceive how.
Yeah, well, it must have been a lot to. I mean, it must have been a hell of a moment to kind of register in your mind everything that was happening in a microwave. I mean, I can't imagine.
You know, you walk a caveman up to the microwave and you say, well, this is a microwave and it heats water up because it sends electrons through the product, and the more electrons they go through it, it gets hot from the inside. And they wouldn't understand the technology, and they'd push the buttons and go beep, 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 and slam the door.
Yeah,
and it might work.
Yeah, because well, there's no context really.
Yeah. And they showed me the thing on, you know, and I'm looking on a screen and, you know, a diagram, and this is how this works. And it's like, okay. So, you know, I don't know how they travel through time, but I know they do. And I'm, you know, so I ponder time and the applications therein. Like, it does time speed up when you get closer to the star, slow down when you get farther away. You know, and then you're of course weighing Einstein and gravitation and all of that crap in mind, and that's not how it works either. So there's just so many parameters and no way to prove it. I'd sooner ponder God than time.
Yeah.
All right.
Avengers Captain, how are you? Good you're back. You know, welcome to hour 457, you know.
I'm back over here. I've been talking to people on TikTok a lot for a few minutes, so I'm not.
Sometimes I forget we're doing TikTok as well.
Yeah, and I've not been able to get it to join together yet. I'm still trying to.
I hope all of our listeners are getting thoroughly addicted to our weekly conversations and our personalities. And I am glad you're here. And punch that like button, subscribe, notifications, all of that.
Does it say smash that like button?
Smash that like button.
Tap
Send
the screen,
Rebecca donations so that she can improve our show better and better as time goes by.
This is very provable information, guys. Spend enough time, and you could prove everything that we are talking about. It's I know there's a lot of bad information out there. There's a ton of disinformation these days, but this is very provable. This is very provable. I think we have done a very good job at compiling tons and tons of examples over the years, and I think this is a very sound place for you to get answers to a lot of the questions. Because if you're watching right now, something brought you here, and keep following that, and you will you will get the answers that you're looking for. I assure you that. I'm a perfect example of that. Rebecca is a perfect example of that as well. We were looking for answers because we had many questions, because we too noticed that things were not what they used to be. We that something was out of place, and we didn't know what it was. We went down a bunch of rabbit holes until eventually we found what felt right, and then we explored that and spent the time exploring it, and we found the answers. And I invite you and even dare you to give this the time that it merits, and you will see it too, because you are missing one hell of a show.
Oh God,
Once you understand the skies, you will see an incredible, amazing show.
I just thought of this, Rebecca. Imagine if you didn't know today what you know now after your 6 or so years. Right. What would your world be right now? What would you be doing right now besides bringing your neighbor to the store?
Honestly,
yeah,
I know. Things have only gotten better for me since I have been involved in all of this. So I'd hate to think where I would be, to be honest.
Yeah, I can't even imagine.
I mean, I don't know what I'd be doing or anything, but I just know it's way, way, way better now since I've been a part of all of this in all kinds of ways, really. So I'm just grateful.
We've had thousands of people, and I read this, and this is why the other day I talked about it on the Saturday show, where I went back and I read a bunch of the comments and stuff, and there's just so many people over the years that have said, "Oh my God, thank you for the answers. This finally fits. I knew I was looking at something, and everybody out there was so full of shit. I couldn't believe it." And and I started listening to you, and it all fell into place. And I'm not trying to brag, but this is what happens: is people finally get the answers, and we learned all of this together. And there've been thousands of us, and everybody's not always here to tell us that, but there've been a lot of people over the years that have said some wonderful, wonderful things because we did do this.
Well, the thing about it, so I was really grateful because for 2 years something was really bothering me. Like I just when you know something, it's like when you have an itch that you just cannot find. It was something like that, where it's just this anxiety that you just know something is happening, that something has changed, but you just cannot put your finger on it. You can't find it.
The skies are
and
so
then you
weird.
Come across this information.
I'd be lost.
You find this sense of peace returns to you. And you exchange it for a sense of excitement and awareness. And it's not all, I'm not going to paint it all to be all pink and roses. This is concerning on a lot of levels. It's scary, yes, but it's also an event that everybody should be aware of.
God help us where we're going.
It's mesmerizing as well as it is concerning. So you have to pay attention to it because it affects us all. But it's also absolutely amazing to see what's happening, because
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you, Carol.
Thoughtful of you. I'm happy you're here tonight with us.
But
now that the holidays are over, we can hang out again. Yeah.
Once you put everything together, guys, your sense of peace will return.
One question. We have a question from Harold
too.
What was that, Sam?
It gives you a level of control because You're not questioning yourself as to whether or not you're insane or nuts or being paranoid or wondering that what's wrong with the sky, but nobody around you knows or even cares, or they look at you weird or whatever. And yet, something inside of you is drastically telling you that something's wrong. And
so
this is
Harold over on TikTok has a question. They've been real patient, and they're asking about the firmament.
Oh boy.
So I know.
Oh boy.
Firmament
I don't even know where.
Nibiru,
I don't know. I think that comes from somebody's religion, and it might be an American.
It's definitely a religious thing, which is the reason why we speak so much.
Oh boy, look at that. We can talk about this in a minute. Hold that picture,
right.
I guess.
Yeah.
The firmament
I gotta step away for just a minute.
Are you asking what it is, or are you asking what my thoughts on it are?
He says, my question about if Nibiru, what about the firmament? Which is true? Is it Nibiru or the firmament?
No, the firmament is not true. I'm sorry. We are in a binary solar system. We are not a closed off small portion of humans captured within a playing board on a larger planet. The firmament is not, it's not a holodeck. It's not a captured area. We're not sitting someplace with giant ETs looking in the fishbowl on us, which is what the firmament idea is, that it's a smaller captured area of land and we can't go beyond our area and it's on a larger planet. That's not what's going on. We are a binary solar system. We have two sets of planets with two stars attached to a major gas giant electron cluster traveling through space. Every 3,654 years, we cross paths. We live on a round Earth, water-covered, rock-type planet. The larger solar system is of the binary two solar system, two stars, is Nibiru, Saru, Uri, Atu, Isatum, Nepesity, Matim. Those are the planets in the other solar system. They are the larger half. We are the backwater, a smaller solar system. Our star is smaller. Their star is bigger. There are people that live on it. They live much longer than we do. And then there's tons more that you need to learn. And as long as you believe in a firmament scenario, then you're not grasping the larger areas of space that are billions of galaxies. You're prompting everything down to one piece of paper when you're looking at a library ahead of you.
You're very limiting yourself as well.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be insultive.
No, but what I mean is that your level of learning is really going to be limited, and I think that's the purpose of a lot of this misinformation, is to just keep you stuck and keep you from actually learning anymore. So I say thanks to Carol. You're awesome. But yes, firmament and this kind of stuff, it's only going to keep you from learning what's really happening.
And that goes down the same thing with a sun simulator. Then you're focusing all your attention on something you're looking for because you're doubting what you see. And the moment anybody throws in doubt, then all of a sudden science becomes just another theory. And we have proven this science by thousands, hundreds of thousands, if not maybe 1 million or so captures going back 13, 14 years, where we watched these planets come in one by one. They're round. They're not flat chessboards, firmament things. We have not seen any evidence whatsoever of any sun simulator. We do see absolute documented proof of the Empire Orb. We saw documented proof of the Longbox Cube, the Texas Cube, the hundreds of offloading star destroyers, which are massive ships, and they're tiny compared to the cubes. I mean, they're literally ants compared to these big blocks. And even Taylor said, yeah, I saw a square cloud up in the sky, and he didn't even realize that he's actually talking about the Texas Cube, which we watched. We've watched and we watched. We documented. We've captured. Around the world, people send us every day. The last 6 months, we've been sighting the long box cube every day, 5-6 times a day, from around the world, from Italy, from Petty in Hungary, from my friends in New Zealand, from my friends in Holland, from my friends in
Here's a perfect example right here. People love the long box cube right here.
Hey, I just want to tell Carol Ann thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol Ann.
That's super thoughtful as always.
Such a supporter of all this and a great friend.
We love her.
She's been a long time member.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. I mean, I knew her name, but her and I just connected over the last few months. Now,
She's been a very wonderful
chat
person,
often.
good friend.
I know she is. Yes, love you too, Carol Ann.
I might have the opportunity to meet her and Nancy next year. That would be
really.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
I'm waiting for my turn.
I'm hoping that.
Are you going up to Idaho, or are they coming to you?
They're coming. They say they're planning a road trip. Hopefully, maybe we can meet somewhere. But I'm always up for a road trip, and
we got to shoot for
to meet somewhere, I'd be happy to as well.
We could find a central location where we could all, meet up.
That would be great.
Sell tickets. Oh my God.
Oh man. That would be so cool.
I am looking forward to it, Carol.
We could do a podcast live, eat together. You know what I mean? Sit at one table at the round table.
Some mountain using Starlink. I'm joking. Hi, we're up here on top of this mountain. How come you guys haven't come to meet us? I'm bad joke. Sarah Gordo in California. I'm kidding, Sarah Gordo. Can't even talk. I've been talking for 5 hours now. Okay, drink.
It's gone by quick tonight. I don't know.
It
really has gone by.
It's been an interesting show.
Yes.
Yeah.
I missed this camera that I took this shot with. I really need to upgrade my camera. That's what I'm gonna do this year. Is get a nice camera.
Just for everybody that doesn't know, but all of these pictures right now are from Jesus. These are his pictures.
Is this 2019?
That is correct. Wow.
Perfect curve.
Yeah.
I know my pictures.
You sure do.
Well, I do have to occasionally rub it into everybody out there that the reason that this does exist is because we have so much practice at it. And we've been watching them get bigger and bigger for so many years. And yeah, I know, I can imagine, like I was saying earlier about 10 minutes ago, it's like, I can't even imagine not knowing this information. And I can't imagine what everybody out there who's just now stepping into it. And I mean, these things are so big and so unbelievably huge that I can't even imagine how hard it is for you to reach across and fathom that there could be objects this large directly over the top of us every day. And
they don't. The biggest event, guys. The biggest event in human history, in our human history.
Yeah.
So
and
Harold said he's been following your work for many years, for a long time. He just wanted me to let you know. Harold over on TikTok.
Thank you, Harold.
He said, thanks for answering. He was the person asking about the firmament, and he has been following.
And I want to reiterate, I don't mean to insult you anyway. I'm concerned for you that you would believe in something that limits your looking outward. There's so much more. And then we've got to include the other races and the other stars and the other solar systems and the other galaxies. And you also have to remember that not everything happened from the Big Bang. There are many Big Bangs. And there are galaxies out there that are hundreds of billions of years old, where we are 6 to 8, depending on which scientist you talk to. So there's so much more, including life and people.
It's time to think bigger, guys. Think broaden, like literally broaden your horizons. As soon as you teach yourself to look bigger and take a larger scale and just try to train your eyes to see things on a much larger scale,
we don't
things will
own
become
Earth.
clear. Things will become clear.
We do not own Earth. We're part of a larger system. And I in other past shows, I've talked about it, and I don't want to go to the negative side, and it's not necessarily negative. We would not exist without help to be here, and a lot of people will look at that poorly, or a lot of people will appreciate it, one of the two, or the spectrum, any spectrum in between.
It's a mixed bag, I gotta say, Sam. It's a mixed bag. Like on one side, I mean, it kind of sucks that your whole life is kind of predisposed, but at the same time, it's like we wouldn't be here if it wasn't.
We wouldn't be here without it.
So it's a mix. It's really a mixed feeling that I personally have been struggling with coming to terms with, and trying not to be upset at the same time as being grateful. It's a thin line between being grateful.
Culture.
It's a thin line between being grateful and being, a little upset about it. And I want to point out one thing in this picture right here. Sometimes this is a little bit more difficult to see, but right here on the streaks running across on the bottom, you can see what's making them. On the top one, you can see at the very end that there is a rock behind that streak. You can literally see the roundness of it. This is why, because they all leave this kind of wake behind them, a streak, because they're moving.
And if you're new and you do go outside and you do look up and you see a whole bunch of round circles with these streaks behind them, you need to know that there are asteroids passing every day.
Yeah.
And then
you could
before
see
you know it,
you can see them self-illuminating here all over the picture, but the one
and if
most
you go out
obvious
day after day, you'll see they're always in the same place.
Yes, and you will see they're self-illuminated here, but the easiest one that I wanted to point out for people who are new to this to kind of understand what's happening here is that middle one, the top smaller streak. You could see the rock, something round behind it, which is a small rock, flying through space, and we get a lot of debris like this. This is actually very, very small compared to a lot of the debris that's flying over us at the moment.
Connected. The reason we see them every day is they're electrically connected to the planets, and when the planets go past us, this is the asteroid field underneath them, attached to them. They're skipping way away from us, depending. Some of them are close passes, like during the 180-day cycle, which we talk about occasionally. They're closer because they're between us and the planets, and they're all these asteroids, but they stick with those. With the gas giants, they don't come down and smash into us. Although some of the smaller debris may.
Everything is magnetically connected to their
we don't steal
motherly bodies.
They don't
but there has been scenarios in the past, and there will maybe in the future where small stuff is
small compared to what is going by.
That was a question. Someone on TikTok had. Rush was asking about collision. I felt like we should answer that just to,
Well, you have to take into account the electric universe, not gravitational.
Nothing will make sense if you follow the gravitational thing. Nothing will make sense.
Right. Otherwise, why would we still be here?
Yeah, go ahead, Sam. Sorry.
Electrically, they're attached. The major bodies of the object cluster group, which is why we call it that. It's asteroids, it's debris fields underneath the gas giants, and we know that gas giants have lots of moons and lots of debris and rings and all of that because it's collected because of its atomic internal mass, and it pulls all kinds of stuff into it electrically. And we see them every day because they're not in the orbit path of Earth like our group of planets, our group of asteroids, our Kuiper belt. They're not in that. They're separate of that. And they rotate in front of us, and they're electrically connected to them, and we're electrically connected to us. And all of our stuff stays with us, and all of their stuff stays with them. We just pass through each other. Now, there are occasional electrical discharging, which will push each other away, so it doesn't become catastrophic, because it's a system that is cyclic. It happens over and over and over again every 3,654 years, and 1650 BC, et cetera, on back through history, over and over and over again. It's not paradoxical; it's normal. And climate change happens. We'll go back to 1650 to 1750 BC. You'll see a complete climate change. You'll see the fall of one of the dynasties in Egypt, etc. You'll see the fall of the Sumerians and the uprising again of the Sumerians, and the transition of the sites of people living at the coasts and bays and everything changing because the melt off of sea level ice changes and the end of the ice age and all of that. And our water rose at the end of the last ice age, and there were civilizations that were living along the shoreline that is now underwater. So a good portion of that archaeology has never been discovered, which is a great deal of why we're not attaching very well. The Sumerian, of course, archaeology is lost in the desert, so that was easier to find. Egyptian technology as well. Now, remember, land masses are not constant. Things change. Deserts encroach. The planet tips. At one point in time, Antarctica may have been green. We don't know. We know prior to the Ice Age it was. The generic average temperature of overall planet Earth does not have any ice. It's 93 degrees all the way around the whole planet. But that's if you take into account millions of years worth of temperature and average in between that. Excuse me. So anyway, I'm losing topic. Where are we going, Jesus?
You're doing great, Sam. I'm having a lot more activity on TikTok, so I'm just keeping.
Well, that's good. We need TikTok.
Yeah, it is good. It is good. So
we need everybody, but and I don't want to discount anyone. And hopefully,
oh wow, look at that.
Hopefully we'll go viral. We'd like to.
Yeah, there's a big potential on TikTok. I mean, I see people go live, and sometimes it just blows up. Sometimes it might happen tonight. Everybody tap the screen. You know what to do. So
I'll say this 1,000 times. We have spent 13, almost 14 years now working on all this information for you folks, and we didn't pull this out of a hat. And my non-disclosure agreement ended in 2010, and they don't slap you with a non-disclosure agreement for being wrong. They don't even bother with you. That's and so I spent a lot of years waiting to talk about this. And when I first saw the planets get here, I went, oh shit, they're here. And all of us together have been working behind the scenes on Facebook and doing all the research for all these years now. So the smart thing, and I threw this out last week, it'd be dumb not to listen to us. The smart thing would be actually, get on board with this and start following with the time-proven information that hundreds of thousands of people have already gotten on board with. And I'm out of pop again, and I'm going to go get another Coke. I can't talk without a drink.
And to add to that, I just want to say to what we were just talking about. Try and leave what you think that you because we've been the things that we've learned and what they've taught us, since God knows how long ago. You have to put that aside. I know it's difficult to do, but try to put your what you think aside and try to be unbiased and just soak in this information and just listen to it before you make up your mind. Give it the time it merits. Go out there, do your own observations, make comparisons, but try and leave your biases at the door, because this is not mainstream accepted, but very provable. So try and leave those things at the door. If you're new here and you want to learn this stuff and it rings and it seems like it's something that you want to dig into. Give it the time that it merits, and leave your biases at the door, because it'll only confuse you. And just give it a real chance, guys, because this is very provable information. We've spent here, we do this literally every day. We record, we watch. I now, as I've learned the skies, I do it as things happen. I don't do it every day, but I do it as things happen and as I have time to record and all that stuff. But things are happening all the time. It's just we have done this for a long time, guys. A long time. We've been doing this for years, and we've proven it over and over again. And you can too, if you give it the time that it merits.
Right. That's what I was telling someone on TikTok. I was like trying to explain the small orbs that people see, that they think those are planets, but they're not. Most of them are asteroids.
Yeah.
And the planets, you don't need special glasses, telescopes, binoculars. You're seeing them. If you look at the sky, you're seeing them. You just don't realize it because you don't understand what to look for.
There's times that you can literally watch craters from moons passing by eye. Like you
land
don't
masses.
need a telescope. You can see land masses. You can see
the big one is
you can
the
just
micro clouds.
It's just you have to learn this stuff, and because everything we know, it's mostly from Hollywood and animation, and none of it really is based on what's really happening. We have this idea.
Space is pitch black. Look at that edge right there. You can definitely see the edge side of the illuminated side of this planet right there. On this,
like
you
the
can
whole
see it.
sky is a planet. See that curve right there?
You can see the edge right next to the sun. There is a planet.
planet.
And look, see that red dot?
Whole sky.
That's not a black dot. That's not a camera illusion. Guess what that is? That's the Empire Orb arced in front of the sun.
Oh wow! Okay.
But you can also see
red.
that
It wasn't a
curve
black
coming.
camera dot.
It's a craft.
You can see that curve coming closer to you and just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Just what you would expect from something that's
and
distant.
the light area on the left is the side face illumination of that big planet standing there, and it's a very large planet. And it is probably the Saturn. Look, there's a twin ion trail right there.
And there
What's
it's
the date on
moving.
this? It is the 14th. Look, it is crossing over to the other side of the sun.
Jesus
Holy
Christ!
patchouli oil!
That is
Wow, that's
insane.
the eye. That's the split tail. We're seeing both of them there.
And see how it gets dark. That is very common as they come closer.
Look at the time of day. It's not even near sunset.
Yeah.
And we've been seeing this odd illumination in the cutoff, and it hasn't even been bell flaring. It's been this weird little river flaring of the light. And I really think that Saru is starting to play in. I really do on the left hand side. I really think that in the background at the horizon.
I have not experienced Saru. I would love to be able to photograph it and document Saru.
She is blue green. She's got a whole bunch of islands. There's aren't any major. Well, I can't say that. From what I saw by eye, I saw smaller islands and less deep oceans, which is why she's green blue rather than deep blue. And then she's got this intensely huge illuminated southern pole core cloud. And originally in the first early years when we watched Saru come in, and then we've got some excellent shots of it. And you can see the tiny little red and the tiny little green and the tiny little blue planets underneath the bottom compared to this big ass huge Saru. And then we learned over the first early years that those were actually, the red was, of course, the Saturn, and the green was Nepesity, and the tiny blue was Matim. Compared to these things, it's just unbelievable the size of a water-type planet versus a rock-type planet. It's night and day. We're talking, a pea sitting next to a football stadium. Well, not that's an exaggeration. I'd have to say a pea sitting next to a school bus.
There it comes, right there. You see it?
Yeah, learn to look at the background clouds, not the clouds on the ground. and then you can see the same repetitive patterns. Now, granted, this is probably closer to sea level. I do see some mountains here, but they don't look. I would say this is probably East Coast or Texas.
Yeah, that would make sense to me too, because it looks a little bit more difficult to see.
Yeah,
but
it's
definitely
harder
there.
to see, but it's there. And we, of course, have watched them come in, and we've learned their base cloud patterns, and we've learned the fingering of how the planets look and how their atmospheres look and their clouds look.
And yeah, I was just gonna
small cloud.
I was just gonna say that a lot of times what you're seeing is atmosphere, guys. It's one of the reasons why you're not, there's times where they're close enough where you actually see their land masses and
not always, but we have pictures.
Not always, but a lot of times what you'll see is just the blue of their atmosphere, because they all have their atmosphere, they all put off a different cloud, and they all have a telltale sign. After you become familiar with this information, you will learn the difference between each of them.
And each planet has an individual repetitive base cloud that it portrays in certain approach patterns and everything else as well, including a transitional, especially with Attu and Attu's moon and the rotation of the object cluster group. Sometimes we see them from the left, sometimes we see them headed vertically down, sometimes we see them from the right. And then within a week goes by, it goes back to that same cycle again. And so we've documented all of these we call them base clouds, but it's an atmospheric occurrence around the planet. And you also have to remember, like Jesus mentioned earlier, it's not Hollywood. It's not like, oh, you see that big, red planet, there it is, and look, there's the land masses. No, but they're wrapped in their own atmospheres. So you'll see the side of them, and you'll see the rotational cloud patterns that they have, and the smaller clouds. They're tiny. Or like Taylor talked about, that he had seen the bubbly mammatus clouds. And we all three of us automatically, well, that's Attu's moon, because we all know, because we've learned this over the years.
It's very repetitive.
It's a horrible pity that not everybody got to learn this when we did. And it's not like we didn't try, because we were trying to get everybody to listen to this. And I'm right back to, oh my God, the Texas Cube. Oh my God, the Long Box Cube. Oh my God, the Empire Orb. Oh my God, the Star Destroyers. And I just wonder when everybody's going to grasp that we have entire fleets, if not multi-factions here right now above us over Earth, and nobody's doing anything about this. So, I'm kind of counting on you sky watchers out there in podcast land on the internet to start, mentioning this a little more readily to people, because it is that important. We do have to get this information.
I was going to say, we have a person on TikTok that, they said, I've been telling people about this since 2015, and everyone says I'm crazy. So I was going to say, they tell people that they have a hard time finding receptive people that will.
What was the date? I coughed right at the time when you said 2015. 2015. 2015.
Yeah, they've been
okay,
telling people for years, and not very many people are wanting to hear it.
Unfortunately, people are really set in what the world has told them things are, but there's some of us that our intuition has led us down a different path, and if you're one of those people, you're here for a reason. Just keep following that, and you will see it, because something brought you here. Clearly, you're not you don't agree with the mainstream story, about how everything's normal and nothing's happening, nothing of concern is happening, everything's fine and dandy. If you're here, keep following that, and
you're supposed to be. Yeah, and I've talked about that in the metaphysical world, and I try not to go there too often, but there's a lot more to this. This is part of something very big. It is, we know some of the upcoming events of the future from off-world information, and we don't talk a lot about that publicly. But and I share with close friends little tidbits, and because a lot of it isn't very comfortable. But we are at a major transition right now, people. And the under-expressing about it would be to talk about what's climate change that's going to happen right now in front of us, next week, the year after, 6 weeks from now, a year, like I said, the year after, a year from now.
More flooding, more
we're in trouble here, people. And
tsunamis,
we don't even know what's going to happen.
For those who say nothing, if these things were that close, we'd be seeing effects of it. We absolutely are seeing
them already.
We are.
We're seeing now.
We're seeing solar system wide changes. Climate change and our climate. The solar system, the entire solar system is warming up. It's not just us. It's not just
Earth. Attu's moon. Oh, right there. You're looking at Attu's moon.
That is the bubbly,
Attu's moon.
The bubbly atmosphere of.
That's perfect.
That is crazy. That is crazy. And I just gotta say to those people who, you're gonna get a lot of pushback from a lot of people, and you're gonna get a lot of ridicule. But try and at least during the learning process, during the learning curve. Tried to just keep I stopped talking about it and so I can make up my own mind and not be influenced by outside opinion, because people have really loud opinions about things that go against their beliefs or what they've been following their entire lives. Maybe just kind of do your own thing and then make up your opinion about it, because a lot of times I've seen this a lot. People will come here and they'll be very open-minded about it, and then shortly after you'll see them disappear. And I always gotta say, maybe they told the wrong person, and they talked them out of it, maybe ridiculed them. But give this a chance, and don't let somebody else tell you what's happening. You came here for a reason. Follow that intuition. Don't let anybody take that away from you.
Look where the sun is. This is sunset.
Yeah, it's down there, right?
Do you see what's illuminated above it?
Yeah, a lot of places.
Whole area. We're looking at the side base of Attu's moon, directly above the sun, all the way up to the top of the page, and over to the left, there's this orangish multiple illumination, and that is the object cluster group. That's the Texas cube and all the other stuff that is rounding the lower side of Attu's moon. And we've got drawings of this going back many, many years. That is above Earth, which is why it's illuminated that brightly by the sun, which is at the horizon at sunset. You're seeing the illumination of overhead passing planets. They're there. I've got a drawing that matches this exactly, going back years. Do you want me to send you that one, or do you have that one of the
Which one?
Attu and the self-illuminating object? Keep it right there.
Okay. Oh shoot! Sorry.
Yeah. Mom. Back up a little bit.
Back.
If you right there, you can see the illuminated asteroids. I'll send you a copy of that picture if you want me to.
Yeah, maybe you should, just so
okay. Just go to my camera roll here and grab that. Yeah, there it is right there. All right, sending it to you now on the Facebook link.
Okay.
And you take this picture right here.
Uh-huh.
Just leave it right where it is, and then grab that other picture I just sent you. And it's the drawing.
Yeah.
And it shows you exactly what's happening in space over the top of Earth, as the sun is setting way off in the distance.
Lisa said that she received a telepathic message 8 to 10 years ago that there were planets on the edge of our atmosphere. She didn't know about you or these other planets, but she had a message.
She was right then.
I told her that. I said, apparently you were right. Yeah.
That's what I mean about your intuition, guys. It's not an accident. Whatever led you down this path.
It's for a reason.
It's for a reason, and you're in the right place. keep following that, and don't let anybody deter you. Again, don't let anybody take this away from you, because if you're here, it's for a reason, not an accident. And it's because you feel that something is different. Your intuition is not wrong.
And I'm a former insider. I don't try to brag about that often, but I mean, I was recruited because of my science skills and my psychic abilities and far-seeing skills, which is part of how we do what we do. But yet there's a lot of science and collected from members as well. But yes, this is why these people are having the visions. This is why these people are coming to find us. Because if you found us, then you're already a free thinker. Because we're on the cusp of the real science of what's really happening. We've proven this. We have absolutely no doubt about this. So, and yeah, now if you look at this picture, what we were seeing is the illumination of the Attu's moon white face. And then the asteroids rounding into the light below it on that same picture that we were looking at, while the sun set way off in the distance. So if you're going to flip back to that, now that they've got this in their eyes, and there it is.
Shoot. There it was.
Shoot.
There it is. There it is.
There it is.
Oh my gosh. I keep doing that. Sorry, Sam.
And you see there's the rounded Attu and Attu's moon above this, and then in the corner and the
sun
left
is way
corner,
down there.
those are those illuminated asteroids that are on the lower left, underneath, coming into the light from behind, and you could see the same pattern as that drawing. And that's what's happening. And now we're at sundown, and everything is still highly illuminated above. And a couple of years ago, everybody kept going, well, God, it's illuminated at night almost till midnight. And that was because the planets were so directly, in that time, I believe that was when Uri was directly over the top of us for the first time. And Uri puts off such a heavy white. Now, this is a close pass of Attu's moon. And we know that because we can see the refractive bubbly pattern. And we've seen it so many times. And we know also Nepesites behind this, by the way. And that's the base cause next to the sun.
That's where the green hue
That's where the green's coming from. But this is still a very close pass of Attu's moon.
Okay, see. All right, that's too much.
My left knee decided to yell at me for no reason. Okay, hello, thank you. Thank you. I have another.
Your knees. Oh no.
Yeah, I just moved in my chair. My left knee goes,
it's my left knee that hurts too. That's weird, Sam, because sometimes it'll just, I'll just be sitting here and it just aches for random reasons.
Well, you'll all be happy to know that it's 1 degree here.
Oh my God. Let's see where.
My computer just notified me that the temperature has dropped to 1 degree.
What is it in Tulsa tonight? Wow, look at that. 16 degrees.
Oh, excuse me, it's -1. -1. Oh, and I'm erupting sun may have blasted cannibal CME towards Earth. Wow, I wonder what that means. I clicked on it. It's on MSN.
I think I've seen that. I think I've seen that.
I always check the date and the X class.
You've seen this?
Claire or what?
No, it was what Sam was talking about. I think it sounds like one of those clickbait videos. There's a lot of those.
Yeah.
Some of them
is probably. All right. They're teasing me. Okay, I'm back to reality. I come back. I'm sorry. Look at the rolling cloud. Yeah, that's a wake cloud. I think these clouds are being formed by a planet actually coming in close to us and shoving our atmosphere into a rolling wave, because it's rolling backwards, not a forward rolling wave like a storm or a derecho would be. This is a backpedaling wave. Something came in from above and pushed our atmosphere out from where it was, like open core of the bottom of Nepesity.
And you could even see how it kind of goes a little darker, like everything in the background, everything goes a little bit.
Yeah, look
darker.
at the lady's shoulder on her shirt. Look at that shadowing. It's wrong. That's not the light on her normal shoulder that should be. It should be bright and orange, and it's not. The light has been wrong for months, and I couldn't believe that nobody was noticing it. I stopped a guy on the street and I said, "What's wrong with the light?" And he went, "I don't know." And people don't think.
Yeah, they'll be like, "I don't know. How about them Cowboys?"
Yeah, did you watch the game this weekend? Yeah, go Grizz.
You can't, or there's nothing I can do about it. So who cares?
Yeah, that's always my favorite one.
I can't tell you how that one really kind of annoys me. Like seriously,
well,
dude.
It's a cop out. It's an easy,
Yeah. And unfortunately, I have somebody really close to me that loves to say that.
Sorry. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see the humor in it. I could definitely.
I'm sorry, but I take science very seriously, and a lot of people don't.
Most people don't. Most people don't want to know this stuff. It's not so much that they. It's not so much that they, because I think anybody who actually spends the time to learn this could learn it. I think it's a lot of people just don't want to know.
Yeah, well, it's like, I've got, more important. I got Diablo on the computer. I'm kidding.
Yeah, well, I mean, to some people, life is just fine the way it is, and they don't. I've always been fascinated by this stuff. I've said this before, like.
Well,
most kids
it's not like it's not going to affect us.
Most kids had posters of sports players in their room. I had posters of planets. I've always been obsessed with this. I've always loved it. Maybe that's the reason why I'm here. But there's a lot of people who couldn't care less about anything in our sky. Oh, there's pretty colors. Oh wow, like just moving on. Like. I don't get that. Even Chris was saying it earlier. Even if it wasn't because of the planets, how does this, everything, the world and everything around it not get your attention? It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Well,
I love living in Salt Lake because it's such a beautiful place. There's so many beautiful areas where you could catch the most beautiful sunset. There is the most beautiful trails to walk. It is a beautiful place. It really is a beautiful place. It's one of the reasons why I do come to terms with the fact that we were put here for a reason. When I look at the world around me and how beautiful it is when I'm like, okay, thank you. Even though we are here for a purpose, whatever. I am here and I'm grateful for that because.
Well, but it's really important too because. We're talking the loss of people's homes, and we're talking their destruction of property, and members of the family possibly dying. And yes, how do you approach your family members with that? And do you not, hopefully, not go overboard and charge up your credit card and buy all kinds of Don't do that. Don't go out and buy survival supplies. But actually, we do need to ponder, and we've talked about this in previous shows. The existence of what's going to happen when they leave. And the people were digging underground and living in cities because of climate change. And we're seeing that right now. And mark my word, watch what happens this summer. And if you go back through my Radio Wasteland 21, 2022, and I believe a 2020 even prediction of the weather events that I foresaw coming, I was absolutely accurate, and members know that. And so the importance of this is people do need to listen. I'm not some opinionated crackpot just sitting up here in Montana trying to carry on a conversation and make a buck off of people. That's not why we're doing this. We're doing this because I'm drastically concerned for people, because you guys, we have to reconsider how we live. We have to reconsider about our lawn furniture in our front yard, or where we park our car compared to the tree down the street or the neighbor's tree hanging over our house. I've already twice had my roof damaged. And this is coming for everybody. Look what's going on in China. Look what's going on in France. Look what's going on in Ireland and Scotland. Look what's going on the East Coast. Look what's going on in Oklahoma. Look what's going on in Texas. They hit -3 this week. And the last time they did that was 2021. And of course, they're having to change how they live too. Do you know that they bought snow plows in Texas for the first time here recently? So if that doesn't tell you that, everything is no longer normal, And this is why we're doing this. And it's also really cool, but there's also a huge amount of danger coming. And this is why we do this. We want you here. We want you here to hear this. Look at the sun. Look at these pictures. They're showing you that there's something drastically, completely different. And I hope everybody out here in podcast land gets the opportunity to learn so they can start to see this for themselves. Because we've spent the last 13 plus years learning all of this stuff for you. So get on board with it now while you can. And, maybe it's going to help you one way or another. Or maybe you'll buy that extra box of rice or, that extra case of green beans and have it when you need it. And also, you have to take into account food is going to be more scarce this next year. And the crops are already in reduction. And I'm looking, I saw a $6 loaf of bread when it used to be $1 or $1.50, $2. So people, we're not in Kansas anymore, and everything that we know is about to change. And I'm not
a lot of what's happening right now with the price of everything is not completely inflation.
Just inflation.
I think it's inflation, but I think a lot of it is because our crops and everything has been affected by climate change and everything that we're experiencing.
Look at the Panama Canal.
The price of food has been skyrocketing. Everything is skyrocketing. I think most of that has a lot to do with what's happening. Everything that's really happening.
Couple of years, the barges from Minnesota all the way to Louisiana haven't been able to freely flow. Transferring of grain. There's a grain shortage going on with Ukraine and the Russian war. Look at the Suez Canal. The Panama Canal has not enough water to move the ships through regularly. There's stocked up ships that are waiting to go through the Panama Canal, and they can't. So this is all part of it's a system of change, which is breaking the circle of normal, and we're everything we know.
We have a very delicate system, guys. This is why it's concerning and why we have to pay attention, because we really think that we are the pinnacle of everything, and that's true to some extent. But everything that we have, our grid, our food supply, everything is very. It could be disrupted really easily. We're very vulnerable to change. I mean,
the economy in China is currently
starting
crashing.
to see it now, and things will only get worse. And it's good. Somebody mentioned the other day that we're to those of us that are awake to this are spaced out strategically, and I kind of find that some truth in that. Maybe you're not the person that's going to wake everybody up until the time comes. When something happens, people are going to be confused, and people are going to be,
and those who have their heads will stand above those who are cowards.
Yes. And they will look to, and they will be those of us who know exactly what's happening, and we will fulfill that need.
Even minute guidance will help somebody who's in panic.
Yeah. So
and maybe and we've talked about bug out supplies, and centralize your camping gear in one place where you know where it is. That way, in case you do have to pack up and get out for whatever numerous reasons, hopefully you have the opportunity. And in some cases, people lose their house in 5 minutes. Or wildfire. We had a wildfire go past my house this year, or actually, I should say last year. Last summer, we had a wildfire go by here, and two of my neighbors across the street lost their houses. And I didn't, because I was bugged out. The sheriff department made us leave, but I came right back, and I'm glad I did. Granted, the Forest Service was parked in my yard, so they weren't going to let their trucks burn up. But the fire went right past my house, and my neighbors across my dirt road, that far away, kitty corner from me here, 50 yards, 100 yards, both lost their houses. So you have to pay attention that a lot of stuff can come and go really fast. So you need to, be aware and start, thinking of some of these scenarios and what would you do in a windstorm, and are your trees in your yard safely cut back? And if you do have a forest, is it far enough away so it's not going to burn? Oh, by the way, I've been watching that some geological study. They are warning that we're going to have a huge wildfire summer next year. So be prepared for that if you live in a forest or in the Northwest or Pacific Northwest, or hell, in the Pacific half of the country. So be ready for wildfires. And Oklahoma, didn't you have a bunch this year, Rebecca? Grassland fire?
There were a few, right. There were a few over the summer. I remember.
And they were pretty catastrophic where they didn't even have equipment to it.
Right.
Region farm after farm after farm after farm burned up. And they didn't have any way to deal with it because of the wind and all of that. So
very windy.
You have to think about, your house is your house, clear of brush. What's your roofing material made up? Is your vinyl siding going to melt from the bush next to you and burn your house down? All of that. Or are you going to lose your roof, like I kind of almost did twice?
And
so
these
the whole point is you have to
refocus
from what's coming.
These fires are from close passing planets that are.
I was just reading that comment. There's a lot of electrical exchange, guys. We're electrical bodies, and as these planets pass close to us, they have electrical discharges, and a lot of the wildfires that we are seeing have something to do with that, as well as we're heating up.
Yeah.
Water has been.
I believe the Canadian wildfires they had last year were done by a close asteroid pass that just lightning zapped the shit out of most of Saskatchewan, because they had such an enormous explosion of wildfire that it was almost too big to be doing it by itself. And I immediately thought of, okay, close asteroid pass. I mean, it lit up a whole unbelievable section of middle of Canada, lit on fire all at once. And I believe it was a close pass. We've seen storm events from the object cluster group where these lightning storms go through, like we always call it God, now I can't even think what we call it. Red Sonja, the Red Sonja talisman effect, where which is a movie from Hollywood. Arnold Schwarzenegger and all that was in the movie. But anyway, this lightning, like this picture here, I believe this is a planetary discharge between two huge bodies. Look at that big shaft of light. I believe that's a direct planetary discharge.
And a huge one.
Right. It's just massive. And close looking. It looks really fat and close.
That green tells me nepacity. The size of it tells me nepacity, and the fact that there's a lot of
and we know nepacity
storm weather there, and that green all points at nepacity to me.
And we know that nepacity does discharge in a very massive, large single strike, whereas this one is Atu's moon discharging.
So that.
And it's really hard to imagine that that's not just a storm cloud. Right. And I often wonder, we know they're 30,000 miles or whatever, 100,000 miles or 500,000 miles above Earth. How could they possibly be that big of a lightning bolt touching Earth? Well, when you have purple lightning, it is absolutely upper atmospheric lightning. So this is not close. This comes from extreme high altitude. Different color, different proximity to land. So, and I look at this and I argue with it and I say, well, how can that be Atu's moon that close? But we have no way of proving it, but yet we've repetitively seen it year after year after year.
And also, I want to point out too to the new people watching this is that we have this out view. We have to discuss out view to the new people watching this stuff. Is that a lot of what we see isn't exactly as close as it looks, because we're seeing out of a cone, and we have also that fishbowl effect too, because we have it's like we have our atmosphere and it's like looking out. Our outview is kind of like looking like through water, basically. So a lot of there's a lot of factors in what we see, and it could be deceiving sometimes. Sometimes it could look a lot closer than it really is, and sometimes it is very close. But it's hard to tell. We get that question: how far, or how close are they? It's really hard to tell because our out view is just so. There's so many factors in our out view.
Yeah, we see really far out and not far out enough, and it's always arguing with my brain and my mind, going, how can that thing that's supposed to be so far away actually send a lightning bolt all the way down to us here, and yet it looks so short, like it's here, but it's, and this could even be a normal storm, but the illumination on the base of the bottom of the thing that's up above it that's dark always leads me to try and see more. Now look at the color of the lightning too. Yeah. This is the yellow and stuff is lower atmosphere. So, you have to weigh it. It's a hard call. And I remember when the planets were first coming in, and I'd seen them and they were smaller. And then we watched them discharge off each other in space as well, that they weren't connecting to Earth. And then I saw the first really close passes in 2012. And then you were looking at the planet, and then you watched it come in, and then it discharged, and then it looked like they were going to possibly be that close. And what am I looking at? And then my mind had to say, oh, it's got to be so way. It's unbelievable.
We haven't played this in a few shows. I was like,
it's mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Christopher was asking about the Oort cloud and everything. The Oort cloud is so far away from us, it's unbelievable. And I believe that the planets came up from under us, so I don't think they were part of the Oort cloud or even dealt with it in any way. I don't think they got anywhere near it.
What is the Oort cloud?
Oh, the Oort cloud is the asteroid group beyond Mars, between Mars and then the gas giants Jupiter and Saturn and all that. There's there's a debris group that everybody always refers to as something that broke up in our atmosphere, and that's where it ended up over time. And there's a possibility that's correct or whatever, but that's what the Oort cloud is our asteroid field in the middle of our solar system. And this is what this is. This is an asteroid field. And this was taken by the ISS, International Space Station. And if it was me watching that go by overhead of the ISS and look at the cloud of the stars in the way background, that tells you this is debris. And some of this is bigger and smaller. And then look at all the minutia that's flying around up there in different directions as well. That one right there is always gets me. That's got to be a huge object right there. No worries, you didn't have to pause, but that one always stands out to me. Is like that's got to be a biggie.
See, I would have thought this is a planet going by. No, I don't know why.
This is the onset of the asteroid group underneath Uri.
There it is. I see right here.
You see it right there.
That little patch.
It looks like a big, huge ass circle to me. And that's just a big asteroid.
Yeah,
and that would literally account for the view of the tan asteroid as well. Same angle and everything.
Yeah. Dang it.
It's, I can't absolutely attribute it to that, but I mean, it literally,
Right.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like this on any of the ISS cams I ever watched. It's such an anomalous amount of debris, and it's not like it's filming the Earth because we're still seeing the stars behind it. So it can't be the Earth.
I can't believe they released that video to public either.
I was a little surprised as well.
Uh-huh.
It was either by accident or deliberate. I think they do leave deliberate stuff here and there just to kind of
or somebody didn't think it was important enough to worry about.
Yeah, that
Look, it's just clouds in space. How do you see clouds in space? Unless it's debris, and it looks like sand on the beach.
I've seen him comment before that clouds are not exclusive to Earth.
Right.
There
are space clouds.
there are clouds that belong to other planets.
You know, look at the pictures of nebulas and fingers of God producing solar systems. You know, taken from the Hubble space telescope and all of that. And now they got the new one up there, and it's taking even better pictures and in multiple galaxies. You know, and the thing is, people don't even think that that's light that started out 8 billion years ago and got here. And that's why we're seeing it now. And everything we see out there is long ago changed. I mean, you know, some of the exploding. They're all worried about Betelgeuse and all of these exploding stars and stuff. And some of this shit happened before we were ever even out of the cave. You know, before we even had creatures on this planet that existed billions of years ago, and then we're just now seeing it. So there's a lot more going on and you know, you get out there with your brain and then start, you know, you'll give yourself a headache thinking about what we see now happened a million billion years ago. So go ahead.
Rush is asking, can we ask him if the discharge is like static electricity?
Discharge. Yeah, well, it's a discharge between two bodies that have different electrical charge bases, and there's, you know, it's like sort of a balancing, you know, bizarre, you know, I'm going to give you this and I'm going to take that. And we've seen ion bleed off from larger bodies stealing from smaller bodies. And so I look at it like in the movie The Matrix, where they're flying their craft through the tunnels, through the piping systems. They've got these electrical discharge generators that keep the ship moving. And that electrical just keeps it away from each other. And that's the same thing with what happens when you touch your finger to the tabletop. My finger doesn't actually touch the tabletop. There's an electrical discharge between my body mass, matter, my electrical charge, and the negative charge in the table, because the table doesn't have life. It's dead now, so it's negatively charged. And my finger can't go into that tabletop. My cell structure can't, even though there's distance between each one of the cells atomically. And there's a little lightning storm that stops me from putting my finger into that tabletop. And that is the unification model that Einstein could never find. As above, so below. It's the same thing. And those planets can't crash into us because they discharge and repel and push and or pull and attract, a little bit of both.
So asteroid impact is unlikely.
Yeah, and the electrical connected static charged asteroids, which we have actually seen self-illuminate, which tell us that their electron base is accelerated. So therefore they're charged, and that's why they don't smack us, they discharge and skiff off our atmosphere and continue on their way connected to the bodies passing us. But there is a discharge of electricity, yes, and that's the difference in voltage or whatever between that planet and this planet. Larger planet, smaller planet, etc. They're going to carry a different charge.
Also, why we see some of the
question.
Also, why we see some of the volcanic activity. You know.
Right. I think Earth is. Here's an example. That's bleed off, and this is accelerated electrons that are going up to a larger body because it's got a super highway because there's a connection, and that's why we're seeing it go up like that because it's rising up out of us, probably from a larger body above us.
So from the top of those pillars to the top of the picture is planet.
Right, and I call that ion bleed off. We've seen that in space.
Going by.
Right before the planets got here, you would see this big circle of illumination, sort of aurora borealis, with a dark body behind it. And then there was this big half circle of purple, and then a central shaft, and robbing from a smaller dark body that was partially illuminated by this aurora borealis in a perfect circle. And we saw pictures of that right in 2010 and 2011 in space.
I can see it.
So I knew that it was bleeding off from one planet to another, and it was creating the accelerated, illuminating aurora between the two of them as the larger body took away from the smaller body.
It looks like these streaks is a trail, like from the lead object, maybe. You can see a circle, and those streaks are streaking along behind it.
Yeah, the bottoms of the planets illuminate, and we know that the normal planets, our poles and Jupiter and Mars are all glowing now, and there's hexagons on the top of Jupiter or Saturn. I can't remember which one it was, but we've seen evidence of heightened electrical behavior, including this. And this is just our accelerated light ions are being pulled up on these little electrical connections, thread connections to the other body, and they continue on up. So it's an electron superhighway.
Right.
Which I would imagine is probably part of teleporting technology or something like that, using the electron superhighway, dividing your atoms into a precursor pattern, sending it anyway.
Right.
Who knows? Maybe they'll invent
several people
direct teleporter before you know it. And there's even technology where people have gone through to put items through those towers, and they've thought that they've teleported things. I didn't understand it fully, so I can't go into too much detail, but
I didn't.
Jacob's ladder and all of that.
Bye, Thunder. Good night, Thunder. I gotta go.
Have a good night, Thunder.
My pleasure, Thunder. I just try to share science with everybody and the stuff we've learned, and I'm glad you were here for it. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you for being interested.
I know she's always here. I mean, I appreciate all of our regulars. That.
Yeah,
It's like they plan on it. I appreciate that. It's really nice.
We have a whole new batch of new friends.
We sure do.
And they come
I definitely do
every week. And
I've met people because of this show I had not known before. A lot of them. So it's nice.
Well, I talk to locals and I turn them on to your show and get them going. And hopefully I go to it. We do a show every Tuesday and every Saturday. And subscribe, and hit
I gotta get some cards made so I can pass them out. Because it's happened.
Yeah, I'm
a few
about
times.
due for a whole new batch. I've got only maybe about 200 cards left. And,
and it seems like we have a consistent show time. We've stayed consistent. So.
Oh, and that's the idea. That way people can always come back and expect and know when you're here.
Right.
And this is the only way.
Yeah, as I said before, consistency is very good when it comes to these things.
Well, if you ever do want to get and if we ever want to become a larger group of citizen scientists and keep going on our show, then we do need to move up. And only through YouTube and TikTok funding will we ever get large enough. And everybody's always hoping, well, I hope I get TikTok famous or whatever the term is nowadays. An influencer or whatever you want to call it. I don't try to be that, although our topic and we could be the next Art Bell show. That's fine. I'll volunteer for that. And I said that last time I said that I felt guilty for being arrogant about that. But I mean, we hope we get people. I often thought about going to a radio station network and actually pitching a show like this or an Art Bell like show, because I personally know about anything from ghosts to aliens. So I've often thought about it, but then how do you broach that and where do you draw the line? And then you have to worry about sponsors or no sponsors or whatever. This way I don't have to go to the radio station. I can stay home.
Oh, that's true. But I mean, we talked about this before about how if we got our show onto a radio broadcast, but then we could be limited on what we could talk about.
Right.
Isn't that what we?
I was just going to say that we would have to we need to be able to just say we have to do things the way
our way.
Right, and then we'd have to suffer sponsorship.
Yeah, because it's important, and I think anybody who would want to be a part of this, you know, in any way, should probably be okay with that, because it is a very important part of the show, of anything, is to stay true to what made the show. You know, what makes the show. And personally,
we wouldn't want to change.
I wouldn't want to give that up. You know,
well, not that we would turn a sponsorship here down, even if we could, if someone actually approached us correctly, but we will not sell out on the science.
Yeah.
Nor will we limit our content, because we can't. We have to. We follow what we see weekly through membership submissions, and that's just how Rebecca runs. This is how I run. This is how you run off your captures and what people say to you, and we have to share the current events, and we can't be stifled by that.
Yeah, my ever since the beginning of all this, my way has been, I only post things that I take. I only post videos that I take. I only post pictures that I take, because
you're so lucky.
First of all, I love it. And second, it's just the way I have to do things. You know.
Yeah, but so much easier, Rebecca.
I was going to say, Rush. She said you're on TikTok, and that's way better than radio.
Oh, so. Excellent. Thank you. I hope so.
Right.
All right. Now make sure you get your people to hear about this too, because we're only going to get bigger and better through everybody else's help.
Word of mouth, as they say. That's the
right. Christopher, he says, make flyers and post them at local colleges and universities.
I've thought about that, but I didn't personally want to have my door kicked in by the men in black. If you guys want to do that, that's okay. I have to limit it a little bit.
I like the card thing. That's a very subtle way, and not too intrusive. You know, you pass the cards around, and then either people look into it or they don't. You know what I mean?
Right. And I left it not very wordy on the card, and I spent more for the card than for the print. And I got fancy cards.
Right.
And I apparently people like them. I'd like to improve. I'd like to move up. I would love to go back to the thinking cap, but I don't personally have the money to do that. And and I'm thinking about designing an actual Montana Skywatcher logo by hand that I draw. But and then people have also asked me for paintings. And
I would love that. I would go and make.
Well, the question is, do I do
a T-shirt and a hat? I could at least make one for myself.
The question is, do I do planet paintings, or do I do my landscapes? Which I love doing landscapes, but I don't know.
You could do.
And I'm not trying to make a buck off this, but I'm trying to add to.
I would love to make me one of those and make me a banner for my wall behind me.
Right.
That would be great. I would.
You already have customers, Sam.
Yeah, I would love to make this big banner behind me with that. I would love that.
They want your work. I know they do.
Yeah, there's a whole disc with Deb did this.
What's that?
Deb did a whole bunch of tennis shirts for all. And we made
that's right.
It was for donations too, and we made which really helped. We needed the money at the time really bad. And it helped us through one of our many catastrophes here, because I'm a pole person. I can't afford an R. But I would love for all of us to turn this into an actual job, where we could actually make a living off this. Would be nice.
Jesus and I have talked about that before. It's just, wouldn't that be a dream come true?
That would be a dream come true. Absolutely.
Right.
I want to go nuts with the camera gear. That would be my favorite. That would probably spend most of my.
I don't know if everybody else out there knows this, but I walk around in a hat. And it's black. It's a baseball cap in the low brim. It's not the tall farmer type. It's the low brim baseball hat, and it says thinking cap. And you'd be amazed at how many people actually go, nice hat, And that's what we do at Montana Skywatchers, is we put on our thinking caps. And Someone mailed that to me a long time ago, and I wore it until it died, and then I ordered a whole bunch more, and I sold like 2 of them, and the rest I gave away. And I only made, I think, 10 or 15 of them, but you know, and they weren't as quality as I wanted them when I first ordered them. I ended up paying far more, and of course they soaked me for an additional fee they didn't mention, which I thought was humorous. But yeah, I'd love to do it again, but the only way we can ever do that is to go bigger.
Right.
Crash.
Uh-oh.
Clang. Ow.
Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good. Are you okay?
Is that a couple pencils?
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
I was digging for my my thinking cap.
There you
go.
Yeah, you need to bend that brim a little rounder.
Yeah, well, I don't wear it. I just keep it in my room next to my the drawing you sent.
Yeah, you got one of the original thinking caps.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Because that's what that's what we do at Montana Skywatcher. We put on our thinking caps. And
I used to be a hat guy. I don't really wear hats anymore, but I just keep it in my room.
I don't. I have a.
I really wanted a souvenir, and you were.
I have male pattern baldness at age 60.
Yeah.
If I walk outside in the sun,
there's a Montana Skywatcher logo.
There you go.
Carol Ann says you made her day. So.
Yeah. It's one of my this along with my the drawing.
Yeah, you're the only one that ever got a drawing, by the way.
I know. He's got the one and only drawing outside of your.
Yeah, and it's original. I haven't parted with any of them except that one to him. And people have asked me. I thought about Prince and that sort of thing, but I don't. I'm not trying to make money off this. I'm just trying to further the science. So.
My drawing.
His drawing is.
Yeah, you should have that in a frame by now. Come on, man. You're gonna beat it.
I'm gonna make all the other members jealous.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put this stuff away.
I know.
And if you write me a letter, I'll write you one back, and you'll get one of the Montana Skywatcher gold cards. And if I'll even sign it for you.
I have one of those.
Means anything, but
I have two or three. I think two or three though. I can't remember.
And Rebecca, I have to apologize. I did not send you a Christmas card back because I didn't get your letters until well after Christmas.
I know. It was way after. It's okay, Sam.
Yeah, okay.
I
figured I better say something, and I did not send.
He's
the only one that didn't get a Christmas card from me. I apologize.
Right. Don't worry. So.
And, we do write to people, and I used to get a lot of mail, and it's way dropped off. And
I don't think people mail like they used to.
That's true. Yeah. Well, yeah.
I really don't.
Gone wayside. And if you wanted to, you can stick up my PO box address for people out there.
Let me get that.
And even if you don't send the small donations, personal checks are okay.
Right.
Money orders, whatever. Write me a letter. Talk to me. Tell me your story. Usually, when people write me, I will, I'll write you a little thank you card or whatever, and you'll get a Montana Skywatcher card. And I've only got a few hundred left. I'm going to get I'll get new ones, but
bear with me, of course.
And they will, of course, have to include the Nibiru followers anonymous on YouTube. Now that we're doing a series.
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun.
I mean it. Why now? Why am I having trouble?
I've really considered taking some of my pictures, my favorite ones, and making them into NFTs. But I wouldn't even know where to start. But that sounds very interesting because it's like one of those things that you could make that
or
there's only one of, and we have a lot of those. I have a lot of those things that I could
have
just me
add comparative.
Yeah.
Get Rebecca to put them together. You pick out your picture and then she'll glue them together and then send them back to you, and then or overlay. I love her overlays.
We're gonna have to get together.
They really
talk about that. I really have been thinking about that because it just sounds something really interesting to do.
We're gonna do what?
Well, Christopher was talking about making some of our pictures into NFTs. What
is that?
Okay, so an NFT is like, how can I explain it? You want to explain it, Christopher? Okay, so it's kind of like an image that people are paying a lot of money on because it's an image of something that there's only one of. Nobody else.
Okay.
And the person who buys it,
And they
the
traded
whole
them also
purpose
like
of
the
buying
stock
it is
market.
because it's a one of a kind and nobody else can own it. But it's cryptocurrency. It's you're not gonna get cash. It's cryptocurrency, which is still, it's good money. It's still money. Just digital currency. I'm a little, again, I'm not 100% educated on this topic. It's something that I kind of followed for a little bit and then I kind of stopped. But Christopher might know a little bit more than I do, so I'm gonna get with him and talk about it and see what we come up with because it is a interesting idea I've been thinking about for a while.
I'll have to look it up and see so I can get a better idea.
Yeah, there's a big thing on it on TikTok. There's if you go to NFTs and you're gonna get like a million plus videos and they'll tell you all about it. But there's a lot of them that have been going for a lot of money, like the stupidest things. Like there's one of like a series of monkeys and there's like one of a kind and for some reason people have been paying a lot of money for them. So
Okay.
Yeah, you're just jealous you didn't write Baby Shark.
No.
You know how much money that's made?
Oh God, Jesus! That thing has like billions of views.
Yeah,
and
Carol
counting.
Ann is talking about YouTube, and YouTube is cutting out. I noticed the other day I was watching one of our podcasts, and about an hour in, all of the picture went fuzzy. Everything was blurry for after an hour in, and it's like cutting into the definition of the pictures that we're showing, and our faces were all kind of blurry, and I was like, not cool. So we have to worry about that, and I hope that maybe that was just that day. Maybe it was my feed.
But no, it happens a lot of the times that if you upload something while the signal or there's a huge band, I don't know what it is, but there's times where I've uploaded something and the quality is so degrading that I've deleted it and waited a day or two to post it later, and I get a better result. It just sometimes it depends. I don't know if it could be I don't know if it could be my internet that maybe is having a bad day. I don't know if it's
your upload or
Facebook
download
thing or what it is, but there has been times where I will delete it because it's the quality,
limited definition quality.
Yeah, and also what Caroline was saying, TikTok is too small for my eyes. The other day I had I'm not going to say an argument, but I had a really rude lady tell me why did I post my video sideways on my reel, but I don't know.
I saw that.
The reels is just like a fraction of the screen, and sometimes I'll post them sideways, so because most people are watching on their phones and they could just turn it sideways, and you could see a bigger picture, because sometimes it's basically a little thumbnail what you get on a reel, on those reels on Facebook. And sometimes I do that. This last one I did it the original way and it kind of bugged me, but I think she got to me. I think she got to me.
Yeah. Well, we get those naysayers, and every once in a while it's amazing the one little thing that they say.
Yeah,
that shouldn't really affect you, but it actually, and then all day long you're driving around through town going, and she said that.
Yeah, I try not to let it bother me, but sometimes it just hits a nerve, and I'm like, oh my God. And as much as I try not to let it bug me, I'll just be thinking about it throughout the day, and it just drives me nuts. And I think that was the case because I was going to do it sideways, because you could always I think you could even do it on your computer. Just flip it sideways.
Yeah, you can. That's the price of fame.
But I mean, it's just when you're posting stuff on a phone and on like Facebook, the Facebook Reels are very limited. It's really just a small. It's not even half the screen that takes up the thing. And sometimes when you're doing this kind of work, you want like you say, I have a 48-inch screen, and that really helps. So sometimes I want whatever I'm posting to be seen in the entire screen, even if it's just a phone screen.
Right. The
But
bigger it is, the
apparently
better.
that bothers some people, and I let it bother me too. So
yeah.
But we're emotional beings, and it's not completely weird to be affected by what somebody else says sometimes. So it's art that you have to perfect. It's
Right.
almost
It's
impossible.
never right off the bat. And we all had to go through multiple changes in learning process to be where we are today. And how, and I mean, Rebecca earned her spot by doing the comparatives and the layovers, and they really teach well. And I of course run the my collecting and resolution and understanding of the things and the monthly drawings, and then you do your end of it, and you're out there, she's in the middle, you're out there collecting it, and I'm over it, in the corner gathering it in one place. And so
and I feel like we all work well together. We all get along and work well together.
And we've got our own little sciences that we all do little pieces.
We have our show.
I think we all complement each other with our work. As I was saying in one of the last shows, Rebecca does the illustration, which I absolutely love. I do time lapses. Sam does the drawings and the explanation and the placement of all, which is vital to what we do here. But I think we all complement each other on that.
Yeah, and we awesome. And we couldn't do it without each part.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, each part is just as important as the next, and
right.
It's great. I always know when I post something, Rebecca will come in and put a little bit more context to it and kind of fill in the blanks with your drawings and her overlays, and I love that.
Yeah, and they do show so well.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, and because when you flip between pictures, it's completely different than if she lays it over the top of it, and then you go, yeah it is there.
Yeah.
And there's variations a little bit every once in a while from where the sun is compared, or if it's an older drawing because it fit this pattern, which is okay. So
I know it. I'm always on the lookout. For the
well, not only that, you've gotten to the point where the pattern calls you and screams at you, and you go, "Oh, I remember that picture." And then, because we've been doing this for so long, and that's what happens to me all the time, I'll look at somebody's picture down, Skywatcher 1 or 2, or on Nibiru Followers Anonymous, or Anonymous 2, or Skywatcher Anonymous, and somebody will post a picture, and I go, "I know one that happened exactly like that." Way back in 2015, and then I zoom over, fly through the files, go, well, there it is, and then I'll hand it to them, and before you know it, I've handed them 12, and that's how we do it, And
yes, every time that somebody posts something, I'll look at it and I'll be like, okay, I have something that matches exactly that.
I know, I remember that.
I took a picture a few years ago or last week or a few days ago that matches exactly this, and I could dig through it and I'll find it, and I'll believe this is an exact match, because again, this is very repetitive, guys, and again, very learnable because it's so repetitive.
Yeah.
Right.
Single, little details will differ because we are rotating as well as orbiting, and they are too. So sometimes things might be, but overall, it's a match, and you'll learn to catch up on that. As you learn and evolve, your understanding of this information.
Here's 2 really good examples of the comparatives. And Rebecca started doing these comparatives to help her learn, and then she would post them, and before you know it, everybody was going, "Oh, I love it!" And can I have a copy? And here we are today. The little pointy fingers do a really good job.
I love the pointy hand, because there's a lot of small stuff. Like I love the one on the long box cube in your video. How you put
okay, right.
Cube, and then you have a little. I love that, because a lot of times there's a lot of things that people miss unless you point it out. you know.
And if you look at the picture on the right,
and even there's times where I miss some stuff because this one with the asteroid, I would have totally missed it.
Even the location.
But it's absolutely a match to the school asteroid. Absolutely a match. And
I know.
The blue asteroid as well.
Even the two eyes and everything.
Yeah.
I do consider the angle of how I'm drawing the skull in its travels, whether the jaw's pointing this way or jaw's pointing that way. And I remember, and maybe I have a little bit of far seeing attached to it as well. But I know in my head the direction of the jaw, which direction it's facing, and all of that. And if you see, they exactly match. And that's part of what really blows me away all the time as well. Is exactly how accurate my drawings become, because I draw them ahead of time, and then within anywhere from 2 hours to 2 weeks, we get exact copies of it, which is weird. And I love it.
I can't tell you how many times I've sat there like, this freaking guy, this freaking guy is just. There's so many times where the drawing will come out, and then I'll be sitting there taking pictures, just shaking my head, and I'm like, how does he do it? How the hell does he do it? Because as well as I see it, I just can't see it as well.
Yeah, and
as well as you or ahead of time at all. So every time that it happens, and it happens a lot of times,
all the time.
So it happens all the time.
I do have it does work, and it has proven itself that these far seeing or remote viewing skills, they're not just something we're talking about as a fantasy here. And we've had hundreds, if not thousands, of people see this and understand that yes, I do draw these drawings ahead of time, and yes, I know things I shouldn't know. And I'm going to, a little bit of bragging, but yeah, that's that one where God, can we attribute that? Because we never did see
anything else like that. It makes me wonder. Whoops. It makes me wonder.
Yeah, but also we haven't Saturn's yellow moon was very close, and I think it reached its peak. Like I don't think it got this any closer anymore. I
it
think
has to be, but yet we've only seen that one event.
Yeah, but I mean, this is as close as we've ever seen it, and it didn't get any closer
and we've never ever seen a base cloud like that.
Yeah, and we just haven't seen. I mean, the yellow moon has gotten a little. I'm not going to say smaller, but this is as big as it.
It's higher up.
Yeah, it's higher up. Exactly. So.
Right. So maybe it didn't have the opportunity to do.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to say.
Exactly. We may see that at the beginning of the 180-day cycle, which is February, March. It starts in 2 months, so
it's going to be an interesting
one. Right? Did it ever end this year?
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think we can actually say it did end because
I don't think so.
Even in January we're having issues that are extra planetary normal
year round. So it's 300.
I was so excited to see this base cloud because we'd never seen anything like it, with all the multiple bottom little weird, almost like it looks almost like a drill bit for for oil drilling or water drilling a well, like the little drill bits on the bottom there. It's just amazing cloud, and I was so excited to see that occur because we'd never ever seen a base cloud like this or any storm pattern or anything ever in the sky in almost 14 years. Nothing close to this. Nothing.
No.
And I was waiting to see more, and we didn't. So I'll tell you what, I'll let you attribute that, and that way I'm not guilty for being
okay. I'm gonna
there it is.
See if I can find anything else. Do some, you can do some Google searches.
Well, like we said, there's the close pass. Mm-hmm. We know that Saturn's yellow moon is very large and very huge, putting off the flame-like cloud pattern. Earlier in the podcast, we showed that one red thing that both myself and Jesus also said that looks a little bit farther over to the left than normal. So maybe we're going to see more of stuff that we've never seen before. So of course it's always new and cool and wonderful and awesome, and let's keep doing it. But I'm ready to see more. I'm sure there's a bunch of stuff we don't know. So.
Well, yeah, this is a constant learning thing,
I was just going to say we have a new person asking how close Nibiru is. I thought I'd just show a real quick picture. I know I showed this earlier.
Yeah, we don't actually know how close it is.
I mean, as far we can't give numbers, but this is Nibiru, this entire blue area.
I love that picture.
Like that entire blue
Nibiru
area.
is quite large, and
this
in this picture, Saturn is in front of Nibiru.
That picture.
That's Nibiru, not that orb to the behind our sun somewhere. That's wrong information.
We hear it's coming. No, it's been here for over.
It's already here. People. It's right here. It is.
It was actually here in 210, 211, and it was arriving in 210, 11, and 12. Got here, did a semi-close pass. We saw visible land masses on it. We watched it in our south sky for a while, and then it went away. And it rose up and went back away from us, and the other planets came in visible view, and we got to watch them all these years, and then it came back around on the other side of the sun back in 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, and then it's been huge on the right-hand side of the sun ever since, again, because it started out on the right-hand side of the sun way back in 2012.
Yeah.
And we didn't get to see it for a couple of years. We knew it was there. When we knew the other planets were there, and then over time, the crop circles matched the star chart patterns, and then I attributed the crop circle was an easy tag, and all of that fit, and then the planet names fit, and the colors of the planets, and the sizes, and the behaviors, and all this other stuff, including Saturn's yellow moon, and the 2 moons of concentric moons of Nibiru, and all of this information came to culminate, and then it stayed true, and it stayed true, and it stayed. Yeah, look at the date on this one. This is 2012, I believe, and this is Nibiru's huge, and the Saru is on the other side over to the left, green. It's a blue-green.
I was just gonna say I love how you can see Nibiru and the depth. And the color changes from one side where the Nibiru is, and then behind it, Saru with that light green. I love this picture. You could just tell how Nibiru is closer, and then right behind it.
Yeah, and we saw pictures of Saru, and Saru was really small too.
That's just an awesome picture. That's an awesome picture.
Yeah.
And that, of course, is in Antarctica at Neumayer Station.
And that one, I love that one.
This is in Budapest from Petty. Thank you, Petty. He
That
gives us
reminds
such
me-
wonderful pictures.
There's one picture that I came across recently that I really wanted Sam's opinion on, because I don't know what to make of it. I mean, kind of, but
I got about 400 of those, but
no, it's
a lot of pictures I still question.
You'll probably know what it is or who it is, because it's definitely a planet. It's just let me find it real quick and I'll send it, Rebecca. See
okay.
Okay, there it is. I'll send it to you right now.
Yeah, be careful, people.
Very interesting picture. It's very cool. It's stripy, and it's just a very cool picture. I'm sending it to you right now.
Okay.
And I have a whole series of them. This is just one of them, but
Christopher's asking about the distinctive markings of Saru. Saru has an unbelievably large illuminated base cloud, and I will weird, something just touched my chair. What the hell? Okay, I'm going to ignore that.
Yeah.
Anyway, Saru, I will grab an early picture of Saru and send it to you as well, Rebecca.
Okay.
Because Christopher's asking what the distinctive description of Saru would be, and I'll just send you that really early, unmistakable, here comes a planet picture of Saru. Yeah, because you couldn't even argue with. Well, actually, I want to send you 2 or 3, but I'll send you just the one to start with. See if I can find it.
that enormous dimple base cloud that it has is very distinctive, and I've never had the opportunity to see it myself, but there's a few pictures running around out there of it, and I've never.
Now I'm not finding it, of course. I know it's here somewhere in the early file, and those are all run by numbers, not by actual lettering. So I should someday get in there and the moment I do that, then I won't be able to find anything. Okay, come on. There's Nibiru.
What's with the stripes here, Sam? This is.
I'm not looking at that screen right now.
Oh.
I'm scrolling through my files and not finding this one stupid picture.
Oh, jeez, that's gonna drive you nuts.
Well, it's
there somewhere.
Yeah, they're randomly numbered, and then they're just the early parts of my computer on this, way back when.
I always put a like or a favorite to my pictures. That way I could, if I can't, because I have thousands, over 10, 15, God knows how. I have almost 200 gigabytes worth of pictures. So what I do is I put a favorite, it gives you like a star or a heart, and I out of those, that way I can narrow it down and have just them all in my favorites, and I just know, okay, well, this picture that's one of my favorite ones is probably in this folder, and it narrows it down to maybe 500.
Okay, I just sent it to you.
Thousands of other pictures.
I will grab another one while I'm at it. Or I could actually hand you two more very easily that are important. You should have gotten it by now because it does have your face icon on it.
Yeah.
And that's the earliest Saru approach.
See, I think I have a Saru folder. Let me look.
There is another bigger one, and where it got bigger. And I'm looking for. Okay, there's that one again. There's that one again that I couldn't find in the first place, and then this one. There's three that will
that third
answer
one
Christopher's question.
That one that you just sent, that's the one I'm talking about. That big dimple thing, that's crazy.
You can see it on
that's
Facebook.
Really distinctive. That's a really distinctive thing.
Okay. So while I do this, you can talk about your pick, Jesus, and those stripes. I'm curious too.
Okay, I am back. Yeah, I'm back on StreamYard, so I can look.
Well, what's going on here? This was midday, probably 2018. Yeah, it was 2018. This is where I found it in my 2018 folder.
Let me blow this up. Wow. Yeah, it doesn't make sense, does it?
No.
Because it's telling me that's Uri with the sun in front of it, and that can't be.
And it goes all the way across this. I don't know.
Right. And
that's weird.
Excuse me.
It felt like it really made that day was excruciatingly hot, unusually hot. There was just something about when this happened that it just felt like your skin was burning.
It's from underneath Uri, as in like Uri onset, which would account for the white lines, because Uri does put off these long trailing bottom base cloud wandering asteroids on the bottom of her. But this is confusing. This isn't I don't think this is a planet shot, although there are dark blue things in the left corner.
Well, this is the reason why I never posted this picture, because I discussed this one with our old pal Jamie, and he was like, "Oh, it's just sea trails," and I'm like, "I don't know." Like, I just not, I wasn't comfortable with it because something was
the five lines here on the left. Yeah, are sea trail 6.
Yeah. But he was saying the other ones that go,
You might have Yuri onset with Atu in the corner, because if this is 2018, you say?
2018, maybe. Yeah, it was in my 2018 folder. So,
yeah.
But he told me it was just sea trails that were layered, and I'm like, I don't know about that. That doesn't
even look like chemtrails.
But I never posted it because it was really. I wasn't sure what I was looking at, and Jamie
I cannot answer this for you because it's confusing. This is a very confusing picture.
Jamie was a little dismissive of it, and honestly, he kind of annoyed me when we discussed this picture because he was kind of a dick sometimes.
Well, he was generally rude.
He's my French. Sometimes he was really dismissive, and he. But this was one of them. I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna post this, but.
Yeah, he was not one of the most patient people I've ever met.
No, and he was not really whatsoever. He's just a total downer sometimes.
Yeah, well, I tried to be his friend, and he didn't make that easy.
Yeah. I think some of us tried, but he really made it hard sometimes.
Well, that's what happens when
he had his days where he was really cool.
Hey, if mom gives you $10,000 a month to live.
He had his days. He had his days where he was cool, and then it was kind of short-lived, though.
I can't even imagine somebody giving me $10,000.
We would FaceTime, and it would go good for a while, but by the end of the conversation, he would annoy me, and I would be like, okay, I gotta go. It was always like that. But if I find some more pictures related to that one, I'll send them to you. See if maybe I find one that's maybe a little clearer or something. Maybe you could kind of.
You have a rather interesting halo behind you.
I've been known to attract some rather interesting.
A couple of minutes ago, somebody walked up and tapped my chair.
No, wow.
And there was nobody there. And I mean, so it's like somebody walked up and actually put their hand and went on my chair, tap, boom.
Maybe they're making the rounds,
Yeah, well,
maybe they're a little restless, or maybe we piqued their interest. I don't know.
Well, at least this time I wasn't slammed face first into the keyboard.
Yeah.
And that did happen, and I ended up bleeding all the way across the house. The weird drawing of Saru.
This is one of the first drawings.
I can't even remember when I drew these. But there, Christopher, there is the bottom illuminated. I got to make it this smaller because it looks too big to me right now.
I need to go and draw it in.
You can see the big rounded ball, and you can see the open core, and that little dot in the front is planet Nepesity. Little green dot on the underneath of Saru.
That's crazy.
And Nibiru at that time was over to the right. And I can't even remember what's on the lower left there. That was probably an asteroid or something. This was really, really early, and when we started noticing, and they used to be smaller, and then they come in close to us and get bigger. And now they just pretty much start out big, and we watch them pass. But back then, years ago, they would start out as smaller and then get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, come in our face, and then trail away into the darkness. And after repeatedly seeing there's the bottom base cloud of Saru.
That is a cool shot. I love this picture.
And it has a very thick, very distinctive base core cloud that illuminates. And in this, of course, it doesn't because the sun is behind it. And we had all of these older pictures. And back then, you could definitely tell the difference. Look at that big ball in the sky. And sometimes it would be a ball with some clouds. And other times we saw absolute perfect circles. which includes, going back to those early Atu shots where we actually fully saw, a basketball-size Atu. Reminds me of that time that me and my neighbors watched Purple Planet go over the top of us and fly by from middle of the west sky to above us, and then went off into the east sky and then faded away. And then they saw it and went, wow, oh, wow. And I went, yeah, that's Planet Atu. And then 30 seconds later, they were talking about beer they were going to buy later. And I to this day,
remember I often remember you talking about that, and I can't stop laughing. Like the other day,
we just watched
I was driving in my car the other day, and I think I was listening to that podcast when you. No, I wasn't. I was listening to one of the podcasts, and then that just came into my mind when you said that. I'm like, that's just. All you gotta do is just shake your head, like this is the reason why sometimes, like people like Chris who are genuinely interested, like I love that, but sometimes there's those people that just does not matter what you say, and I'm just like, God,
You'd think that you just told them, the price of cotton yarding at the sewing store,
Yeah,
a sewing machine on sale right now, and they go, okay, great,
I'm just like, there's other worlds passing above us. How is that not interesting to you? Jeez, it drives me absolutely insane. How is a football game more interesting than other worlds passing over us with other people? And it drives me nuts. It really does drive me nuts. But
that is not correct.
I think it's their loss.
Rebecca, that drawing isn't correct.
Okay, I thought it was that.
No, Sarah was much smaller. You're looking at a tennis ball.
Okay, so what is that? You see the dark blue swooping down.
Yeah, that's other stuff. The Saru in this, in the upper picture, it's the size of a tennis ball. It's not the size of a.
That's kind of what I was thinking too, and I saw
what's
that middle blue area?
Yeah, it's a circle. It's not an.
Okay, I see that circle.
Stick to the size of the base cloud, and then follow just up and around in a circle.
I'm just seeing that dark
the white blob
shadow
on the
behind
left
it.
into account.
I would say more like the size of the Saru letters.
Yeah. Now that you say that, I see that too.
Yeah,
I'll fix it.
That's when Sarah was
I'm just
smaller coming in, and then it got big.
But it's weird, right? Because we're not used to seeing them that small. We didn't see them that small. This one was before our time, Rebecca. So it's really weird.
2011.
It's really weird because I've never really seen them that small. So it's confusing. It's confusing.
It is.
I knew that they were planets because then
we've gotten used to seeing so big that I sometimes like. There's a lot of times that you point out small stuff, Sam, that I miss because I'm just so used to seeing huge. Once I got on board with thinking big, it's like it's kind of hard for me to go back sometimes, and I've had to kind of remind myself sometimes that there is smaller stuff like the asteroids and stuff. So.
Well, when I run into an identification issue and I can't really tell what I'm looking at, then I'll start to look for some of the other similar things that I know are around normally. If it was Atu, well, then where are the object cluster group? If it's,
I've been doing that lately, Sam, and it's been very helpful.
Yeah, it helps you define what you could be looking at.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
Once in a while, it's really hard to tell the difference between a Saturn yellow moon versus moving and changing location Atu and Atu's yellow moon versus the object cluster group and all. And you have to sort of look at it. And we've had that debate even on Saturday's show. We go through the criteria and go, well, there's that. So this has to be that. And that's what I do. And I'm occasionally confused. And, especially since they did get bigger, the planets got bigger, and it made it a whole bunch harder to identify.
But this is one of those things that you reach a certain level of learning that it makes things a little easier, but there will be times where you're kind of like this last picture that we were looking. There is sometimes that you will be like, okay, I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, I was worried,
and it might take a little longer to kind of where it kind of dawns on you, like, okay, well, maybe it was this, maybe it was that, but it's a constant learning curve.
Yeah, I don't want to lose track of what's going on because there could be some occurrences that I'll if I don't stay current, then I could actually start miscalling things, and I don't want to do that. So, this is part of why I have to stay on top of it every day. Because you go away for a week and everything changes.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay, I have it. I'm
not sure who is saying cheers to y'all from Melbourne, but it sounds like they're done. So, cheers to you.
All right.
Facebook.
I'm gonna run in the other room. I'm gonna run in the other room and get a
drink,
asthma
cough
puff
drop.
going here.
Okay. Let's see. We're probably getting to a point to where we can wind down. What do you think, Jesus?
I agree.
Almost 7 hours.
I'm getting to where I kind of need to walk around, and honestly,
I know.
I'm getting a tad bit hungry too. It's pretty late, but I've only had breakfast today, so I'm kind of I have chicken on my mind, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Right.
go downstairs and air fry some chicken.
That sounds good.
But yeah. When we'll finish discussing whatever we're discussing with Sam, and I think it's a good. We've hit 7 hours. I didn't expect to.
I know. We
7
really.
hours, but it's been one of those where it didn't feel like 7 hours. Today was actually one of them
really
shows that didn't
flew by.
That just kind of really just kind of zoomed on by. But yeah.
Thank you, Christopher. You helped out. You were part of it tonight, so I'm glad to have you on the show.
And you mentioned something earlier, Christopher, how somebody in your family told you not to talk about this to other family members. I have mixed feelings about that because there's part of me that stopped doing that for the sake of keeping family. Because you have to understand that there is some people that just aren't going to get on board. You have to publicize there. Is it worth losing the relationship just because they don't see what we see? I don't know. Like, I stopped doing that, honestly. And
I don't know how you would lose a relationship over that.
I keep, this is just what I do. Everybody's journey is different, but I keep 2 separate Facebook accounts. One is for my Sky friends, which is the true me, the real 100% Jesus. And then I have one that's for family, that's really just for family and friends who don't really get this. There's a few of them on my Facebook page that are allowed on there because they've been cool enough to just kind of let me be, without being a downer. So, they're free to be on it, but it's very, very far in between. So I do compartmentalize this stuff because I understand that there's just some people that aren't going to see it. And I just don't, when it comes to family, family is important to all of us. So I try not to, how can I say? I just try to let them be, and also just, I don't rock the boat too much because it's family. And you have to live with family, It's
right, and you can't be totally annoying all the time. You can only be annoying.
They basically know what I'm into. They know who I am, basically. But I don't want to be. I keep a safe space for them so they don't have to deal with that, and they don't have to deal with a lot because this comes with a lot of nasty people. Like I constantly have to delete comments, and sometimes I can't delete them. And people can be really rude, and I just don't want to. I want to keep those things separate. So that's work for me. I'm not telling you what to do or even recommending you. I'm sure you'll figure it out. But that's kind of where I got to. We're at a point where I was like, okay, some people just ain't gonna get it, and I just stopped fighting it. And then I focus more on the people who do want to are interested in knowing this, and kind of let the ones that don't want to, you know, just let it be. You know, that's
I don't go running over to my neighbors and knocking on the door, going, "Oh, look, Atu's showing," and like I want to. And
I'm dying to all the time.
Oh, I know.
You know, like I'm always on edge, just trying to yell it out to people, but I just, it's a touchy subject. It's just a touchy subject, and it's just, you have to understand that this is a very touchy subject, and not everybody's going to get on board, and that sucks to accept.
And I'm weighing that too all the time too. You know, it's like, when is this going to go? Or how is it going to go? Or is it going to go? And we know, quote unquote, some of the future that this is going to change things. So the question is when, you know, is it going to be within our lifetime, or is somebody going to be watching these podcasts, you know, 30 years from now going, you know, they were right, you know, and all of this crap, because we are right. I mean,
somebody told me, one of the people that I was able to turn onto this information in my personal life, just a total stranger that came up to me and talked to me when he saw me taking pictures. He told me, one of these days people are going to study your work, you know. In future,
and we know that's happening. We know
you know what?
Coming.
I truly believe that in the future, not too far from now, people will look back at this and be like, "Oh man, they had something to say. You know, there was something there." You know,
and I guarantee you that is going to happen, because I was told by the Pleiadian, who is from the future, and yet this sounds as crazy as, you know, a nut basket here, but you know, I was always wondering how the hell they looked me up, you know, and then he comes back and tells me, well, you know, you're going to be the guy that does this, you know, and it's like, how, you know, and then, oh, well, people will be drawn to you because blah, blah, blah. And I'm going, how? And, you know, this is when I started arguing with, never, ever argue with a higher race. Not wise. Woo. Oh boy. And I did, of course, because I'm, you know, me. So,
of course,
so we know it's coming. We know that this is going to change things. And this is why our science is working as well as it is because we try to be as strict about this as possible, and not let in the gossip or, you know, the sun simulator or the firmament or any of that in there. And this is, of course, why we don't really talk about a lot about aliens per se, and the Arcturians and the Greys and the Pleiadians and the lizard people, because we don't have a lot of facts. And of course, this is information that has gone through the internet, and people think they know, and they say they know. And I had somebody write me this big, long, you know, like 15 paragraph private message, and they're describing how all of the events are going on, and how, you know, our souls are being trapped here and all of this. I was going, well, that's an interesting point of view. It's semi-close to the truth. And then they asked me, well, how do you know that is semi-close and not close? And I'd say, well, you know, and the only thing I could say to is, well, excuse me, but I was told different, and you would have had to be there, because there's no other way for me to, you know, hand you this information and prove it to you, because I don't have it. And that's why I try to avoid doing that, because I don't have the information. I have a lot of information, but I don't have all the information. And what we have gathered is what we share. What we have proven is what we share, including the long box cube and the Texas cube and the Empire orb and the smaller ships. This is all information that we actually have and we can prove. And we strictly stay to that. And I strongly encourage that, to stick to proven information instead of supposition. And that's why we do what we do.
And follow that little voice of reasoning. You know, it's sometimes confusing, but if something feels off and something feels right, just follow that intuition. You know, this is what brought me here, is my intuition. And because I've listened to that intuition, I've learned so much, and I've seen so many great things, and I'm aware of a lot of things that I would have never been aware of. And I feel like I have the potential of saving of being of great use in the future. If and when
you have earned your place, sir. Greetings, Slovenia. I'm glad that you guys are hearing us out there in Eastern Europe and that area. I was hoping we would actually get to you guys. Tell your friends, spread the message. We would like to actually talk to as many people in your area as possible. So please keep in touch with us. Send us your information. Join. Again, I'd like to tell everybody it is much easier to join Nibiru Followers Anonymous than it is currently to Montana Skywatcher 2 or 1, because we're currently suffering from a troll attack incursion that is unfortunately limited membership, and I'm working through it slowly. The other day, I think I removed over 200 people who requested membership that I did not admit, and it was over 200 people. I had to refuse them. I'm getting bombed from hackers in India and everything else, and so right now it's currently impossible, almost impossible to become a member. But I am trying to answer as many people out there as I possibly can, you guys included. And I'm so happy that you're actually over there and listening. Thank you, Facebook user. Big hug back. We want to include everybody. I have no enemies. I have no enemies in Russia. I have no enemies in China. Only politics and bad rulers in that direction, as far as I'm concerned. And everybody's our brother. And every scientist and every skywatcher out there is important to me. And I'm glad you're here. Thank you. You've actually expanded my appreciation for folks in your area, because unfortunately recently we've lost a lot of folks in Eastern Europe, and I haven't spoken to my friend in South Korea even in a long time, and I'm surprised. Everybody out there, contact us. This is for all of us, and we all need to keep getting together and working on all this information and sharing the information. Worldwide sightings. That's how we work. And that it proves so much more when we get the opportunity to see that, yes, like Petty in Hungary, especially, we'll use him as an example, or Dave Donuts in the UK, or Andy, hi Andy Pohl in the UK. We haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're listening to the show. And of course, Maria, she's now got COVID. And, are you going back to Alaska, or are you still vacationing? I don't know what she's up to.
She's back in Alaska. Me and her text and even visit on the phone sometimes. So
that's good. That's good.
Yeah, she's back in Alaska.
And I have a lot of folks that say I don't contact them as much as I used to. Well, it's harder. There's a lot more people talking to me, so I don't get back to everyone. I do try. If I see your message and I have the ability to talk back, I will. And I know Rebecca is busier than 3Bs.
Oh my gosh. I never stop, it feels like, but
wait, and we darn near need to hire a crew to answer our mail. Although my PO box is empty, my message box on the computer is full. So it's great. I love hearing from you guys. And I hope all of this information actually does go viral. Christ, this is our world. I'm in awe that
it has a story. There is. It deserves to.
Yeah.
I knew back in 1980. I thought everybody had a right to know that there were other beings on these planets, and they were coming here. And guys, they're here.
Mm-hmm.
They've been here for a decade. What the hell? I mean, oh my God. Well, yeah,
they're here.
I don't have words. I
I think people don't. Well, they don't know. They don't have the excitement for it because they don't understand, what's happening. You know what I mean? It's hard to get excited when you don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that
and
thing.
Also, there's a huge level of disbelief as well, too. It takes a little bit. thinking outside of the box.
Seeing is believing to me. I can see it. I definitely believe it. I see it.
Yeah.
Can't help it. We know it's there.
Absolutely.
Every time
it's why I say that.
Oh my God, there it is.
It's why I tell a lot of the peanut gallery naysayers when they get at me, like it doesn't matter what you tell me. Like I've seen this, and nothing you say
cannot argue
will ever change what I've seen and what I've experienced and what I've had the fortune of being able to be a witness of. Because
2 hours watching the Texas Cube, or back in April of 2019 when the Texas Cube and the Longbox Cube came out of hiding, and then they parked where they still are, and they offload Star Destroyers and support craft and fighter craft docking stations, and the appearance of the space tube and all of this shit that's going on, and everybody's asleep down here. What the hell? You should be drastically concerned. I mean, we have factions of alien intergalactic spacecraft that have been parked right next to Earth for years, people. Years. Oh, by the way, the Miami sighting was apparently not the only sighting of 10-foot tall black shadow creatures around the planet that day. There are other sightings around the world. Now, I haven't found them.
The first one. There was another one. What is it, in Las Vegas?
I haven't heard that.
Didn't that happen last year, I think?
There was an incident, last summer.
Yeah, so,
last fall.
And the cloud giant sightings. And I sent a copy of that to Leandra. And we want her back on the show. And,
yes.
She must be really busy because she hasn't been super active lately.
Well, she has very kindly and wonderfully been talking to me, and I love every second of it.
I see that she pops in and out, but she's definitely not been as active as she has been. She must be going through a very busy period.
Maybe at work. I don't even know what she does for a living. I don't even know. I never asked.
She mentioned that she did some, what did she say? A development, something housing development or something was what she mentioned.
Very, very busy then. Very busy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know people. I know them for years, and I don't even know what they do. Because that's not what we talk about.
Right. We talk about sky, planets.
And this is what I saw. Did you see this? Did you see this? And meanwhile,
I know.
We talk for 10 hours or 8 or 5 on the phone. I don't know how many times I've done that. I've been talking to somebody on the phone for so long that my ear hurts by the time I hang the phone up.
Yeah.
I can't even touch my ear. Ow, ow, ow. Where'd the whole day go? Oh my God. Which is what we've done again. We're on hour 7 already.
Yeah. Hey guys, but before we wind down, I wanted to mention something. This next week, I'm gonna have to skip next show next Tuesday. We have Sundance Film Festival starts Thursday, and that's a 10-day event. And it is an absolute. It is an absolute. I do 12-hour days when that comes in. In fact, the first lady was just here a few hours ago, in Park City, at a fundraiser, and they shut down half of I-80.
Yeah, Missoula's very strong with the film festival as well.
Yeah. So it's going to be a great event, and it's really busy week for me the next 10 days. So
I hope you do well.
Last year was good, but it was. I feel it was the first year after COVID, so they lost money. But this year they're expecting all week. I've been picking up people that are coming in for the film festival, volunteers and
we need to put our movie in.
And actors, and it's a wild time, but I have a lot of fun doing it, but it's very busy, and it's a huge moneymaker for us drivers.
Speaking of which, if there are any cinematographers out there, and you maybe want to venture into a larger film, or you're a very good editor, perhaps we could send you a whole bunch of footage, including some sidebar clips from these videos, or even if you stop by our locals, you can have 10 minutes of footage of Sam and 5 minutes of footage of this, and 20 minutes of Rebecca, and another 20 minutes of Jesus. And here's these people that are doing this, crazy, what do they call it, conspiracy theory thing that has much merit. I mean, if you're out there and you want to, get together, let's put a project together. Maybe we could put a video on the Sundance Film Festival or Con, or I mean, we can always.
There's a lot of little films that got their start here. Napoleon Dynamite, I'm a huge fan of. Got their start here. There's a lot of small movies. Last year, I had a lot of opportunities to talk to a lot of the people involved, doing the movies and stuff, and most of them were still like up and coming, so they weren't jaded by Hollywood yet. They were really great people, and it was a great time. I actually put on. I even changed my tires. I get ready for it because it's a lot of treacherous driving up there. I'll be driving on the end of cliffs, and it is a crazy time. But thankfully, I have the right transportation for it, and it's a fun time. But I'll tell you guys all about it next show, not this next.
Yeah, next. So when does that start?
It starts Thursday, and it's a 10-day event, so it'll be going on for 10 days.
Wow.
But it should be fun.
There's got to be a way where we can all put larger videos together.
I wish we could go right around with you.
Yeah. I'll try and take as much pictures and any chance.
Yeah, you still need to do man on the street. Hi, have you noticed the two suns today? I could just love that one.
You never know. Maybe the conversation won't be good enough. Will merit a conversation like that.
Well, have you seen Jimmy Kimmel where he does the man on the street routines?
That's hilarious. Yeah, I love when
he did one like last week. Like, all right, we're going to outside the studio here, and we're going to find out who is high. I laughed, and I knew. Believe it or not, I was
probably
exactly
most
right.
of them. I mean, it's California. It's legal.
Yeah, well, I was actually right immediately, and I was like patting myself on the back because I took, a 20-second look, and I went, oh, her. And then they went through the interviews, and I was right. And it was like, we can always mention Jimmy Kimmel, maybe put us on there. But anyway, meanwhile, because he's now doing that startup where he's actually putting video clips from YouTube on the beginning of his show. And go ahead, chalk us up as nut jobs. All press is good press.
And who's the real crazy one is what I say.
Yeah,
the real crazy one. I think that's a perspective at very best, So, and thank you, Karen. I definitely will enjoy myself.
Hey, we are absolutely nuts for coming out on our little soapbox here and talking about this crap when everybody's ready to immediately chalk us up as conspiracy nut jobs.
This comes at a cost, guys. Just want to know that thankfully we developed thick skin because if we didn't, we'd probably have a mental breakdown. But this does come at a cost. I get a lot of crap, and even more so since we've been doing the lives than usual. It doesn't bother me as much as it should, but every so often I'll have that one comment that I just kind of hang on to, like we were talking about earlier.
Oddly, knock on wood, my peanut gallery has gone down. Weird.
When I first came to Montana Skywatchers, I felt it was worse than it was now, and I think that goes for even Nibiru Followers Anonymous. But there's a couple of groups that I've considered leaving because God, there's one that I'm in that's called Nibiru. Nibiru was here. And I like the administrator, but God, is it filled with trolls? It's just people that are just waiting for somebody to post something so they could put the laughing emojis, which really annoys me. I find really, and also just to talk crap. And I don't.
Yeah, there's no need for that.
I don't see why anybody would join a group just to kind of troll it. It's just
if you don't agree, just move on. Don't ruin somebody's day. Don't
really
be cruel.
Can't have that boring of a life that this is what you do for fun. Like, but yeah. So we thanks all for being here. I won't be here next week, as I said, but we'll see you, the next Tuesday for sure.
For sure. So that would be, let's see, the 30th.
Yeah, and I'll tell you all about it, how it went and stuff. So.
What do you mean the 30th?
No, I was going to say that can't. Is it? Yes, it will be.
No, next Tuesday is the 23rd.
Right, and then the next one is the 30th. That's when he'll be back.
And then the next one's the 30th. Yeah, I'm looking at the calendar. Under
yeah,
Yoda.
I can't believe
so it'll be the 20. It'll
be over.
So it'll be the 23rd that I miss, right? And then we'll be back on the 30th.
Back on the 30th, right? And of course, our shows are going to be the Saturdays and Tuesdays.
Yeah, and we'll be back, Sam and I. And
we'll definitely pick up after that, but just
right. And then I don't know, Sam. We'll talk about it if we want to do a Tuesday night show still, or not.
People count on us, so I'm sure we can find something to talk about.
I can find,
and not only that,
maybe you can imagine what's going to happen to us we don't to fill in. Maybe Chris. Maybe
I was going to say, right? Maybe Chris.
Well, we're doing this so often. Like what happened to me the other day, I was sitting here in the computer. I went through all the sites like 5 times, and I'm going, "There's nobody to talk to." So I've actually got to the point where I'm like wanting to do this. It's now become a thing to me. So we can't not do a show. Oh my God, what'll I do? No,
Chris confirmed that we can count on him to fill in for you, Jesus.
And I'll try to do more homework.
Thank you, Chris. Perfect. See, that was easy.
What are you saying, Adventure Captain? What are you saying?
Yeah, I was just reading that. I was
he's got a good sense of humor.
No, we don't do Jeff P.
I know, Carolyn. Yay.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I tried to call those guys. I think I can't remember if I talked to Jeff or if I just talked to Chris.
Oh boy.
I know I talked to Steve, but we're not even going there, you guys. It's like, excuse me, we are so beyond that you wouldn't believe. That's so long ago. We've risen above that. Not trying to down them. It's just we're in a different world.
Right.
Yeah, we're on a different plane.
Comparison.
We're scientists, not site whatever they are. Site science.
I would call them clickbait at best.
Yeah. We run the citizen.
They do good. They do great with the clickbait. I fell for it many times, honestly.
Okay. I never even
back when I was still kind of learning. My kind of new to all this, but yeah.
Well, I'm truly hoping that we don't just coast for another 5 years with a small gathering of 10 or 20 or 30,000. Although we have that now, we have upward of a couple of 100,000 together lumped together. But I'm hoping this actually goes to the millions, because that's why we're doing it, is because this is that important, and including the presence of intergalactic spacecraft over the top of us right now. And I don't know how everyone would react to that. I would hope that it wouldn't go negative. I would hope that it would move positive, but then there's no accounting for taste, and we know that there's both sides of the coin. So wow.
Well, this is what somebody was saying on a podcast I was seeing when I sent you, Sam, how this was an analogy. They said an example is look at during Katrina, what happened. You had one side that rose up to the occasion and banded together and saved so many people and organized, because the government didn't show up till 5 days later. And in those 5 days, people organized. But there was also another side that went nuts. That went completely nuts and started looting and raping and just completely went off the rails. So
yeah, that's true.
You know, there is both sides. Unfortunately, we have the yin and yang situation, and that's just no way around that. It's why it's important to get this information out there, and for those good people who will do the right thing. That way,
we do not have the ability.
They have the ability to do so and the knowledge to do so, and
we do not absolutely do not have any way to fight the alien presence that is occurring above our heads right now.
Yeah, all we could do is band together when that time comes and just do and at least save each other and at least be comforting and be a leader to those that are going to need it at that time, who have no idea what's happening. You know.
Yeah, I'm planning, and I think the more we have, the more time we have to think about it. I think the reaction will be better.
Yes, I agree. If there's time for people to kind of wrap their mind around this stuff, as opposed to just having it fall in their lap, you know, overnight, you know, I think there would definitely be a better reaction to it. It's why I think they really messed up in not telling people, because had we known, we would have wrapped our mind around this and at least be a little bit more prepared instead of the chaos.
And that was my exact premise in 1980. That's exactly what I thought back in 1980. Everyone has a right to know that there are planets coming here and there are people on those planets. And I knew that. And then, of course, I was forced and threatened with really dire threats having to do with my family, and they knew how to get to me. Of course, you know, they have my psyche valve, so they know, you know, which button to push. And I felt, and that's also why I, you know, once 2010 hit and I was able to start talking, I've never completely opened up about everything I know, because I don't dare. That's why I felt so strongly back then that everybody does have the right to know this information. And by now, had we known, I think we would have been an entirely different society by now.
Well, yeah. We would,
one way or another,
the context
good or bad,
of all this, the reason why we, you know, humanity, one of the biggest reasons why humans are the way they are is because we think really small. We only think about our current needs, and we don't really look to the future. This kind of information really changes your way of thinking. You start thinking globally and solar system wide, as opposed to just your little bubble here on Earth. You know? I don't look at the world the way I used to before this information at all. I look at the world as one big rock, and we're all here together, and we're all gonna go through this together. You know, we're not separated by.
Can you imagine if we would have spent that money not on DUMs,
exactly,
and actually started are taking care of our schools and hospitals and infrastructure and roads and utilities and et cetera, rather than the hundreds of trillions of dollars that have been invested underground. Could you imagine where we would be?
Well, they used us to make that for them.
Yeah, we paid for that.
Yeah.
That's why senior citizens don't have enough money to live on.
And most people won't have access to it, but
yeah, no, a small percentage.
You know, when I was in New Mexico, I met one of my neighbors. This is when I was really new to this. One of my neighbors was, he was kind of weird. I'm like, okay, I don't want to use the word weird, but he was just a little unorthodox. Just put it that way. He was, and we would talk sometimes, and sometimes I would go to his apartment, and he would be watching a lot of this Nibiru stuff on the History Channel, and then he told me. And he even gave me the instructions, and I didn't pay attention to him because I thought he was nuts. How he said that something big was going to happen in the future, and that he has an underground facility where he has all kinds of things stashed, and
and you don't share that information.
And water and. He says, I'm going to tell you because you seem to be open about this. And we never talked about it again because I was like, okay, this guy's nuts. But this was right at the beginning. I would say right at the beginning of my awakening. I don't know if I just came across this guy because he maybe just planted a seed in me that just was to open me up. Maybe he was nuts. I don't know. But maybe I just came across him because I needed that seed planted in.
Yeah, once you are aware of information, I'll give you an example of me. When you get off-world information and it completely changes your outlook on life, it really does. You don't even view relationships the same. You don't view going to the convenience store to buy a Coke.
Absolutely.
You walk in, you see people existing normally, and yet you were just staring at a passing planet before you came in, and yet nobody in here in this. Not the guy behind the cash register, not the guy buying the gallon of milk or the Slim Jim know about that. And it bothers me. It really does. Because I look at them and I go, wow, you guys are in for a real shock here very soon. Because we're there right now. We are at drastic climate change. And
I think about that all the time. I think about that all the time.
Storm that went through the beginning of this month and the end of December, from Scotland to Japan, and those poor folks in China and Russia right now that are suffering and freezing their asses off as we speak. I feel horrible for them, and I want some way to express why this is happening. Not that this is just a random, this is the worst winter that China's had in 120 years, because there's more to it. And people really need to get awake to this.
And those people living on the coast maybe would have had a chance if they knew this information and would have moved away from there.
Right.
And maybe never lived there to begin with. And
I never want to tell people to move, to do this.
Well, no, but I mean, if we knew this information from day one, we would have we wouldn't be building so close to the coast to begin with. Like that wouldn't be a thing if we knew this was going to happen eventually. We would rethink the way we do things and
stop building houses that can the roof.
Exactly. If we had this information, would have been shared with the public at the right time when
we could have changed the climate change issue or the burning of the levels of fossil fuels, or the plastic pollution, or even dropped the number of nuclear reactors that have been made all over this planet. We're so overpopulated with nuclear reactors.
That is the one thing that me and Jamie always talked about was all the nuclear everything that we have and how we really screwed ourselves. Because if anything does, and will happen,
we're going to be walking.
Fukushima was a perfect example of how badly things can happen. That was one. And that was one station. That was one nuclear station. Can you imagine? There's
two reactors went China syndrome.
There's 2 reactors. That's how many is there worldwide? How many nuclear?
I think about 2,000, 2,200.
And nuclear weapons. It's just a power we should have never messed with.
Now the nuclear weapons that we have now are different than the one that they blew up in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. They are not as radioactive fallout deadly. They're more hydrogen bombers.
Destructive? I mean,
they're only half as deadly, which is not saying much. But yeah, they're the new nukes that we have worldwide.
Do you imagine just half of those going off?
Well, I wasn't even thinking about those. I'm just talking about the reactors.
Yeah.
Oh my God! If we go worldwide, Carrington event, that's going to happen. One way or another, there's going to be some power reactors somewhere on the planet, or if not 10 of them, that are going to go, and then we're all going to be sick, or go through what I went through, which is thyroid cancer, because I got directly rained on. And there isn't a person that can tell me different, because even the doctors told me I was exposed to a great deal of radiation, and I remember the day it happened. So anyway, and it was 14 days after Fukushima blew, 2 weeks for it to come across the ocean and rain on me. Anyway, Yeah, we're already in trouble, people, and how we live now can make a huge difference on how we're going to survive or how we're going to fare, or even taking into account the food shortages that we're going to see, because it's already been happening for a few years now. Like we were talking earlier in the podcast, we expect another major fire season. It's coming, including grassland areas, including maybe the East Coast, because we saw the worldwide weather and the world rivers dry up, and that is affecting everything. The whole cycle is already broken. Now all we have to do is watch what's coming, and it's coming. And I actually dread what's going to happen this summer. I don't know. I mean, we're seeing an example of this super El Nino that they're telling us is happening, and then we have no way to actually prove, although it is matching the older El Nino, but this is way more magnified. It's bigger, different. Of course, that has to do with the jet stream changes and the Earth tip and all of that. So that's affected all of that. So we can definitely say we're not going to have anywhere normal anything from now on for quite a while. So be ready for far worse.
Good night,
plan for the worst and pray for the best.
Good night, Carol. We're winding down here.
It's 3:30 in the morning.
I'm almost hoarse here, so anytime you guys.
And Avengers just asked real quickly if your thyroid was removed, and
they wanted to take out the whole thyroid, but I did not let them. I let them remove the part that has the bigger lump on it, the one that was like it turned into the size of a walnut in my throat. Is it walnut? Almost call it ball size. It was big, couldn't swallow. And then I have another one, but we're watching that, and it's microscopically painful from time to time. But I'm not going to get the rest removed if I can help it. I plan on personally healing.
Yes, I believe it's possible.
And I don't want to be on medication for the rest of my life. In my last test, it told me that my chemistry levels were my thyroid was functioning correctly. And with half a thyroid, I guess I'm doing okay.
Oh, that's pretty good then.
Well, I have issues, and you can hear my. I was told right before they put me under surgery that there was a 50%, and he said 50-50. He said, this may be the last time you get to speak to anybody, because I'm taking out half your thyroid. The voice box nerve that is going right through then, and I now do have trouble talking. I'm gruff voiced from it.
Right. I can tell. You do well though, but sometimes you get strained.
I get after talking for a while, I get strained, and then
we've been going almost 8 hours.
I start sounding like some old guy. Guess what? I got older, and it sort of happened. I don't like this.
I don't either.
Anyway.
Well, you guys want to wind it down here then?
Yeah, I get to go play Star Wars.
Time for Star Wars and chicken, air fryer chicken, and a hot bath, and so. Okay.
It was a great show, guys. It was a great show. It
really
didn't even feel like 8 hours, but it was.
No,
good.
It doesn't.
No, I feel like
it was great to have you, Chris, when on the show, and it'll be nice to have you fill in for me next week.
Actually, it felt about like 3 hours.
Right.
Yeah,
I know it really did, and we had more compliments tonight on this show. People here and on TikTok were really enjoying tonight's show. So
TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, thank y'all for being here. We really hope that this information resonates.
And be sure to like, because we will be more noticed if you hit the like button, and we've only been getting 50 or 60 likes out of 500. So, and we want to up our show views. We're running 500-600 to 1,000 on YouTube, and I don't know what TikTok's doing, and I know that I'm reposting again on Facebook, and so there will be a copy of this hitting the desks tomorrow on Facebook, and share it with your friends if they can tolerate it, and tell us, hey, if you can't watch 7 hours, play it in pieces, and then come back to it.
That's what I do.
I was just going to say that Jesus does it in his car, and I watch it in pieces myself, and I'll probably watch a little bit of it tonight and check the levels. And you can also go to YouTube and comment on YouTube, because those have been also empty lately, and we want to hear from you. And if there's any way we can do this better, please do tell us. If you like certain things, great. If you don't like certain things, or if there are certain things that we lose your attention span on, let us know. If you're listening to it while you're cooking in the kitchen or baking a pie, great. Whatever. We'd like to know this.
Questions, comments, suggestions, all are welcome.
Sure. More background music, in my opinion. I didn't hardly hear any of it tonight. Have you been playing it?
Yeah, you can barely hear it.
I can hear it. I can hear it. I don't want to make it too
loud. Volume.
I've been hearing it the whole show.
It's there. It's not.
Yeah, I hear it way in the back in the distance. I don't really get to find out what song it is. I just hear.
I added a few different songs today, just to have as options.
Yeah, there's always good sitar techno. Yeah.
This is like some outro music. We're winding down music. It's been a great show, y'all.
We need some German techno in there
yeah, there you go.
Okay.
To get the blood flowing.
Work on that.
Yeah, we want to be adventurous and keep people awake. That way they can ride through a 7-hour show.
Yeah.
I'll keep adding music.
All right, guys. Good night.
Yes. All right. Thank you all so much for being here. And we will be back. Sam and Jillian and myself and possibly some guests will be here Saturday at 2 Central.
And everybody who wants to hear Leandra comment.
I'm going to message her and I'm going to see what I can do to get her on. It's been too long.
Yeah.
So we'll see what we can do.
Come on, Leandra. That's
Andy. And we're looking forward to Planet X Hunter and or who's now Dave's Donuts.
Michelle, she's been here.
Dave's Waffle House. I'm sorry. God, what a space cadet I am. I apologize, Dave.
And
Dave's Waffle House.
Audrey, always nice to have you here too. She's been a consistent viewer as well.
She has, always is. Carol Ann likes the music.
Always very uplifting, Carol. I love her. Thank you for everything. Thank you for all your support.
I know.
Where you too can be a star. Yeah, you start out, there's few enough of our members or our regulars now that you too could be, well known.
Yeah, true. I'm just impressed. Several of the people here right now have been here the entire show, guys. That is dedication.
Kudos.
Really.
Thank you again, Christopher.
So, thank you. Right. Thanks again. We'll be in contact.
And be sure to get Dad involved here. Come on, Christopher's dad.
That's right. We want Dad. No. So we'll see what we can do, right?
All right. I'll shut up and good night.
Okay, guys. Well, let you guys go do what you're going to do, and we'll end the show here. And thanks, everybody. And we'll be back in a few days. So be safe, everybody. Bye. Love ya. Bye.